arrives. The event at Hollywood's El Capitan Theater drew plenty of families, including Ashley Simpson, her husband Evan Ross, and their brood.
I'm pretty excited. I watched the first one again over the weekend in preparation. Such a good, and every time I cry my eyes out.
It's wonderful.
Yeah.
And like Tony Hale said, and he said it right. I go. It could be my all-time favorite animated movie. He's like, it could be my all-time favorite movie.
Really? Wow.
And so I'm like, yeah, you're right. I need to stop saying animated. It's just an amazing movie. So Flea reprises his voice role as mind cop worker Jake from the original 2015 film, which takes place inside, of course, a young girl's mind following the personifications of her changing emotions. Also in attendance at the premiere was Kensington Tallman, who plays the voice of 13-year-old Riley after Caitlin Diaz voiced the character as a child in the first movie. The sequel follows Riley's adventures in high school now as she develops a whole new set of emotions.
Do you think they could carry this on as a progression through her life?
Maybe.
I'd love to see that.
Yeah. Ayo Edebiri walked the red carpet wearing the cyan color of her character Envy.
Silent Kong.
A new addition in the sequel. Maya Hawke attended as well, voicing the new character Anxiety. Returning voice actors Kyle MacLachlan and Lewis Black celebrated the premiere, along with new voices Yvette Nicole Brown, Ron Funches, and Lilamar as well. So, although Minnie Kaling and Bill Hader did not return to their voice respective roles discussed in Fear, their successors, Liza Lapira and Tony Hale, were in attendance for the screening as well.
I forgot to mention when he's here, Ron Funches and Tony Hale are both part of the animated Harley Quinn series, too. So they work together, yeah.
Okay. Inside Out 2 premieres Friday, June 13th in theaters. It seems Julia Louis-Dreyfus has a different take on political correctness in her old Seinfeld co-star, Jerry Seinfeld. Jerry recently shared that he thinks that you can't make comedies anymore because people are worrying so much about offending other people. But Julia has come out on the other side, sharing that she's all for it. She said, if you look back on comedy and drama, both, let's say, 30 years ago, through the lens of today, you might find bits and pieces that don't age well. She told the New York Times in a new interview. She went on to share that as far as she's concerned, people starting to complain about political correctness was a red flag, and it sometimes means something else, she said, and she seemingly is all for it. She said political correctness insofar as it equates to tolerance is obviously fantastic. So she and Jerry kind of split on that particular subject.
She's in a movie now. I saw the trailer for it that looks like it's a straight up like suspense. It looks intense.
It's called Tuesday, Steve.
Yes, that's it, Nick.
Yeah, she was on CBS Sunday Morning, which I watch every week, and that's why she's on to promote it. But yeah, it's not Veep or Seinfeld. I mean, it's a very different role for her.
Yeah, I assume she's done a handful of maybe non-comedic roles. I mean,
None
I guess
come to mind, but I would have to imagine in her career. Well, she did.
Yeah, in Winter Soldier and
Trolls. She was in that horror movie years ago.
Yeah.
She was in a really cool movie with James Gandolfini right before he passed away, and it was I guess a dramedy or whatever. But she showed her acting chops, and it was a different side of both of them. I can't remember the name of it.
Do you know it's a really good movie? It's the movie she's in with Will Ferrell, where there is an avalanche in the movie.
Oh, yeah.
And he does not step up and act as the courageous father in that movie. They're eating at one of these mountainside, rooftop restaurants. Yeah. And there's an avalanche in the distance, and so this thing occurs, and it sets in motion all this stuff, but it's actually very funny, yeah.
Downhill is what that's called, Steve.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, how about this? Pope Francis will meet with famous comedians in the Vatican on Friday the 14th. The audience, jointly organized by the Vatican's Dicastery for Culture and Education and Dicastery for Communication, with more than 100 entertainers, will take place in the Apostolic Palace. Welcome to the Apostolic Palace, everyone. Time for comedy.
Having a good time? Now pull my finger. It's a fun, yeah?
It's intended to establish a link between the Catholic Church and such artists.
Thinking the Pope is working on a stand-up.
The upcoming meeting, it noted, aims to celebrate the beauty of human diversity and promote a message of peace, love, and solidarity. It promises to be a moment of meaningful intercultural dialogue and sharing of joy and hope. And household names such as Jimmy Fallon, Stephen Colbert, Conan O'Brien, Whoopi Goldberg, and Chris Rock are set to be among the comedians.
It's pretty amazing. It's going to culminate with a 3-hour roast of the Pope.
Taking part from the United States. Oh, they're going to roast
him?
Yeah,
like the Tom Brady thing.
Oh, nice.
Oh, Christ. What did I get myself into, right? All right, now I can take it. Go ahead.
Oh, Christ.
Oh, Christ. I mean, yeah.
Meanwhile, there will be comedians from all around the world, including from the UK and Ireland, present on Friday, with the largest group, fully 2/3 of the participants being from Italy. So a lot of Italian stand-up comedians will be there. The statement recalled Pope Francis during an interview with Italian TV channel TV 2000 when he said that he prays daily in the world of St. Thomas More, asking the Lord to grant him a sense of humor, by the way. So besides the names I mentioned...
You can read those Your Mama joke books.
Also, Tig Notaro, James Martin are the other comedians from the U.S. who will be a part of that group. So
it's pretty interesting. Kind of weird, yeah, but cool.
When you were saying comedians, I was like, okay, Colbert should be there. And I was also thinking Gaffigan should be there.
You're talking about the more religious of the cluster?
Yeah.
Yeah, because he's Catholic, right?
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. All right, I have hair change news for you this morning. Yeah, this is... And I've never had a story like this. Bradley Cooper is debuting a new facial hairstyle.
This is good. You're including the males.
On Monday, the Oscar nominee was spotted in New York City showing off a new look. He was, see if you guys can find a picture of it, Marissa, because it's interesting. He was seen in the city with an unusual-looking beard. Cooper's new look included a full beard, but with one key element missing, the chin area. And the A Star is Born director shaved the portion below his lower lip and his entire chin, leaving his cheeks, mustache, and sideburns neatly groomed.
Kind of looks like his chin is poking out through a beard.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a little Wolverine-y, though.
It does.
Yes.
A little Wolverine-y.
Thank you, Case. Yes.
It's got to be for a movie, no?
Yeah.
Well, we don't know. It may be. His sideburns are neatly groomed. He was seen in a casual ensemble, a pair of light wash straight leg jeans, an embroidered short sleeve black button up,
I love it when you do
and a
that.
pair of Nike Air Jordans.
Wait,
For a new movie called Wolver Maestro.
where was this, did it say?
I believe it was in New York, yeah.
Oh, okay.
So Cooper's latest look begs the question, could it be for a role or is he debuting a unique way to shave? Cooper was recently seen on Friday, June 7th, rocking a full beard while walking the city streets, proving his new facial hair is a recent transformation.
What's the big innovation? What's the last big thing to happen to facial hair? Could this be one of those moments?
Was it
those
like
shifts?
the big, like, bushy beard?
Yeah, that was, I think.
Like a pandemic beard?
Well, people started just growing it out really large.
Right.
The bigger beard has been around for, I guess, the past, 8, 9, 10 years or something like that, but it has come more into fashion.
I told you my friend was at like an intimate gathering with him, right? Did I tell you guys
I
this?
think so, yeah.
I don't know if you told the whole story on air.
Yeah, she, it was a neighborhood.
Was she talking about his beard?
No, but it wasn't very many people. It was a handful of people, and she walked in, and he was there. He was friends with the host. And
They said no phones and stuff, right?
Yeah, they weren't allowed to have
you told
phones
us
and stuff like
yeah.
that.
Single luxury.
Yeah, and he was there with the Hadid that he's dating. I always forget.
Gigi, right?
Gigi, yeah, and they had the kids were there, and he brought like a Manny with him to watch the kid while he kind of talked to
pleasant?
friends.
Nice,
Oh yeah,
cool.
she said she didn't want to like bother him or
Yeah.
anything like that, so she didn't go over. I think
What's
she
with
spoke
your
to
beard?
She spoke to Gigi because they've met before, so she didn't speak to him. But she said, yeah, like just casual, like a normal person hanging at a party.
He's right here. He's right in the area. I don't know.
I mean,
We should get Wanda Sykes to pitch
to go over and pick them up, and they can both come in.
She loves us.
Yeah.
So anyhow, we're not sure if this is a new look. Maybe Gigi's input. I don't know, or if it's for a role.
I saw a story, and I don't know if it's come across since you are the Entertainment Nexus, concerning a Blake Shelton hair change. All right, I'm going to send it over to you. It might be on tomorrow's report.
Okay. Katie Holmes says that she keeps in touch via text with her former Dawson's Creek castmates, perhaps not as much as she thought. In an interview with the UK Times, she was surprised to find out that the cast has a WhatsApp chat group, and she's not a part of it.
OMG.
She said, all of us text every now and then, but I wasn't aware of the WhatsApp. She said, but you know what? I'm really bad at WhatsApp. I never check it out because it's a little too much. So Katie wants you to know that it's her tech clumsiness that's to blame.
Did you ever watch Dawson's Creek when it was on?
A little bit.
Yeah.
But I wasn't a regular. I couldn't tell you the storylines or anything like that.
Had to do with a creek.
And a guy named
Pacey.
Dawson. Yeah.
So I'm part of 2 or 3 different WhatsApp groups. It's all for it's for my son's like rugby team, and I don't understand. Why not just use text message and have a text chain?
Is anybody international?
No.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I use it. I have a friend
Yeah.
who lives in Colombia in South America, and so it's just as a way to communicate with her that's free and international. So I don't know why they would do that locally.
Okay.
Yeah, it's all local. That's what I was going to say too. And I know a business, that's how they communicate, but some of their employees are overseas.
To your point,
really-
Nick, I used it. The one time I really used it extensively was when Claire was in Africa.
Yeah, I mean, we use it all the time. It's high school friends, but it just makes it easy to chat with Cindy.
All right, I'm looking at my apps right now. Is that Facebook Messenger?
That's Facebook Messenger.
Okay, yeah, that's the one that I don't use, and I have tons of messages on there. And I'm like,
Maybe people want to collab with you.
But I found it to be information overload. It's really, really, if you're trying to impart or gather information about this group, because, it's a lot of for like away games for us.
Right.
But man, like once everybody's like firing on it, I'm like, all right, where's the information that I need? And now
really?
you're scrolling. You're like, okay, somebody
That's
did
the same
include
as
a
a
link.
text chain.
But what's the difference? You're in the same quagmire.
too many people. All right. This is really cool, and we should have a clip for this, two of them, actually. Ryan Reynolds was at yesterday's taping of The View, but not as a guest to the show. It was about halfway through the episode. Whoopi Goldberg called out the actor for sitting in the crowd with his mother, Tammy, for the show's taping. So we have, when Whoopi points this out, here we go.
You never know what's going on here at The View. Sometimes you look up and you're like, oh, this is really great. And then you look over and you go, oh, snap. There's Ryan Reynolds.
And then he waves to the audience, and then they ask him about, what he's doing in the studio audience and bringing his mom.
So I didn't want to taste the back of her hand. So I said, let's go to The View. And so we made a call. I told them, I'm Blake's husband. I'd love to come to The View. Does that get us a little farther? And then here we are.
Yeah, he said that it's it's way less stressful to be in the audience than to be up there. He said, my mom is here visiting her grandkids, and yesterday she said it's my dream to go to The View.
Do they live in New York?
No, they were visiting. She lives in Vancouver,
Right.
and they let her do the outro. Ryan Reynolds' mom say goodbye to everybody at the end.
Oh, cool.
She watches The View every day.
All right, so I think the more interesting one was when you saw Amy Schumer in the crowd or the background of, was it Judge Judy that she went to a taping of?
Seriously.
You're like, legit, you're like, is that Amy Schumer in the crowd?
Completely forgot about that, and it just went untouched.
Yeah.
I didn't see it.
Yeah,
she's
it was
just a
a
fan
few
of-
years ago, Steve. Yeah,
That's pretty funny.
It was really
That's
weird.
really funny.
Well, this is good news. A huge milestone achieved for Isabella Strahan, the teen daughter of Michael Strahan, completed her course of chemotherapy over the weekend. And in a TikTok video, she's seen dancing as she captioned the clip, just finished chemo.
This girl needs something positive. She's been put through so much, man.
Yeah, she was first diagnosed with brain cancer last October and has been chronicling her journey on TikTok ever since. So that's good news, and hopefully things go well for that. Steve, this is for you.
Thank you.
I could have saved this for your birthday tomorrow.
Okay.
But Lacey Chabert and Brennan Elliott will reunite for the 10th time for a Hallmark original later this year.
I let out an audible gasp when I read this yesterday on my couch because I love those two together.
You know the guy?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
And it's a good match. He's good looking enough. You got to be good looking enough for Lacey Chabert. You cannot be modelly good looking. You have to be good looking.
Rugged?
Hallmark good, rugged. A
Okay.
little bit of rugged. You can be a little bit of metro.
Steve, does he like manage the Christmas tree farm sometimes?
He's done that.
Okay.
He's everything from cookies to farm to the HOA to
All right.
everything. He does it all, and he does it brilliantly.
They will pair up in a new
Gives her a
movie
chance to lisp up a storm.
called His and Her, set to premiere during Hallmark's annual Fall in Love event.
Oh, I fell in love.
His and Her
Hard.
will follow a married couple of high-powered lawyers at two separate law firms who go up against each other when they're opposing sides in a messy divorce of two reality TV stars.
Oh,
Chabert celebrated the new movie as, quote, a chance to reunite with my dear friend Brennan Elliott, and she went on to share bringing these stories to the audience together is always such a joy experience.
so they're doing a lot of stuff outside the Christmas realm, but for me, the money shot is always the Christmas stuff.
Elliott also took the time to celebrate his co-star, saying, I have been so blessed and lucky to have been able to star in 10 films with Lacey Chabert. 10, man.
I know. And she's got like 100 of them.
She is a great friend, and collaborating with her on screen has been one of the most treasured and impactful joys of my career, he said.
It's good because she stays right in her lane.
Oh, my God, yes.
Right in her lane.
Yeah. No, there's no way to deviate in those. That's why I can't stand them personally, but I mean, it's just the same thing over and over and over and over again, and they run in my house over and over and over again.
Yeah.
So despite his imposter syndrome, Johnny Depp beat out some of the biggest names in film and music for his breakout role. The Academy Award nominee revealed that he beat out the likes of Tom Hanks, Tom Cruise, and even Michael Jackson for his role in Tim Burton's Edward Scissorhands.
No kidding.
He told director Tara Wood that Cruise was not far away from actually playing Edward Scissorhands.
I can't see Tom Cruise as Edward Scissorhands.
No way.
He said, true story. He was reflecting on the film for an untitled docuseries about Tim Burton. The actor said that Burton and Caroline Thompson's script, quote, passed through everything, anything solid, and went to the very core of whatever I am. The writing was beautiful. The character was beautiful. What I suppose attracted me emotionally was that Edward was me. It's exactly what I should be doing.
How close did we come to Maverick Scissorhands?
I don't know. Coming off his stint on 21 Jump Street, he felt pigeonholed as a teen idol, and he said he had to fight the label, noting that his starring role in John Waters' 1990 cult classic Crybaby was the first solid step in the direction I wanted to go. But given Burton's rising star following Pee-wee's Big Adventure and Beetlejuice, as well as Hollywood's interest in the project, Depp thought that he's never going to cast me when everyone in Hollywood is after the part. He said Tim's really juggling because he's getting hit by his agent, the studio, everybody. So I called my agent after reading the script and I said, please cancel the meeting. I'm not going. And she said, are you effing nuts? And he said, it was weird because there's always that bastard in your skull that goes, come on, man, you're a TV actor guy. Because at that time, it was almost either or. But he finally gave in, and he met with Burton. He got the part, obviously, which ultimately earned him his first Golden Globe nomination.
Are you a fan of the movie?
Not really.
Yeah. So I am. Really? I become more of a fan over the years. When I initially saw it, I was not so much, and now I do find it enchanting, and I do enjoy it.
Yeah. Did you like it, Nick? You commented there.
I loved it. I don't know. I'm an emo bitch, so I guess I like that type of stuff. But I just looked it up. They've worked together 8 times.
Yes. Ed Wood, Sleepy Hollow, Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, Corpse Bride, Sweeney Todd, Alice in Wonderland, and Dark Shadows as well. So they've had a nice, long relationship together.
I think one of the magical aspects of Edward Scissorhands is that they never quite explain how he wipes.
Right. Yeah.
They leave that a mystery to let the audience fill in that part of the story.
You don't even really know if he has a butthole, to be honest.
No, because he seems eternal at some point because she ages,
right,
and he's still up there chopping away on the...
You ever see him eating anything? Because something's
don't
going
really
in,
ever see him eating anything.
Okay. Yes.
I think he trains because he's like a Frankenstein-type creature.
He has dinner with Diane Wiest and...
Is a butthole mentioned during that conversation?
Mr. Arkin? Adam Arkin?
Yeah.
Alan Arkin?
Nary a butthole to be had.
No, because, I mean, man... He's a benevolent character.
Do you think they were ignoring it on purpose?
I think they wanted the audience to fill that in. That's one thing you give that to the audience.
The untitled Tim Burton docuseries premiered yesterday at the Tribeca Film Festival, by the way. All right, before you ask, no, it has nothing to do with the movie Wild Things, which starred Denise Richards, but the new E! show does borrow the film's title and its stars. Richards features in the half-hour comedic docuseries that will premiere next year. The new series will follow Richards, her husband Aaron Pfeiffers, and her daughters Sammy, Lola, and Eloise.
Is this a reality family show?
The last time Richards and a brood, were on E! was in 2008 when they appeared in Denise Richards' It's Complicated. In a statement, she said, "My family and I are thrilled to return to the home of E!" Sammy and Lola were just 3 and 4 years old when we first shared our story, and now we've come full circle. This is the perfect partnership for our family series.
So I wonder if they're going up against the Baldwin reality series.
As our lives are full of fun, love, and unpredictability, and we can't wait for the audience to share this adventure with us. So
I was reading an article about her OnlyFans, Denise Richards' OnlyFans site. It is killing monetarily.
What is she doing?
She's doing sexy photos. Not nudes, but sexy photos.
Okay.
No feet, huh?
Kathy, for Christ's sake.
Come on, Kath.
Well, here's what I suggest. We do a photo session here in the studio. You just post, and we can figure out. No one would ever know it was you because you're going to do it anonymously.
Right. But I mean, even if they did, it's just my feed. Who cares, right?
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, everyone has feet.
You might be
except
better off.
amputees.
I'm getting a pedicure today, so maybe we'll start tomorrow.
All right.
What? Preston, I'm trying to make us money here.
Yeah.
Don't
I-
let-
Yeah.
I'm on
Make-
board.
it's your
You'll
feet.
never
You make
do it.
money.
You'll never do it.
If you do it,
You'd feel
It would
violated.
be so goddamn hilarious to
would
see
be.
this anonymous foot model on OnlyFans who's just cleaning up.
So a friend of mine had the exact same idea, right? We discussed this, and she actually did it. She started a page, and she said it's disgusting, the people that message her. And you have
course.
to, and people will request like private videos.
Yes,
and
that's where the money is.
They'll pay her for
Yeah.
the private videos, and it's nothing other than their fee.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
You know what's? It's just I don't think there's anything creepier than the comment section of a hot chick on Instagram. It's just, hey baby, oh you look so like blue is such a great color for you, sweetie.
You know,
Sweetie, like
Yeah.
It works. It works every time. Those
Yeah,
guys,
yeah.
they constantly get laid from it.
the guy that kills me is the guy who tries to break away from the collective. Don't listen to these other guys.
Yeah.
You're more than just that.
Yeah.
Oh, look, we're like, the Instagram model's going to go, oh my gosh.
But I
he's
wonder-
special.
I-
he sees me for who I am.
I wonder how they do view those people because after all, it is income, it's money,
Yeah. Oh,
and the more you have, the more you're going to get. And do they look at that? Oh my God, look at this creep, or just another one of my little creepers? You know what I mean?
The creep, but to a point, that's money in the bank.
Yeah.
Yeah, but there was she said she will get creeped out. And she's like, I'm not responding to that guy. Like
Yeah,
that's
right.
Yeah.
All right. So, Kath, is there anyone else on the planet, or certainly in the United States, that works in radio that you could corner this market? Radio, female, foot model on OnlyFans.
Can we commit to it? Can we do the shoot here?
Yeah, we'll do. Yeah, I'll have to. Yeah, I'll get a pedicure. I mean, but okay.
Look at them now.
Could we
We
get
gotta
like
set up an account.
Allison?
And then we got to figure out how to split the money too.
Yeah.
Because you said us.
Yeah. I mean, well,
No.
listen, if you're going to help me with the photo shoots and stuff,
We'll
and-
help you.
Yeah, Marissa will edit the photos.
Do we do like classic movie scenes like they did at the end of Best in Show where her feet are in the back of a wagon?
Yes,
like
they feature
Yeah.
as the stars of the
Right.
show, of
That's
the
the-
movie.
that's
Or like a Casablanca with your feet getting on a plane?
I love that where it's there's different settings.
Yeah,
There's
yeah,
different
yeah.
themes. It's
Yeah.
not just like a foot in a shoe. It's
How
like
about your feet on a bench talking about life being a box of chocolates?
where are my feet going today?
What would you call your footwear today? Is it Birkenstocks?
Well, no, but like a
Open- they're open toes.
Birkenstock style.
Here's what I suggest. We whet the appetite on our YouTube channel today. Just see.
Just hold it up
Yeah.
to the-
Oh, Kathy's
yeah, yeah.
holding up to the camera now.
Not those
I can't show you.
Frankensteins.
All right, well, anyhow, we're working on it.
All right, we're working on it.
Money's there. Money's
listen-
on the table.
But listen, you're not going to know, so you have to
You won't know.
keep searching.
Just join as many foot sites as you can.
All right, one last story and then the clips. The 1998 film Practical Magic is finally getting a sequel. Sandra Bullock and Nicole Kidman, who both starred in the original, are in talks about appearing in Practical Magic 2. The movie is officially said to be in production.
Wow.
So I don't think they're starring in it. I think they're just going to appear in it.
Because right now the biggest magical act would be hiding the wrinkles.
It's reportedly a formality to get the two Academy Award-winning actresses on board. The announcement was made at midnight yesterday on TikTok, and
I
the
like
two
that movie.
actresses will produce the film too, by the way. All right, let's do the clips. Christian Convery has spent all of his teenage years playing Gus, a half-human, half-deer hybrid who survived the apocalypse. And here Christian talks about growing up on the set of Sweet Tooth.
I spent 5 years on this project. You know, I got to grow alongside my character. I got to learn so much about a lot of things, life, acting, emotions, and so did my character. You know, he's experienced death, he's experienced trauma, but he's also experienced the great of humanity.
I said what?
Sweet Tooth is streaming now on Netflix. All right, here is our next clip. Bad Boys Ride or Die brings Mike Marcus back to the screen to investigate corruption within the Miami Police Department. In this clip, Will Smith talks about deciding to go for number 4.
We agreed after the second movie that we weren't making any more unless the movie had a reason to go into the world. And it's absolutely a romp, comedy, summer blockbuster film. But at the core of it, you know, underneath the jokes are some really powerful spiritual ideas.
He sounds really happy about that.
I think he's just happy to have a lot of the heat of the other stuff off of him now.
God, yes. Bad Boys Ride or Die is in theaters now.
And it's very spiritual.
And it's doing very well, by the way. All right, and there you go. That's the entertainment report for you this morning. Robert Irvine on our show today. Andy Summers, guitarist of The Police, is on our show today.
Both bad boys.
And we have 2 announcements to make as well. We'll get to the first one a little less than an hour from now around the Bizarre File time, and then one later on in the show closer to 10 a.m. and chances to win some stuff along with those announcements. So we're going to take a break. We'll come back in just a moment. Hang on for the ride. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve.
We got a couple of guests that are in our studio.
Yep.
Fresh from our Acme Lounge.
Yeah.
Finally, we're getting to use it.
Yeah, exactly. They have arrived in our studio via the UK, and we actually hung out with them in London. They came by our live broadcast when the Eagles were playing, and we did a few days in London, and they are in town filming for their YouTube series, and they're great people. We love them. Give some love to Joel and Leah. Who are here.
Thanks for having us.
Hi, guys. How are you?
Oh, we're good. We're even happier you've used that music.
Yeah.
Of course.
Very royal.
Iconic. As soon as it came on, I was like, this is incredible.
Any American show, whenever, and this has been for decades, whenever they go to London or England, there is a stock shot of Big Ben, and that's the music that plays to show the transition. It is almost guaranteed.
They'll show a car going across Tower Bridge, and
and that's it.
The music
every
gets
time.
played.
Oh, I know where we are.
Yep.
And of course, you'll hear like the Paris. You get the Eiffel Tower.
Oh, yeah.
All the stand. Oh, here's where we are.
Yeah, every time. So listen, you guys, when did you get to the States?
Tuesday.
On Tuesday.
Yeah.
And Kate flew into Philadelphia or New York, or where'd you go?
Yeah, Philadelphia. We got
Philadelphia.
detained. That was
Yeah,
fun.
detained.
I told Casey about it. It was, we were terrified. US border control. So scary.
So detained, what did they...
Well, detained might be a bit dramatic, but they took us aside. They took our passports away, took us into secondary questioning.
Oh.
They separated us. They went through all our luggage. They were asking us all these probing
Joel,
questions.
my palms are sweating as we read
I know,
it.
same.
Like, I'm getting, and we're so innocent. That's
And
the problem.
they don't smile at you, right? Like
No.
there's no like, don't worry, we're just gonna. It's like you think you're, something.
The thing to do,
Yeah.
and the way to deflect immediately, if you ever get in that situation, is say, we don't have any bombs.
Yeah, I've heard
and then
that.
they'll react. No, it is a weird thing, and I think a lot of people go through. I know I do. I'm always like, I know that I'm completely. There's nothing. It's clean, but
Yeah,
you're
but
like,
you're
you
nervous.
can't help it when they start pointing their attention at you. You're going to start getting nervous.
Oh, yeah. I
And
was like, Joel, we need to get our story straight. He was like, what story? we just tell the truth.
If you're not familiar with Joel and Leah, they have this YouTube series, and they do a lot of comparisons to American culture and British culture, and that's where they jumped on our radar because they'll do fun things like sampling food. I watched a video this morning of you, Joel, driving in the United States for the first time.
Yeah.
And that was in Orlando, I
it's
think.
playing.
Yeah,
Oh
it
my
was. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Listen, when we went to London, after spending a couple days, in advance, I'm like, I'm wondering if I could be able to drive here or not. And after spending a couple days, actually 5 minutes, I'm like, no.
No.
Way would I be able to. And London is a major metropolitan area. So being able to drive in, maybe I could pull it off in the country, but in a city, forget it, man.
Really? You think you could do country roads? They are terrifying. They're
Are
so
they?
small and narrow, and you feel like everyone's going to hit you, and it's really scary.
Okay,
Do you know
I'll
what
just
happens?
write off the whole country.
Anytime, so years ago we'd gone over when Guinness was giving away. They used to have a promotion where they give away pubs in Ireland. Like you'd get the
Wow.
pub, you'd get the whole business. And so we went over, and I don't think we even drove then, Preston. I think Marilyn's friend drove around.
Yeah.
Like, I'm always thinking of that story years ago when, remember, Matthew Broderick was over, and he was driving with, I think, Aaron,
Yeah.
from
Jennifer
Jennifer Grey.
Grey, yeah.
And they were on the wrong side of the road, and they collided with the family, and it was a horrible story.
Yeah.
I'm like, nah, because
Yeah.
it's such a you've been driving so long here.
Yeah, you've trained your
my
whole
fear
life.
is I would just lapse back into the wrong
Yeah.
side.
You
Hang on,
like
though.
driving on the right side of the road.
It was scary.
Yeah.
And I did start driving with one foot on each pedal because I drive a manual, so an automatic. And Leah was like, "Why is it so jerky?" And she's like, "Have you got a foot on each pedal?" I was like, "Yeah."
We
so
sound like so intelligent on this show.
But it was easy in the end because your roads are wider. I feel like, especially in Florida, people don't get angry. There's so much road rage in the UK, and in Florida they were just like, "Nah, you cut me up, it's fine."
It's really funny because Brits are quite polite. Well, we're kind of polite-ish, but then on
Not
the
in a car.
road, we
Yeah.
have this alter ego where we feel like we can say anything behind the car.
And there probably is road rage here, but just where we were in Florida, they were just.
No, there is.
Yeah.
But I'm surprised to hear that there's a lot in England. Everyone does seem. I mean, obviously, you always make these sweeping generalities. Everyone's so pleasant, but you're saying that that's out on the road behind the wheel. It's a different story.
Totally different story.
But you know what? It's probably not scary to you guys because it's just like, "Oh, you idiot!"
Right.
Yeah.
So while you're in the area, how much time are you spending in Philadelphia and filming here?
So yeah, we have 6 days in total.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Which is kind of short, but we're hoping to just do all the touristy stuff, and obviously
Okay.
we're going to try Philly cheesesteak as well. So we haven't
First
done that yet.
time.
First time, yeah. So
A
excited.
Philly cheesesteak, you got to try several of them.
Several.
all of them.
There's, it's you can't. I mean, they're all over the place. And so,
Oh, wow.
But we can point you guys in the right direction if you need some places to go to. Yeah.
When you travel, because when we came over to London, you sort of feel compelled to do the touristy
Yeah,
stuff.
yeah.
But you don't necessarily get a taste of the city or the country when you do that. When you guys travel, do you bang out the touristy stuff and then dive a little deeper, or what's your approach?
So it's really funny. Tell them about the love thing.
Well, yeah. So everyone was banging on about the love sculpture here, and like, you need to see it. And then we got there, and it was just like this
was
tiny
just
little
tiny.
love.
Yeah,
sculpture.
right.
We looked at it and we went, no, surely not.
Surely not.
Surely.
But we do try to hit all of the touristy stuff.
Wait, so you didn't like the love statue?
We just
I
went,
thought it'd
no,
be
we've not
huge.
come halfway across the world for that. No, come on.
Like,
Make
it's all
it make
very
sense.
cute. Like, it's nice. Love's great. We love love.
lovely. Oh, we
But
love love.
It's just a very small sculpture.
You're right. It's not.
It's unimpressive.
Yeah, it's not like an art masterpiece. As in, wow, how did they make?
It's the
that,
word love.
Yeah.
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 It's
But
like-
it's a nice positive message. It's,
Yeah. We thought, no wonder they detained us at the airport. They don't believe we're tourists. There's nothing to see.
Right. They're just bored. Well, it's like the Liberty Bell, which whenever somebody comes here, I never say go see the Liberty Bell. It's underwhelming. It's a crack bell. I get it, but there's a lot of stuff down there that and we did a thing years ago about people have lived here all their lives and have not seen it. It's just so you will leave, I'm sure, seeing more than a lot of Philadelphians have seen in your 6 days here.
Okay.
Do you guys do all the planning of what you want to do while you're here, or do you? Yeah, you do it.
So loose planning, don't we? And then most of it's just like make it up as we go along. But
we
we
get-
will have a few.
And we get recommendations from
Yeah.
our viewers as well. We rely heavily on that because we want to make videos for them. So we're like, well, what do you want to see?
Yeah.
So most of the times it will be all the touristy stuff. And we would like to go off the beaten track, but we don't often have the time to do that.
Well, I think that's the charm, is that you're doing the stuff that everyone says initially would say, I'd like to check that out. So these recon trips where you're going and you come here, and obviously most of what you do is predicated on the differences and similarities. How many times a year, outside of a COVID scenario, would you make the trip to the States?
Yeah, we used to do quite a few, didn't we?
Yeah.
And then COVID just sort of meant that couldn't happen. So
Maybe
what we're
3
aiming
trips a
for?
year?
At least
Yeah,
three?
3 or 4.
Yeah, 3 or 4. That's cool.
Yeah.
I feel like 6 days, you can get like everything done and then some in 6 days here.
Yeah.
Like, no doubt. I don't even know what you've done so far and what you have planned for today.
So what have we done so far, Joel? You're the
So
map.
far-
Joel's the map.
We
I'm just the wandering follower.
we went to Reading Terminal Market for
Okay.
breakfast.
Good cause.
Loved it.
That was nice.
Well,
and
did
then
you go to Denick's? Because there's a one of the shops in there has what has been labeled the greatest sandwich in the United States is
Wow.
at Reading Terminal Market.
Really? Did they just write that on the poster,
Yeah,
or did they actually?
They
it been
didn't
made?
write it. It was I can't remember which foodie or which but it was like
Yeah.
it wasn't a Philadelphian who said it. It was
Okay.
somebody who has toured the whole country and said this is
That
the
is the
greatest.
best sandwich.
You will bet. I mean, there's a lot of great food here. That's one thing. I mean, Philly, over the course of the time that we've been doing the show, has become a real foodie city.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of great stuff to check out. And as Preston was right, You can't do one cheesesteak. You're going to have to do a couple.
Okay.
Yeah, well,
That's fine with
That's
us.
interesting. Yeah, I can see the title now of that video. We tried the best sandwich in America.
Yes,
That'd be
right.
quite good.
That'd be
Yeah.
good. We also talking about soft pretzels. Apparently, that's a
Apparently
Philly
that's a thing.
Someone
is.
said tomato pie.
Yes.
And then I told that to someone, and they were like, "What is
Yes.
that?"
That's
Is
what we
that-
call
yeah,
it
what
too.
is it?
Tomato pie.
Oh, tomato.
Tomato pie.
Tomato pie. Yeah. So yes, it's kind of like pizza.
Okay.
But
Without the cheese.
Without the cheese,
Oh,
and it's
cold.
usually
It's
served
cold.
cold.
So
And,
it's
and
really
it has a
nothing like
sweetness to
pizza.
it too.
It's sweet.
It's
You're
sweet.
really
yeah.
selling it, guys.
Yeah, it's unique and it's good, but
Corporalese.
You have to
Corporalese.
go
You need a
Corporalese.
Corporalese to get there. They're our favorite tomato pie for sure.
And the sweetness I think is what will surprise you. Is that it definitely has that taste to it. And it took a while for me to acclimate to it. You probably also have to do crab fries, right?
Ooh.
Yeah, chickens and Pete's.
Oh,
Yeah.
So
those
crab
are
fries.
good.
Why do you call us? We will give you a whole list.
There's
Listen,
so much food
I
choice,
put her.
yeah.
I put Leah in touch with Marissa. I said she is Philadelphia, like
Right.
and anything and everything that you need to know. And actually, because you're Greek as well.
Yeah.
One of her best friends owns a Greek restaurant, and it's what's it called? Hopa.
Oppa.
Yeah.
Oppa.
Oppa.
Yeah,
I love
and
that.
so she owns a nice restaurant in the city of Philadelphia. But like,
That's
if you
awesome.
really needed to consult anybody about anything you needed to see and do in the city, Marissa's your person.
Is there a Sixers game while they're here?
There's the Sixers. Yeah, and LeBron James is in town.
Is
LeBron
that,
James.
wow, you're joking.
Yeah.
Wow, I thought I pretended to be a fangirl then, but that's quite impressive. Isn't
Yeah,
it? Is that at the Wells Fargo?
Yeah.
Look at you.
Yeah.
Well, I did do a little bit of research. So, yeah.
Where are you guys staying in the city, downtown?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
So we won't say where.
No,
No,
exactly.
you know.
Yeah.
Last time we said where we were in a
Oh my
hotel,
gosh.
we just got so much food sent to the hotel, so maybe we
my
should
gosh.
say it.
Honestly,
We
they
got
kept
Cuban
calling
sandwiches,
us.
we got cheese, deliveries of just cheese, because we said on a live stream how we
We
wanted
said we were hungry.
cheese.
They
and
started
then-
sending food.
Yeah, it
Oh,
was
so
amazing.
Bruno Brothers.
That's very cool that your viewers are that
Yeah.
nice and that look
Amazing.
out
Oh,
for
they
you.
are, yeah.
We
And-
got to send them to Italian Market. Take a
Yes.
look at that down that way because you mentioned cheese. De Bruno Bros is down there, right?
Yeah, De Bruno's actually all over the place.
Are you
Yeah.
guys museum people?
Nah.
We've got a cool one.
Olive.
We've
There's
got
one
a
called
super
the,
cool
The
one.
Muter Museum. It's,
Yeah.
it's written like Mutter, but it's pronounced Muter Museum, and it's oddities and it's weird like medical
Medical.
anomalies and stuff like that. And it's a really cool building on top of it. So
This Instagram video from a guy who has an account called Tim from Kicking Harold. Actually, a really good personality, and he tells these really great stories. He was talking about the recording session for Hard to Handle. Black Crowes had not yet. There was I guess amongst the record company, there was a great vibe that this band is really, really good.
Ready to break?
And they're ready to break. And so they were going to do a cover song, Hard to Handle. And but they wanted to call in and have a guest musician play the guitar solo on that. And they had set it up for Slash to come in and play. But he pulled a full-on no-show, just flat out.
Oh, no.
Didn't make it to the session. And I guess they needed to record that day. So Brendan O'Brien, the producer, he's a guitarist, and is like, I'll do it. And he played that guitar
it's
solo.
friggin' awesome.
I always thought it was Rich Robinson.
Yeah.
Playing that.
Yeah, so
guitar
did
solo.
I.
And it is a ripping, awesome, bluesy, badass guitar solo. It's, I mean,
feel
like
a
you
little
can
bit
sing
great,
it.
actually.
It's
Yeah.
one of those you can sing
Yeah.
it. And it's pretty wild, man. Every now and then you find out a little tidbit of music. Like it wasn't until there were a couple times in the Get Back with the Beatles, Peter Jackson doc, that I'm like, oh, John is playing the guitar solo on that song. I didn't know that.
Right.
I never knew that.
Yeah, but this guy, this Tim from Kicking Harold, he presents the story. He's very, very succinct. He doesn't go long with it. And then he doesn't reveal the kicker until the very, very
He's
end.
like Paul Harvey.
It's the
Yeah.
Paul Harvey rest of the story thing.
the rest of the story.
Yeah, Paul Harvey would string you along with this really long story, and you think you knew the answer to it, but
Right.
he would give you a twist at the end.
Turned out to be a vajummic. He'd been having sex with her vajummic.
that whole
And
time.
now you know the rest of the story. How did she know she wouldn't get pregnant? It turned out he was having sex with her vajummic. And now you know the rest of the story.
The one that I sent Preston the prior to the Black Crowes one was he's talking about how this guitarist from this band was drafted into Vietnam, and then so they decided they drew a target on his foot. And they shot him in the foot to avoid the draft. They waited. They called an ambulance. They waited till they could hear the ambulance sirens, then shot him.
It was the Allman Brothers.
Yeah,
So
supposedly.
there are a whole bunch of stories of that time like that, of trying to get out of the draft. And I have no doubt.
Oh, yeah.
I love stuff like this.
This is a great guitar solo.
And it would be different if it was Slash.
Another cool fact here, somebody texted and said about the first Black Crowes album is that it features Chuck Leavell of the Allman Brothers and the Rolling Stones on keyboards. They had asked him to come in and do one song before he left for Europe, and he wound up staying and doing about 7 or 8 most of the album. So interesting stories. I
love stuff like this.
I do too.
Yeah,
most definitely. All right. So I wanted to throw this out to you. I was talking to somebody the other day. I accidentally.
Oh, okay.
I
my fries were up.
I sent that over there by accident. No, we're not. Stop it.
It's not.
No, it's not. But this could pertain to restaurants. Have you ever been called out for giving a bad recommendation to someone? Meaning you have suggested a restaurant, a movie.
What? Why are you idiots talking to me?
Kathy looked right at Nick.
I'm not going to say the name of it, but you know the recommendation you gave me. And
Was it a restaurant?
Yes. Terrible service.
Oh, yeah. This was recent.
Yes, it was like 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, sorry.
And it was a place you really liked?
I
Nick?
love it, yeah.
Okay.
And I still love it, and I think it was an aberration.
He stands by. He's like, you have to go back and try again. But it was so bad. I was irritated.
Okay, and how did you break it to him? How did you?
Oh, I just told him. I was like, "Hey, listen, I went here, and guess what?" And told him, and he was like, "Oh no, you have to go back. That might have been." And I did say, like, a lot of the staff was young. I think maybe it was like they had new hires back from college or something like that. Maybe it was a learning day.
God, Kathy Romano's here.
I don't know, but even like you guys know how I feel about cocktails, and like. Yeah. My cocktail wasn't good. Like, I was really disappointed in it.
Okay.
Do you know I'm a foot model?
And with part of this is, do you tell the person who gave you the recommendation that it was a poor
or do you wait on the off chance they'll never ask because you don't want to hurt their feelings? It's a tough thing to slalom sometimes.
I think it depends.
Unless, like you, Kathy, you want to make him feel embarrassed.
No, like I think it depends on who it is. Like I could say that to Nick, and actually, I went to a restaurant that was terrible. Food was awful. It was not it just wasn't me. It wasn't my vibe. And like the guy who recommended it was so excited. He was like, how was it? And I told him, I was like, it was not for me. Like that was not.
Right.
I'll tell you where it has even more import is when you recommend like a vacation location. Oh, you gotta go here.
Yeah.
So people have taken like a week and they're like, oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah.
And they come back, it's a friggin' nightmare.
It was terrible.
Yeah.
I made a suggestion to Casey one time. He didn't like it. It was a restaurant at the shore. And your exact words were, we hated it. It was pedestrian at best.
Yeah, I had actually recommended
that sounds like a thumbs down.
No. Are you talking about? Yeah, I know.
Yeah, you don't want to say the names.
Yeah. It's funny because I told you to go there.
Right.
Because I had heard really, really good things. And then I finally went there and I was like, now the other place that you recommended.
That's really good.
That's really, really good.
So you gave him and did you preface it? You told him this was a third party recommendation.
Yeah, so my cousin had recommended the place. My cousin eats well, right? So there are a few people on this planet where if you tell me to try some food or try a restaurant, I'm like, okay, Preston said go there. George said go there. Jeff said go there. I just said all three of those. Yeah.
Because a slight concern for me was like, oh man, he's never going to listen to another suggestion that I have for a restaurant. So, okay. No. All right. Then all good. Marissa, you wanted to jump in?
Casey, did I ever tell you about my trip to Ireland?
Wait, the one where I had a cab driver for you?
Yes.
That guy.
So
okay.
Casey's friend is Irish from Ireland and recommended that I go to Belfast and take a tour with his brother. And so we did. My cousin and I went there and we're in this tour and we're kind of like, it's like historical and giving us all of the information about things that have happened. And the guy literally turns to us in the middle of it and he goes, I don't know why my cousin keeps sending people here. He's like, I hate it. I don't know why he keeps sending people here. Because he could just like read our faces that we were like on like a fun party vacation and like we're just in the back of this car getting driven around Belfast.
Can I ask you a question? I don't know why he does this all the time. It stresses me so much, and I hate him, and I hate that he does it.
But my friend Anthony insisted that
I'd
Marissa
say
call
things
his
like
brother.
that, but he knows I don't mean it.
We took like a 2-hour train ride just to get there, and he met us at the train
You
station.
shouldn't have come.
He was so nice, and he was so sweet. And by the end of it, I was like, is there like just like a coffee shop that you could just drop us, like a cool record store? Maybe we could do some shopping. He's like, dropped us off. He's like, I'll meet you here in 90 minutes.
Wow.
Kathy and I think there's just no filter. So, like, if I recommend something and Kathy doesn't like it, she's not going to be afraid to tell me that. And
Yeah.
I'm actually glad that you did. I hope that you go back and give it another shot, but maybe you won't. And I would understand that too. Steve, when it comes to travel, I'm really hesitant because everybody travels differently.
Yeah,
Everybody has
it's
different
true.
ones and different likes. And
Yeah.
so, like, the stuff that I like or the stuff that I want to go do might be a little more obscure or whatever. So, like, also, just when it comes to travel, like, find out on your own. You know, like, I can give recommendations, but just because I like it doesn't mean you're going to.
But you know how people put a little more
Sure.
gravitas on somebody they feel that is sort of vetted in their minds.
Yeah.
Oh, well, they would never. But you exactly for the reason you said. You don't know how someone travels. You don't know what they look for. But and it's funny how this dynamic can exist from everything from a book recommendation or a movie recommendation to a trip recommendation. And then how do you react when...
Well, you have to go.
Yeah.
You have to. You have to eat there.
Or the person who does say, "You've never been."
It is the best. It is literally the best.
It changed my life.
Yeah, but you know what? So there are specific people that I'll take travel recommendations from. There is one person in my life that I just don't, and she's been so many places, but she does not travel the way I do. But Nick, you've given me travel recommendations, and Steve,
Go to hell.
No, well, and I would take Steve's travel recommendations as well because I know Steve travels similarly to the way I do. And Nick, I think you do both. You would never, you know me too. You would never recommend some camping in the Grand Canyon somewhere. You know what I mean? He recommended the nicest hotel there was in the Grand Canyon. And I was like, oh my God, I love it there.
He recommended I go to because I was in Scranton last week, and his fiance's from Scranton. He recommended I go to a pizza place, and I let you know that I didn't really care for it all that much.
That's right.
But I told you in advance. I was like, "Look, this is weird. You know, like it's not for everybody." And same Preston. I told Casey, it's like emos in St. Louis. Like you love it, you grew up on it. But I told Casey, you might not like it.
Yeah.
It is kind of odd.
Right. Speaking of that, like emos, I was on a plane one time, I was flying to St. Louis, and there was a group on there, and this guy was going, "Oh, you got to go. It's best pizza ever. It's blah, blah, blah." And I'm like, you're not selling it the right way.
Did you feel the need to?
It's a local flavor, and it is not the kind of pizza that you're used to, but you should try it if you're interested in some local stuff. You know what I mean?
I have done,
as opposed to, it's the greatest ever.
I have done a similar where I've heard like somebody recommend a movie or a TV show to somebody that I know and they're going to not like it. And I let me buffer this a little bit.
Yeah, exactly.
Let me contextualize
I would
this.
love to step in as well and say, I'm going to tell you why somebody might like this. It might not be for you.
Right.
But
have realistic expectations.
But you may find out that it's wonderful.
Yes.
You may love it.
But when
I don't know.
when you're told from the get-go that it is, oh my God.
All right, here you go. Here's a good one. Somebody texted in, I hate when people recommend comedians. I almost never find their comedy funny.
Oh,
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, I get that.
I
It's
can
so
get
subjective.
that too.
Yeah.
I agree. I get people that do suggest that, and I'll watch and I'm like, it's not my kind of comedy. You know, like I love Tom Papa.
Yeah.
But Tom Papa is the exact same age as I am. We have similar dynamics. It's family stuff. He dives right into the way I live.
not everybody's
But
thing.
it's not everybody's cup of tea, you know? I mean, it might be a little too light for some people.
It's almost akin to someone who always, I've got a good joke for you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think, okay. What is it like?
Yeah, go ahead.
Go and
try
tell me
it.
the joke.
Hey, I'm going to go to Dustin. Hey, Dustin, good morning.
Nana PR, bitch.
Not a PR. That's our first.
That's a new one. Yeah.
Bitch.
What's up, Dustin?
So I got a recommendation from a woman at work for a bachelorette party spot. She said it was amazing. So she's like, you have to send your wife. This is years and years ago before we got married. She said, you have to tell your wife to go to this bachelorette spot in Delco. So I suggested it to the wife, and she took her and about 20 of her friends down with her. And when they got there, she called me and said it was god awful. It was a place that included all the food, all the drinks, nightclub, dancing, stay, and everything. And the food was terrible. The nightclub was creepy.
Was
and
this
then they had to stay in a a dormitory that had a lockdown at midnight
for a bachelorette party.
So this was a travel destination.
Party. What's that?
Like this was she traveled to another city for this?
Well, yeah, we live in Bucksco, but we sent her to Delco for this bachelorette party.
Okay.
And it sounded like a good idea. However, I never considered the source that told me where to go.
That's an important
now
step.
It's a running joke. Years and years later, it's a running joke, and with us and all of our friends about the spot they went, and they made the most of it. But God, I never told the person who suggested it how bad it was.
Okay. And is that because you did not want to hurt their feelings?
No, I guess a little bit of that, but I guess again, you have to consider the source of where the
Right. He actually reminded me of something, Preston, years ago.
Real quick, I was just going to say, don't ever send someone out of Bucks County. That's silly.
Right, to somewhere else. Years ago, my dad got a recommendation. This is, we're all taking family trips at this point in time to this place. I think it was Kathy. I think it was Seaford, Long Island, which is really not considered. If you're renting a boat or you're getting work done on your Evinrude engine, but otherwise, why, go there? But there was this sort of waterside place that was a resort. And so we're going to go check it out, Preston. And this neighbors in the neighborhood are raving about this place. And we show up and literally it is a motor lodge. The water in the pool has not been treated. It's green. Yeah. And we're walking around the different areas. And this woman, I never forget it. And I was a kid when this happened, looks up and she goes, "They let you have hot plates."
You're like, oh my God.
Oh my God. It was horrible.
Wow. Yeah, it can happen if someone just, you've got to consider your own personal preferences and the person you're talking to.
But you feel terrible too if you recommend, if you're the recommender and it comes back to you, it just sucks. It's like, why did I even get involved?
Yeah. I'm trying to think of any other occasions that I've had this happen, but I try to be, when I suggest something.
Metered?
Yeah. If possible. Not it changed my life.
The flip side of that is that, like, when they go well, I'm really proud of it. So, like, I recommended Newport, Rhode Island to you, and you enjoyed that with your daughter, and U.S. Virgin Islands. You went to St. John and had a great time with you. And so, like, when they connect, you're like, oh, thank God. He enjoyed it, Oh,
no.
Yeah, I recommended to a friend I don't want to say exactly who it is. So they provide a service, right? So she was traveling and they provide a service. And this person is and was amazing and was terrible for her. And I did feel bad. I felt really bad. And I was like, I don't know what happened. I'm not sure, what he's doing. But yeah, sorry about that. But I felt bad because it took up her time, talking with him and planning and it not being, ended up not being good.
Or what sucks too is if, kind of like Kathy, Nick, you suggested something and they just went on an off night.
Yeah.
And
no, you got to go back.
Yeah, exactly.
No.
It's not true.
Yeah, I got shot. No.
Yeah. And that can happen. And it just so happened that it was bad timing. 215-263-WMMR if you have either received a recommendation or vice versa.
Here's a good one for you, Preston.
Let's see. Presbo, would you recommend any hotels in Florida?
Just stay anywhere Preston has.
Yeah, exactly. Just stay where I don't.
That's a 5 cockroach place.
Oh, my God. I still have borderline nightmares about that.
I mean, I would as well.
But you know what? And it sometimes it's also the person may like the cockroaches who recommends that hotel or whatever, and you don't want to make them feel bad if it's something that they like. Yeah. Like, for example, Nick, let's say you didn't know that Kathy's going to want to be a little bit more glamping.
Right.
And you recommend a place that's, that's more akin to what you like. And you end up feeling bad because it's like, I didn't know that's what you were about or whatever,
Well, that's why being a travel agent is such a hard job because everybody has different tastes and wants. And so, and a good travel agent will know that Steve might be different than Casey and that might be different than me and can point all three of us individuals in different directions.
Am I, because you use a travel agent, right, Kathy?
Yeah.
Yeah. And Rudy, right?
Yeah.
And as do we, and he's great. and so you every time you vet someone and you know. But yeah, you don't see them. You don't see active, travel agencies all over the place the way you used to.
No. I'm going to go to Maureen. Hey, Maureen. Good morning.
I am talking about the need to eat pizza.
Of course.
Got any good suggestions? What's up, Maureen?
So my husband has a group of people that he works with, and he brings home recommendations all the time of restaurants and vacation ideas and places to go on places we're already visiting. And I have not enjoyed a single one of them.
Not a single one of them. What type of work does your husband do, Maureen?
I don't want to say. I don't want to say.
You don't even want to say the type of work he does? Okay.
Let's say he procures women for out-of-towners.
You would think he'd know a lot of people that are continentals that get around from time to time.
Office work. So
Okay.
he's got like a group of women that he's one of the only men that they talk to. And of course they're going to recommend things for me. But I went to a tattoo parlor on a recommendation, and I got an infection.
Oh, my God.
On Christmas Eve because of an infection in the tattoo.
Wow.
Yeah, that's not good.
And the restaurants are bad. The food is always something that I don't like.
Does he still bring home suggestions?
Yeah, because I can't tell him. I don't know how to tell him to eat everything that he's ever recommended.
Probably I think the best thing for you is a divorce at this point because, no kidding.
Right.
But you don't want to hurt his feelings. Yeah, I know.
Can't try things.
All right, thank you. Here's a text from Nick. It says contractors. Every single one that has been recommended to me has been a complete S show.
And you're spending so much money with contractors.
They're recommended.
Yeah, that's a fail, man. If you recommend a contractor and it does not turn out well,
you're using a good contractor right now, aren't you?
Yeah, Peanut. Yeah. Mike Javorka. Yeah, he's doing a great job. He started working on our deck. But that's interesting because almost always it's word of mouth.
Yes.
That you get a
the
contractor.
best business from they thrive on that stuff.
And if someone that got some work done, you're like, oh, done and done. Man. Absolutely.
The contractor gave me an infection.
Well, and I did it recently, and I recommended this guy Chris to our buddy Nick Murphy. Casey, Chris has done work for your friend Jeff.
Yeah.
But it's a really precarious recommendation because you're like, God, I hope this works because you're spending a lot of money with that person, and they're going to come to your house and hopefully do a good job. But if they don't do a good job,
they installed the door. It's on the ceiling.
Right. Yeah. I mean, your reputation is on the line because you made a recommendation. You're like, oh crap, it didn't work. But Chris, fortunately, has worked out really well for everybody.
Let me go to Kyle. Similar to that text. Hi, Kyle. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Sorry to bother you at work.
No, man, it's all right. So, what was your bad recommendation?
So I'm an electrician. I have quite a few long-standing clients, and just recently I recommended someone to do some drywall work after me, and it didn't go so well. So, being that they're long-standing, clients, I'm working with them constantly, and you are very involved, and you hear it pretty immediately. That
my brothers-in-law are contractors, and especially John, who did a whole bunch of work at my house. You live and die if you have so much work that you need to recommend someone else or defer to someone else. That's your tacit approval of that person, and it can come back to haunt you if you say, I can't do it, but here's a guy who can do it for you, and they end up sucking. Then that reflects poorly on you, correct?
Yeah. Thankfully, they were a very long-standing client, and I was able to find another buddy of mine to help them out, and I had to pull a favor to have them give them a little bit of a break.
Question, Kyle, the guy that you knew, the first guy you suggested, did you say anything to him?
Oh, I did, and I really don't recommend him anymore.
And we're no longer friends, and he tried to.
Thanks, Kyle.
I was a little nervous when I had recommended a beach town to my best friend here at work.
Chuck?
No, Preston.
Preston.
Because Preston wasn't really a beach guy prior to his purchase.
Right.
And I made this recommendation on this beach town. I am so thrilled that you're enjoying yourself.
Were you sweating bullets?
It's a good one.
Yeah.
But we looked all up and down,
Yes,
all
you
around, and eventually we were like, yeah, Casey's right. This is the spot.
You guys even looked like Poconos, and you weren't necessarily
Yeah.
even thinking.
Yeah,
it
we
was
looked
gonna
all the
be a
way up
beach.
to Seaside Heights, man.
Yeah.
And worked our way down. And
it worked.
eventually we were like,
And you
yeah.
said, no, New York is where I'd rather stay.
Damn, there was something else I was going to. I know that I suggested something. Yeah, Steve, I remember way back when. When you guys were thinking about putting in a pool, we had put in a pool.
Yes.
And I had put you in touch with my pool guy who did great work for us. And then he full on ghosted you.
Yeah.
And I'm like, man, where the hell did that come from?
Yeah.
and it wasn't like, I mean,
by the way, this guy had done a lot of really great pools, the guy you recommended.
And it was like, you're dealing with someone who's got a profile, Steve Morrison, on the radio for crying out loud.
I make fart sounds.
And just,
it's his birthday tomorrow.
Can you do one right now just to show people what you can do?
Yes.
That'd be great.
I
mean, we're talking about a major talent here, folks. A guy who whipped that out.
Wow.
Yeah, you think that just falls out of the tree?
No.
But
he full on ghosted. And then it was after that we were like, oh, I guess we're done dealing with
Did you ever
him,
talk
too.
to him?
No.
Yeah, because you
I don't know
had your
what
stuff
ended up
done.
happening. But people who do contract work they're their own boss.
Yeah.
And if they just want to ghost, they can do it, I guess.
It sucks too. Yeah, man, it just brings you down because you're the person that's responsible in a way.
Steve, what's your threshold on stuff like that? Because you're pretty patient and kind and forgiving, I think, but you also have a threshold.
Listen, because I am unrelentingly accommodating, but at a certain point you hit that barrier and it's like, now the fire starts.
Right.
I'm going to make it rain blood because I've made sure that when I get to that point, I've given you every option. I absolutely understand things. But in a contractor situation, especially dealing with my brother-in-law, John, who is a great contractor and always delivers, and I know how good contractors are and how it's a tough job and juggling all this stuff. I get it. But when it goes south or they ghost or you have supplies that are dropped off at your house where they never come to, you know that. We've all had that.
Yeah.
It's like, what's happening here?
Yep.
Yeah, and it's funny because for what we do for a living, I feel like I can't speak my mind as much as I would like to because then it reflects poorly on the show, on the radio station. It's like, I was trying to do work at Casey Boy's house.
Casey, you wouldn't want to Nick's point, if it was just a bad experience with somebody or they went through something bad, we can say something and have a bad effect on a business, and you would never want to just do that and consign someone to having to fight their way out of that.
And I'm not going to do that. Like, for instance, when my mom had, was paying $4,000 a year extra over what she should for insurance, car insurance, I did not out the car insurance company that she was using. And people were like, you got to, and I'm like, I'm not going to do that. That's,
the word is just be aware that you want to be up on this.
Same thing. When I had a terrible experience at Tires Plus, I didn't.
You didn't say it.
I nonchalantly said a tire place with plus service.
Yeah.
Wouldn't know. Wait, Casey, back to what you said. So you won't express how you feel because.
Not in a way that's going to reflect poorly upon.
But what do you mean? Like, are you talking about if there's a contractor at your house and you don't like the work he's done?
I don't complain all that much. Like,
you complain in person or on the air? I thought you were talking about on the air.
No, on air I'll complain because at least there's a little comedy there.
Okay,
right?
In person,
but in person, no, because I don't want them going, dude.
So what? If you don't have great service, tell them.
Because we're also in the service industry, right?
Yeah.
And
we're contractors.
People can't wait to badmouth.
I'm not following. There is no way if somebody did bad work on my house that I wasn't going to tell them and ask them to fix it.
Yeah.
Because I work on the radio? No.
Casey, I listened to her. She's a successful OnlyFans model.
I think you and I we're not.
You're different types of people.
Well, no.
You have something in mind, but you don't want to say what it is, right?
Well, no. I think if it's bad enough, I'm going to make a stink, right? But if it's more of on the annoyance level, I'll probably just eat it. And I'm like, whatever. But if it's like
I know exactly what you're saying.
Yeah.
You go. you will take a lot more than I would take, and I think that I don't see that as a character flaw.
Yeah.
I know it drives you crazy sometimes. You're a very nice person. You're very accommodating. You try to look for the best in everything, and I try likewise. But my line is a lot closer than your line.
Yeah, no, Casey, I'm with you because I have a friend who's the opposite of that. And if the work was not done to specification, I mean the tiniest little details, like, nope, I pay for this, get in here and fix it.
Yeah.
Preston,
that's slightly crooked. I want that changed.
My neighbor had work done, and they had a little kitchenette put in the basement, right? So this thing set up. One of the drawers opens up into the other drawer. And I said to him, he goes, I don't know. I said, ask the contractor. Yeah. Would you install it this way in your house?
Yeah.
No, you wouldn't. Fix it.
I mean, me personally, I would because I'm an idiot. But
I want to go to this call real quick. Marissa, you had mentioned Belfast. What was it she had said about that?
So my friend Anthony, who is a fan of the show, by the way, one of the hardest he's ever laughed at the show, Preston, is when you flipped out on your kids. When you were with the socks, because he's been there 1,000 times. But so his brother still lives in Ireland, and he knew that Marissa was going there, and he's like, tell him to call my brother, and he'll I thought his brother was a cab driver in Ireland. No,
it's just his brother.
It's his brother.
To me, it's like European Vacation when they get with the German family.
Yeah.
It's not their family.
No.
Yeah.
Before you go to this call, Preston, I do want to thank your friend Casey because he was so excited and his energy got me all excited. Now, please.
These goddamn people think I'm some sort of cab driver.
Listen, Rochelle does that all the time. Oh, we lost him. He just hung up.
No, Finn,
There was a
call
guy named Finn from Belfast and wanted to back that up.
Pretty much, he was like, I just want to talk about the Belfast conversation. She's correct. It's a bad place.
Rochelle does that a lot.
To visit.
She'll find out that someone who knows someone, we're going to go to whatever, this city. Hey, I know somebody who lives in that city. Why don't we get you two guys together?
Right. It's like,
I don't do that.
No.
I don't do that. Although it turned out to be pretty well because she had a friend who lives in Hungary God damn it.
Budapest.
Budapest, thank you. And a friend of ours' son was going there, and she's like, well, I know somebody there. And we ended up getting their numbers to each other, and they met up and went out and had a good time.
They did.
But Rochelle does that all the time. We should get so-and-so to blah, blah, blah. These two, but that. And
I love that.
No.
I love that in people, but
I don't
it's
do
like
that.
when you do you're taking flying lessons. A friend of mine was on a commercial flight. They can teach you. That's a big jump.
I always feel like it's a bit of an imposition to put the person that lives in that city. Hey, by the way, you're going to be tour guide.
Could you be a tour guide for 3 weeks to my family?
Yeah.
When we were in Clearwater, somebody did that to me and was like, you have to, here, gave me the phone number of her friend and everything. And I was like,
yes, this is Finn. Who is this?
I don't know about this.
You live in Belfast? Yeah.
Oh, man. Wait, here's a good one. Then we got to wrap up here. I'm going to go to Colleen. Hi, Colleen. Good morning.
Good morning. Sorry to bother you guys at work.
No, it's all right. You have an interesting story. What is it?
So my sister was graduating with her MBA and working full-time, and she was really stressed. So instead of a party, she wanted to go on a vacation, and I had a timeshare. So I said, I'll give you a week of the timeshare. So it was one that you had points and you could go anywhere in the world. So I put in, she said, can you just book it for me because I just don't have time. So I looked in and went in the filters, and she wanted adults only, beach location, all-inclusive, swim-up, pool bar. So I put in all those filters. A couple places came up. This one place had everything she asked for. So I'm like, okay, here's the place. I'll book it for you. So she got there and she texted to say she had arrived, and I'm like, how is it? And she's like, I'll talk to you when I get home. And I'm like, oh no, it's like a roach hotel. So when she came home, I found out I had booked her and her husband to go to a swingers resort.
A swingers resort.
That would be a funny gag, actually, to play on somebody.
That would be. That would be hilarious.
They weren't swingers, so.
That should actually be a practical joke you pull on someone.
Yeah, she had a great time, but they just kind of met another couple who didn't know what they were getting themselves into and stuck with them.
There's a similar thing. I had a family member who insisted, I know where you should stay. Going out upstate New York, I know where you should stay. This place they just passed it, and it looked good to them.
Oh, my God.
But they were away. This was the place I told you about when we went into the room. there were bunk beds.
Oh, really?
Bunk beds.
I get the top.
Yeah. I'm like, what?
All right. Well, when you give recommendations, think about the person you're giving them to. Sometimes it's an accident. Sometimes it's a bad night. You never know. And be cautious when receiving those suggestions to people. When we return, because we're going to take a break, we have an announcement to make.
Yes.
We're
I recommend
excited
you listen.
to pass along, and Casey recommends you listen because there's good stuff that comes from this. We'll also get to the bizarre file, and then shortly after that, Robert Irvine and then Andy Summers of the Police will be joining us. We'll be back. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3.
Weird, gross stuff.
Yeah.
Philly's your place.
Yeah, but like a gigantic colon.
Yeah.
I mean,
As a
literally,
matter of
like,
fact-
like I mean, the
Okay, wow.
weird. They have the skeleton of what was the one time the tallest man in the world? Yes, right.
Yeah, I was at the Casey Musgraves concert last night at
Oh,
the
wow.
Wells,
Yeah,
at
I
the
saw
Wells
she was
Fargo
on.
Center, and she has been in town for the last couple of days. She went to the Muir Museum.
Oh,
and
that's awesome.
If
Yeah.
it's good enough for Casey, it's good enough
Enough
for
for us,
us.
yeah.
you know?
We were reading all about her in Nashville at that Country Music Museum, weren't we?
Yeah, we did.
So I say we don't like museums, we actually do.
Yeah, it depends. Just not modern art. I don't like modern art museums.
All right, we will.
We'll steer you that way. Well, I see that our callers are getting on the line, and I think I want to take this out for a spin because one of the things that always surprises us here is when we'll be watching a show, a movie, something like that, and you get to know a character, even sometimes over a few seasons. And then we'll hear an interview with them, and it turns out this person who we thought was from America is a Brit, and they have mastered the accent. And in fact, Kate Winslet, a show called Mayor of Easttown, which took place in this area, had to master not only just the American accent, but specifically, she took it from where Casey is from, Delaware County. We call it Delco.
Yeah.
So it's got a very specific accent, and she said it was the most difficult accent she ever tried to master. And she nailed it. She nailed it spot on.
I mean, she's
Amazing.
winning awards right and left for it. Yeah.
That's incredible.
So we wanted to do a game with you guys called Brit or Not a Brit.
Ooh,
Ooh,
fun.
gosh, okay.
We have a series of callers
Okay.
that are going to speak. We've given them something to say.
Oh, gosh.
Some of them are British and some of them are American, but they're all going to be attempting a British accent.
Okay.
Or
And
just
you
talking.
have to determine whether they are legitimately British or not.
100%
Okay.
Joel's going to be really good at this.
Oh yeah.
I
I'll
think,
try.
yeah.
I did a degree in
Particularly-
linguistics,
yeah.
so
Well, there you go. That's
I love
good.
accents, but I say that I probably, I'll be terrible.
Okay.
Well, the
we'll-
funny
we'll
thing
find
is
out.
that as you know, because as you know, you're obviously spent a lot of time in the States. Obviously, there are different dialects throughout the United States. For England, for the size that it is, there are a tremendous amount of different dialects.
Yeah,
it's pretty wild.
Ridiculous.
Yeah.
Do you have a particular accent? If someone would somebody be able to pick out what region you're from?
I think they would say generic sort of south of the UK accent for both of us. Leah's got a
Probably
slight
Midlands
twang.
Yeah, I'd say I'm Midlands RP.
Yeah, so you're sort of in the middle of the
Yeah.
UK. So yeah, people could place us, but not so specifically. I think.
It's so funny when some of our American viewers are like, Leah, you sound like Adele. I'm like, I really,
Like
I really
Adele.
don't. I really
She's from a
don't.
completely different area.
But she's a bit sharper, right?
Yeah.
Do you guys have a favorite or least favorite British accent?
I love Welsh. Oh, I love a bit of Welsh. I do. And I heard that Philadelphia's got a Welsh
Yeah.
bit of history here.
Well, in fact,
Sure.
yes, where you're at, Balakinwood it's a Welsh name.
Yeah.
It's spelled Balacynydd. That's how you spell Balakinwood. So that's clearly a Welsh
Yeah.
derivation. So.
When you mock, when you are trying to make like a classic stereotypical goofy British accent, which do you target for? What region do you target?
You'd probably end up being Birmingham, wouldn't you?
Yeah, you like Birmingham.
Yeah.
And Birmingham has been voted as like the ugliest UK accent for years and years, which is so sad because it's a quirky accent.
Yeah, it's nice.
But no, I think
love
we
them
just go
all.
for a posh like us, but
Right.
times 10.
Of course, I'm always doing when we do the royal family. We do
That's
the
how he
royal-
speaks.
Yes.
Pretty good, Steve.
Right, but I mean, so and everything that I do is a very over exaggerated thing because that's how it resonates with people. But I love the subtleties, so we'll see how you guys do with this.
You kind of do a little Cockney thing sometimes.
Yeah,
too,
now
so-
and then.
Yeah, it goes.
Yeah.
It's funny though. What is amazing, we learned about Cockney, and I was just watching To Sir with Love, again when Sidney Poitier passed away. That that Cockney speak, that jumbled
That
word.
rhyming?
Yeah.
Can you follow it, or do you need to be from the neighborhood to know what some of that stuff is?
It's almost like speaking in metaphors.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah. Things would ping out, wouldn't they? Like apple and stairs, we know apple and pears mean stairs,
Yes.
things like that. But we can, if someone was actually speaking it, which I don't think I've ever met
It's
anyone.
kind
who
of dying
speaks to me
out
in it.
now.
Yeah.
So, like parents' generations that are from that area, then it kind of has now dissolved.
I
the
assume when you
Cockney
speak that way and you're calling for an ambulance and they can't figure out where you are,
Yeah.
that's why you're dying out. 'cause
That's
you
it.
can't get medical assistance.
All right, so we are going to play Brit or Not a Brit. All right, and we've got callers on the line, and here's the story. We have given them.
There we go. We have to play that.
We've given them lines from movies that are based in Philadelphia
Okay.
to say to you. So if whatever they're saying makes no sense to you at all, don't worry about it. It's from a Philly movie.
Preston,
So,
by happenstance, I watched both Rocky and the second half of Philadelphia last night.
oh, perfect.
Yes, I'm all prepped.
You're up to speed
Yeah.
on this. All right, so let's get our first caller on the line. Is this the order that we're going in? Yes. All right, we're going to go to Jen. Jen, good morning.
Morning to you.
All right, Jen, you are going to read a movie line for Joel and Leah, and let's see if we can figure out if you're a Brit or not a Brit. So go ahead, please.
You know what crazy is? Crazy is majority vote. Take germs, for example. In the 18th century, no such thing. Nada. Nothing. No one ever imagined such a thing. No sane person, anyway. Hey, look at this doctor.
Can't give a straight face.
No, she was good.
Okay, all right. Let's find.
Quite good.
Let's find out officially.
also
Leah,
tragic.
Leah, what do you think? Brit or not a Brit?
I think not a Brit.
All right, and Joel, Brit or not a Brit?
Not a Brit.
All right, Jen, what are you? Where are you
not
from,
a
Jen? Where are you from, Jen?
I am from Newark, Delaware.
Newark, Delaware. Not a Brit. All right, so somebody keep
Well
score,
done.
by the way.
All
They
I got it.
knew immediately. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, it was a bit over the top.
Wasn't bad though.
No, it was decent. She was just it was just a bit augmented.
Right. It's like the way I do it.
What
so
movie was that, by the way?
Yeah,
Do
what
we
movie?
even know?
Anybody? Do you know what movie those lines were from, Jen? Because I couldn't pick up
Yeah,
on
that was from 12 Monkeys.
Monkeys.
That was pretty hard, actually.
Yes. All
No,
right.
you did a good job.
All right. Is Jen Are we giving prizes away? Or what
Only
are we
if they
doing?
stump them.
Only if they stump
Yeah,
them. Okay.
That's the way we do it here in the States.
Yeah.
You
Sorry,
gotta
Jen.
You got to really do it.
Thanks for playing, though. We
Thank
appreciate
you.
it. All right. These guys are they're good on one. All right. Let's get our next caller on the line.
It's quite a fun game.
And we're going to go to Duke. Good morning, Duke.
Hi.
All right, Duke, could you please give us the line that you're going to be reading for Joel and Leah?
Okay.
Be nice if you had it ready to go.
Give him a minute.
He's doing
Look, it's a name, man. The Italian stallion. The media will eat it up. Now, who discovered America? It's an Italian, right? What would be better than to get it on with one of its descendants?
The actor prepares.
Duke, I want to thank you for rehearsing that all night last night.
I watched that scene
Delivering
live
it
last night.
so wonderfully. Okay, so what do you think? Let's go, Joel, Brit or not a Brit?
I think he's a Brit. I think Duke isn't even his name because that's a very American name.
Okay.
I think he's a. That's very good.
And Leah, what do you think?
I think not a Brit.
You think not a Brit? Duke, where are you from?
I'm from Manchester.
Joel got it right.
All right, so apparently Duke owns a barbershop called Blokes in Old City.
No kidding.
Very nice, Duke.
How long have you been in the States, Duke?
10 years.
10 years. Okay.
Wow.
Originally from Manchester. Were you a barber there as well, or is this a whole new
I
life?
was, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, no.
Nice.
I was
And,
a barber and a musician.
all right. And reading the info that you sent us, what other countries do you get mistaken that you are from?
Oh, I get Irish, Australian, Kiwi, South African, all sorts.
All of them. Yeah, I believe it. And that's a common refrain, by the way. People are like, "Are you South African?"
Oh my
And so
God!
on.
To me, Australian and Kiwi, so different, and I don't know.
Oh,
how...
you use bloke. You use the word bloke. You must be from Australia.
All right, well, Duke, you did manage to stump Leah, so I think that's good for a prize.
Yeah, we'll hook you up with something.
All right, hang on a second, Duke. Thank you very much, man. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Marissa, do I need to keep him on hold, or will we contact him?
We'll contact him.
We'll contact him. All right,
It was funny because my friend is Helen.
Duke
She's
go.
from Manchester,
Yeah.
and when he was saying a couple of things, I was like, "Oh my god, that's." And I was with her last night. I was like, "That's exactly how she sounds." So maybe I can pick out a Manchester accent.
All right, let's go with another caller. We have Peter on the line. Good morning, Peter.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning. All right, so we have Joel and Leah here. We're playing Brit or Not a Brit. Could you give us the line, please?
I will do. Commodities or agricultural products like coffee that you had for breakfast, wheat, which is used to make bread, pork bellies, which is used to make bacon, which you might find in a bacon and lettuce and tomato sandwich.
Yeah, definitely a Brit.
Brit.
All right, you guys both say Brit?
Brit.
Yeah.
Where? Where's he
Right.
from?
Well, hang on.
Yeah.
Peter, well, yeah, if you were to narrow it down and you think it's legit, where would you say Peter's from?
I don't think he's from the south.
Can you say
Okay.
a couple more words, please? Just a few more.
Just say a few more words, Peter, if you would.
Well, what sort of words would you like me to say?
Yeah,
All
you
right.
did it.
Okay.
Philadelphia, London.
Should we go?
I think Midlands,
Say
like
Midlands.
Where are you from, Peter?
Well, that's pretty clever because I was born in a city called Leicester, which is in the Midlands.
Wow.
You got the Midlands, you got the whole
done.
thing.
And how long
But
have you
I'd spent most of my life in London,
All right. And how long have you been in the States?
40 years.
40 years.
Damn.
Good for you, man.
You still sound like that?
Yeah, that is not faded whatsoever.
No.
All right. Well, thank you for playing, Peter. Unfortunately, you didn't stump these guys, but we appreciate you calling in and thank you for listening to the show.
It's like
Thank you. It was
All right.
fun.
Take care, Peter.
normally an accent would go away. That's why the hilarity of having Scotty on Star Trek had that complete brug.
Yeah, I had when I was a kid, I had a very thick Southern accent.
Right.
I lived in the South growing up, and my parents speak with a Southern accent, but I shook it along the line.
By the way, there was Ralph Bellamy as Randolph Duke in Trading Places.
Yes,
That's
thank you
part
very
of the
much.
lines, yes.
Yep. All right, let's get another caller. We have William on. Hi, William. Good morning.
Morning.
All right, William, we are playing Brit or Not a Brit, and Joel and Leah want to hear your accent, so give us the line, please.
What? Are you kidding? Sundays? I love Sundays. I live for Sundays. The whole family's together. Mum makes brioche. Dad puts the jersey on. We're all watching the game. Yes, it drives me crazy. And yes, I was negative. You didn't even know that I loved it, Nikki, but I did. I just didn't appreciate it or you before.
Okay.
The thing is, he could be a Brit. He could be a performer. He could be performing right now.
Okay, but what do you think if you had to?
My
call
initial instinct was pretend,
I
not
think,
a Brit.
yes, I don't think he's a Brit, but that was a very good attempt.
When he
All
said
right.
brioche, I died.
Yeah.
All right. William, where are you from?
Yeah, that's not even fair. That was spot on.
Oh, he's from Delco.
All right, William, they found you out, but thanks, man. We appreciate it, buddy. All right, we'll see
It's
you.
pretty.
Yeah.
You know, it's funny because all you have to do in many cases is convince people here. And so, the
Yes.
hard part, that's why when you do pass muster, when a Kate Winslet pulls off something as mechanically difficult as a sub-accent, sub-dialect here, it's
Yeah.
an amazing thing.
So the way he said yo, he said yo. That's how you say it in
Yeah.
Delaware County, in Delco. Yo.
But you can so far, you can hear them trying.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like the Brits are just natural. In
That's
speaking.
why like when Meryl Streep pulled off the Polish accent in Sophie's Choice, you'll have dialogue and dialect coaches on set.
Right,
to keep-
right.
Yeah. That's how hard it is.
And by the way, you should visit some of the places that are named for English cities. Like you should definitely go to Chester and Camden and Kensington. No,
No, you
Well,
won't like
You
it.
won't make
Those
it
are like
home.
the high crime
Oh,
areas.
really? Yeah.
That was
trying to get us
a
killed.
Okay.
that was a movie set in Delco. That was Silver Linings Playbook and Bradley Cooper's character.
Ah, thank
Well
you,
done.
Nick, for the clarification. All right, we have another caller on the line. It is Susan. Good morning, Susan.
Good morning.
Okay, Susan, we have Joel and Leah here determining Brit or not a Brit. Could you please read what we sent to you?
When you were making me, didn't you feel a certain inspiration? Almost like your hands were moved by force not of this world. You made this body so that I could come to life.
Okay.
The accent was good, but the intonation was all off, wasn't it? What do you think,
Yeah,
Joel?
I don't know. I thought that's really hard to tell because I think it could just be that she's reading a quote that made it sound slightly off.
Do you
but
want her to
still
say
really
brioche?
Just say brioche. No.
All right, Joel, we're going to ask you.
No, you know what? I'm going to take a risk. Say, she's a Brit.
She's a Brit.
Yeah.
All right,
Okay,
and what do you
let's say
think? Lynn?
Brit then.
She says Brit. All right, Susan, where are you from?
I'm from Philly, baby.
I think they really knew.
I think I know. It's just like,
You really knew. But that means Susan is a winner. So before Bizarre File, a couple of shout outs, and I got a couple of requests for this one in particular. This one comes from Heather. It says, I'd like to request 2 birthday shout outs. Tuesday, June 11th, for 2 of the Preston and Steve Show loyal YouTubers, Julie Jerkoff and Sap Sapio.
Oh,
so they have
Sap
birthdays
Sapio and
today.
Julie Jerkoff.
Yeah. They are 2 wonderful people that I and many others have befriended through the chat of your YouTube channel. They're kind, funny, and always supportive on behalf of the Lonely Perverts. Wish them both spectacular birthdays. And then this other one was from Joelle Miller, who wanted the same thing. Birthday shout out to Julie Jerkoff and Sap Sapio.
Julie Jerkoff. Forgive me, Kirkoff.
The actual day is the 11th, but whenever you get to it, we love them both, and they both deserve some good vibes their way. Thank you. Love yous. So absolutely
great.
Happy New Year. Thank you, YouTube community. And they've requested a YouTube, if you would, please.
But,
Yep.
They switched the button around.
All right, here's another one. It says, hey, Presmo, my son Wyatt turns 18 on Tuesday, June 11th. I would love a shart or a lift me up shart for him on that day. Hell, I'd even just take a good morning it for him on that day. He loves Foo Fighters, Smashing Pumpkins, and Tools, so I raised him right. Thank you. That is from Bill Meekum. So there you go, sir.
Do you want to lift me up?
I don't know. You got one handy, Case?
You lift me up.
Yeah, you lift me up. Raise me. Another 2 more quick ones. My name is Kurt. I'm from Southampton. Juicy shout out to my awesome, beautiful, incredible friend Jessica Lord, who's turning 50 on Friday, June 7th. She's a huge fan of the show. Listens every morning on her way to work. Love you guys like Dr. Mike. So that's from Kurt Thompson. Here's a shout out. Happy birthday.
Lord.
And then one more. It says, hey, I want you to give a shout out to the newest teenager in our household, Patrick. Patrick is a fun, kind, energetic kid who's always performing, either singing in the house or dancing on the outside walkway. He is no dummy.
There's no dummy.
Getting great grades in middle school. This is from David Lagerstedt, and he said if you can give him a shout out on his for his 13th birthday, which is June 8th. Sorry I missed it. And he said, by the way, hey, bitches. So this is from Dave.
Patrick.
And that goes to Patrick. So happy birthday to you, bud. All right, now on to the Bizarre File, and then an announcement.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by College Ave. Take the stress out of paying for college with a private student loan built for your family's budget and goals. Get college covered today at collegeave.com. This messed up story, all right? A man pleaded guilty to murdering and dismembering a man in a laundromat in Mississippi at an RV park. He planned on taking the body to a casino to have the pieces reattached.
Why a casino?
I have no idea.
Okay.
Clint Barrett Brower approached...
I know where they can put this back together, a casino.
Approached Micah Harrington in an RV park's laundromat. According to security footage, Bauer apparently approached Harrington and then had a short conversation with him and then stabbed him over 30 times. Bauer admitted during his hearing, I took the knife and killed him.
You know what I think really was the case here? I think he just wanted to gamble.
Brower claims that he does not remember the topic of his conversation with Harrington, but that the man made him feel threatened. He specifically claimed that he thought Harrington was going to harm me or others and that he was moving in a threatening way. He reacted by pulling a large butcher knife from his bag and stabbing the victim. He was partially dismembered after the attack.
Why do I think that if I dismembered somebody, I'd be able to remember the conversation I was having just prior to that?
After killing Harrington Bauer, tied his corpse up with a rope and dragged it behind him as he left the laundromat. His plan was to take the body to a casino, hoping someone there could put him back together.
The hell?
Yes, could someone help me? I want a body put back together.
Wow.
I mean, if you were to, where would you go? Where
I think you'd go to like the 5 and 10 store. You go to like something like that.
I'm just wondering inside the casino.
In the casino?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Craps table.
Craps table?
Yeah.
Brower's attorney has cited severe mental illness, which Brower told the judge he suffered with since he was a teenager. Wow.
Jeez.
We need something lighter than that.
Please.
How about this out of Ohio? The recently hired superintendent of the Latonia School District is facing theft charges after police say he stole over $4,300 worth of electronics from East Palestine High School. Gerald Del Baccio is facing theft charges after officials say he attempted to steal electronic devices. He is currently the principal at East Palestine High School and was recently hired as superintendent of Latonia schools after he was not hired as superintendent of East Palestine
very
schools.
complex.
So his resignation as the principal is said to be effective at the end of July. Officials with the school district administration reported that a number of electronic devices were missing from the principal's office.
Like what?
Officials told police that they'd noticed issues with Del Baccio leading up to the investigation, causing them to reach out to police officers. They found the closet in the principal's office, which typically holds laptops, TVs, tablets, and other electronics, had been cleared out. Security footage showed him in the entering his office with a backpack and an empty bag. Security footage from later that day showed him carrying the bags, which then appeared to be full, out of the building, as well as 2 boxes with laptops in them. They got in touch with him and found the electronics in the back of his car. The 29 items recovered included video game controllers, laptops, tablets, TVs, and more.
I just thought they were free.
Yeah, he's leaving.
Yeah.
And he thinks he's going to get away with it?
Sure.
Oh, my God.
Who has access to that room? Well, you do.
Damn principal. All right. A 71-year-old woman who was found dead inside her Sierra County home last November had been mauled by a black bear. The first such fatal attack in California history, by the way.
A black bear attack.
Yeah.
Wow.
Patrice Miller's body was discovered inside her home by the county sheriff's office deputies who had been
judge us all by this.
Summoned to conduct a welfare check. Deputies discovered a grisly scene.
I get it.
It's a grizzly. And evidence that a bear had been inside, likely for several days, feeding on the woman's remains.
Oh, man.
Initially, investigators thought she had died prior to the bear's entry. However, the autopsy report completed last month revealed that Miller was killed when the animal swiped or bit her neck.
It was feeding on it over the course of days.
Miller's death is the first known fatal attack by a black bear in California, period. All these years, there's never been an official report of one.
Right.
Yeah.
It's astonishing to think of that.
This was years ago, but I just found out this year that a girl that I went to high school with was some sort of animal keeper out in California, was mauled by a cougar.
Cougar.
Wow. And
What's
killed
your
her.
name,
Killed her,
sweetie?
yeah.
That's crazy. Well, all right, one last story, and then we will wrap it up. Let's end with this one. In Wisconsin, a charge of disorderly conduct has officially been filed against the parent who pushed the superintendent off the stage during graduation at a school. Now, a police report details why the parent says he did it. While high school graduates were being called up on stage to receive their diplomas, the ceremony was interrupted when a parent wearing a white polo shirt rushed the stage, put both his hands on Superintendent Dr. Rainey Briggs, and pushed him to the side, preventing him from shaking hands with his child. The parent told police that he and his child have, quote, had past issues with Rainey and dislike him. It goes on to say
I don't like you.
The parent wanted to prevent Rainey, quote, from having the satisfaction of shaking his child's hand, so he went on to the stage to prevent
So
that
he made
from
a
happening.
scene and
Come
completely
on.
distracted from it.
Yeah. When the officer asked the parent if he was sorry for what he did, the report said the parent said he was, but only for his child's sake. The officer determined the push had been pre-planned. The
He probably
police
had diagrams and everything.
report said the night of the incident, Dr. Biggs left school grounds immediately after the graduation ceremony. Dr. Biggs told officers he didn't know who the parent was until a few days after the incident. He recalled one more instance where the parent's child was disciplined in school, But Dr. Biggs said that he had no interaction with them or the parents and told officers he has no idea why the parent reached out the way he did.
What's the charge for premeditated pushing?
A judge granted a temporary restraining order filed by Dr. Briggs against the parent, and the parent is due in court. He faces a disorderly conduct charge.
Just let it happen.
Just let it go.
Handshake.
Yeah, and you're almost done. You're graduating. It's the end of the year. Get the diploma, walk off stage, and put it to bed. It's finished.
You overshadowed your daughter. This is worse than Julie Jerkoff.
Yeah. All right, and that is what I have in the bizarre file. We have an announcement.
I could not be more excited.
This event is going to be taking place on a Thursday. It will be July 11th, and we are excited because we have not done this before. This is new for the Preston and Steve show, and we would like to officially announce the formation of Preston and Steve's Day Off at Dorney. So we will be broadcasting live from Dorney Park and Wildwater Kingdom Thursday, July 11th. They have a new coaster that they are highlighting. It is called Iron Menace.
It looks awesome.
And we are going to have a couple of hundred tickets to give away. Did you hear me? A couple of hundred tickets to give away. So you can come and check it out with us that morning. Winners will get free admission for the day, free parking, and entrance starting at 8 a.m., You can be there for our show and enjoy the rides that open early, including Iron Menace. No lines, people.
So you're saying the park's opening up early. We're broadcasting live from the park, and there's a super cool new coaster?
Yes, there is. Along with all the other really cool stuff they have at Dorney.
I love Dorney.
We've been doing stuff there for years, but we've never done a live broadcast.
It's so awesome.
To win a 4-pack of tickets, you'll need the Dorney digital word of the day. So here's how it works. Listen weekdays at around 8 and 10 a.m. We'll get as close to that as we can. And we will give you the word, and then you go to WMMR.com and you enter it. And every word is another chance to win. Contest rules and complete details are available at WMMR.com. So the word we're starting with right now is FAST, F-A-S-T. So you go to WMMR.com right now. You look for the link, and you can enter that word, and you will have a chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to join us on Thursday, July 11th.
I love Dorney so much, and I'm watching this, Steve, this POV of Iron Menace.
Yes.
I get ridiculously excited about new roller coasters.
Yeah.
I cannot wait to go ride on this one. It looks so cool.
Well, as it stands, they already have some of my favorite rides.
Yeah.
And in fact, when we were doing the nighttime stuff, riding the coasters at night was great. But listen, I love when you're coming up on the park and you can see it in the distance.
Yeah.
It's like you get that childhood giddiness.
Yeah, exactly. So keep in mind that we give you the word at 8 and 10 a.m., and today's word is fast. Just go to WMMR.com and enter, and you might win yourself a 4-pack of tickets and bring the family and join us. We're looking forward to a day off at Dorney, July 11th. And that is, of course, from Dorney Park and Wildwater Kingdom. For the fun of it, for the best deal on tickets, visit DorneyPark.com. We're going to take a break. When we get back, our good friend Robert Irvine will be joining us. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve
on 93.3 WMMR.
Is your phone an app hole?
We're going to get in touch with you and set you up with a prize, okay?
Sounds great. Thank you. This is so fun.
All right,
very
thanks
cool.
for playing along.
Very cool.
All right,
You guys know what movie that was?
Is that Mannequin?
It is Mannequin. Kim Cattrall and Mannequin. You guys ever see Mannequin? There's Kim Cattrall, the actress from Sex and the City. She's a mannequin in a store in Philadelphia. She comes to life, and
It's a true story.
Yeah, it's a true story. Yes, right. It's a documentary, really.
That's why Kim Cattrall looks so plastic now.
Oh, gosh, you guys.
All right, let's get our next caller. We have Chris. By the way, we have like a dozen of these to do.
Oh, my gosh, that's so fun.
Hi, Chris. Good morning.
Hey, good morning.
All right, Chris, we are going to get...
See, they already got a taste.
We're gonna need to have you deliver the line. Could you go for it, please?
Now that we know who you are, I know who I am. I'm not a mistake. It all makes sense. In a comic, you know who you can tell who the arch villain's going to be. He's the exact opposite of the hero. Most of the times, they're friends, like you and me. I should have known way back when. You know why, David? Because of the kids. They called me Mr. Glass.
Mr. Glass. All right. What do you think? Leah, let's go with you.
I was going to say Brit from maybe like the south, maybe somewhere near Essex.
Okay.
Yeah,
What
I
do you
think like
think?
could be a Londoner even.
Londoner.
I think definitely Brit.
Yeah,
Definitely
But
Brit.
then he said glass at the end instead of glass.
Did he?
I was like, wait, what? You've thrown me off the scent.
So that's then a
I heard
northern
gloss.
Gloss. I heard,
Yeah,
Gloss.
Oh, gloss. It was the word gloss on the screen.
All right.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Yeah.
No,
I'd say-
it was the word
it's
glass,
glass.
but
Oh, right.
to our ears, we heard him say gloss.
Yeah.
Might be,
I
yeah.
think I heard glass. I think he's definitely a Brit.
I think me too. Yeah.
All right, both of them say a Brit. And Chris, where are you from?
I am a Brit from Hatfield, Hertfordshire.
Yeah, North
Did you get it
London.
right?
Yeah. Well, no, I was wrong, but yeah, London, kind of Londonish.
And where do you call home now, Chris?
Chester County, down in town.
All right, how long have you been in the States?
18 years.
18 years.
Wow,
And the
nice,
fact that
man.
they still retain a substantial part of that,
Yeah.
it's pretty amazing.
Except for when saying glass.
Yeah.
So that's because he's lived here then.
Yeah.
So that bit's come out.
Yeah.
So we had and we had this guy as a guest on the show a couple times. Louis Knight.
Yes.
He was a contestant on American Idol.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't know if you know, but he is like the only English person that I have ever heard sing with an English accent.
Oh, it's adorable.
Yeah.
All right,
Can you do an
Chris,
impression of it?
Chris,
Oh,
thanks
what a
for,
lovely bunch of coconuts.
Chris, thanks for playing, man. We appreciate it.
Hey, thanks.
All right, take care. All right, so you guys are doing pretty good.
Yeah,
Doing pretty
I think
good.
they're
You've
doing
only
damn
missed a
good,
couple
yeah.
of them. All right. Let's get another caller on the line. Oh, what movie was that?
Oh,
from?
Unbreakable.
That was
Samuel L.
Unbreakable.
Jackson.
Yes,
Gloss.
thank you. I knew it
Mr.
was-
Gloss.
I don't know why I couldn't remember the name of the movie, but it's an M. Night Shyamalan classic. All right. We have Steven. Hi, Steven.
Morning.
Morning. All right, Steven, we have a... They're like immediately making their decisions when people say good morning. All right, Steven, do us a favor and read the line we sent you.
Let me tell you something you already know. The world ain't all sunshine and rainbows. It's a very mean and nasty place. It'll beat you to your knees and keep you there permanently if you let it. You, me, or nobody's going to hit as hard as life, but it ain't how hard you hit. It's about how hard you can get hit and keep moving forward. How much you can take and keep moving forward. That's how winning is done. Now, if you know what you're worth, then go out and get what you're worth. But you got to be willing to take the hit and not pointing fingers saying you ain't where you are because of him, her, or anybody. Cowards do that, and that ain't you. You're better than that.
Right. Did it
Yeah,
start
better
off,
than that.
It started off like Scouse, then it went Scottish. It was like Liverpool, Scottish.
Do you know what? His Scottish accent is better than mine.
Yeah.
So if you're to say Brit or not a Brit, what do you think, Joel?
I'll go not a Brit.
Yeah.
Not a Brit.
No,
All right.
sorry.
Steven, where are you from?
I'm from South Jersey.
But I love that. That's a great quote from Rocky Balboa.
Yeah, he was hitting some of them pretty
doing
solid.
well.
Like the word hit, he said het
Yeah.
instead
Yeah.
with more of an A.
I like
E
that
sound.
he did like a Scottish version rather than going for like our accent.
That was brilliant.
What were you saying, Steven?
I was going for a North England Geordie accent.
Oh, so he knows his stuff. That's actually where Stallone is from.
All right, thanks for playing, Steven. Have a good one, man. All right.
Have a good one.
If you're just tuning in, we have Joel and Leah who are here in the States. They do a YouTube series, and they cover American culture, British culture, kind of compare the two, try some things out over here, sample a little bit.
It's wonderful watching, and they're very much likable. So and people love to see the differences.
Yes. And by the way, I saw BuzzFeed has all these great lists that pop up all the time, and there was one that was showing American sections of grocery stores around the world. And so usually there's a small rack of stuff for maybe who's a tourist or somebody who lives that then go get some of their creature comforts as far as food goes. And you know what I noticed on every single one of those photos? What do you think? What item, if you were to guess?
That is considered expressly American.
Yeah, it was very easy to spot by the packaging. Very bright packaging. It's a candy. I'll give you that.
Circus peanuts?
No.
Candy.
Circus peanuts.
M&M's.
No.
No?
It's a candy.
Yeah.
Skittles.
No. Reese's peanut butter cups.
Ah.
On every single photo that I saw all around the world. I'm like, okay, yeah.
So
sure.
not circus peanuts.
I'd want them.
Yeah, it's funny because my friend Helen hates American candy and I can't stand British candy.
I
offered-
like British candy.
Yeah, I can't do it. And they offered because we were all at the same restaurant last Saturday and she had a big box of British chocolate. I was like, no, thanks. I'm okay with that. Which is crazy because I love chocolate. But she says that American chocolate tastes like vomit.
Yeah, it really does.
It's been like a test. They've tested it. The compound in American chocolate, I think it's the milk powder that they use, does to British taste like vomit.
Oh, that's why Hershey smells like vomit chocolate. It's vile.
We just can't eat
Oh my
it.
gosh.
But
So
it's also why Americans wouldn't like British chocolate.
I do like British chocolate, though. I like
I do
dark
too.
chocolate, though.
Okay.
Oh, you're fancy.
There we go.
All right, we have 4 more to go with Brit or not a Brit. So let's get our next caller on the line. It's Carl. Hey there, Carl.
Morning, it.
All right, morning it to you, sir. All right, Carl, we sent you a movie line. Could you please give it for Joel and Leah?
Sure. Oh. See, I made Louis a bet here. See, Louis bet me that we couldn't both get rich and put y'all in the poorhouse at the same time. He didn't think we could do it. I won. Trading Places.
All right, that's from Trading Places, the movie. Okay.
He doesn't actually say it in the movie.
Brit or not a Brit? Let's start with you, Leah.
Okay, Brit, maybe from Manchester.
All right.
Union.
Yeah.
How about you,
he's
Joel?
being sneaky. He's definitely a Brit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Northern.
Carl, where are you from?
I'm from Harrogate, North Yorkshire.
Okay. All right, they got it. They got it right.
Well, you guys are good.
Did you nail the region? Is that anywhere near?
Well,
No?
yeah,
Well, it
he's
is
Yorkshire,
north,
he's north, but we thought
North is
Mancunian.
very generic.
Yeah.
So,
What
I
is
don't
the
think it deserves a point.
TH is an F?
Yeah,
yeah,
that's just
both.
like both. That doesn't belong to any region. That's just like relaxed speech. I
Yeah,
guess.
just a little shortcut.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think Adele actually does that. I think she'll use
Yeah.
an F instead of the TH.
A lot. She does a lot.
Yeah. And why is Liverpudlian so sing-songy? Like when Steve does his
Yeah.
Paul McCartney, it's really up and down. And
Yeah, it is, isn't it?
I don't know why. I really like it. It's got a
Yeah.
but the only thing about Liverpudlian accent I don't like is the K's. So when they say Coke, they'd say Coke.
Chicken and a can
It's
of
like a
kale. Yeah.
It's
Really?
not a very nice sound.
That's almost Hasidic here. Like
Thank you, Carl. Appreciate it, man.
This is my rabbi.
Yeah. How about, speaking of pronunciations, a popular one in slang is bruv.
Ah, bruv.
With a V on the end.
Ted
which is short
Lasso?
for brother, right?
Yeah,
I
yeah.
suppose so.
Or you
Brother,
can say
bruv.
it to anyone.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, bruv.
It's
Or
like a bro here. Like we say, what's up, bro? You know? So,
Yeah.
but we don't do the V, but that's one I've found that's very, very common.
This is my brother.
Yeah. Has anybody made you aware of John yet?
No.
Yes.
Oh,
John.
okay.
In
John.
Urban Outfitters, that man taught us John.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were asking about John, a person. I'm like, where is this John person?
J-A-W-N.
We learned that. We learned that, yeah.
Doesn't it just mean anything? Like
Yes.
this water
To
bottle,
now.
like,
Yeah.
this John of water.
Yeah, exactly.
You could literally say this John of John.
This John of John.
Yeah, because the
Wow.
John is the bottle and the John is the water as well. So.
Were you just at an
Wow.
Urban Outfitters store? Were you shopping?
Yeah, we were just having a look around, and then randomly one of the employees, lovely man, would start just teaching us Philly slang. Lovely.
I don't think they'd ever seen Londoners before.
Yeah.
Because then we heard him going around going, they're from London.
Oh my God, it was
They look human.
You know what? I'm going to tell you about this city that you may find surprising because Philadelphia has a reputation for being a bit cold and well, not cold, but rude
Rough, yes.
and tough. But
No.
when I have brought people in from out of town and I'll show them around the city, I kid you not, they can tell, like I remember pointing up at City Hall and mentioning Billy Penn's hat and so on. A person came along wearing I think they were wearing a Rocky shirt. And just started jumping in on the conversation
Right.
and offering up, and they were like, "Oh, there's a little version of the statue on the Comcast building."
Yeah.
I'm like, "I know," and so they just started sharing information. I think you'll be surprised to find out how friendly people actually
They are. They really
here
are.
and want to show you. People are very proud of this city, extremely proud of this city, and will want to offer up, hey, here's some slang for you guys, to kind of help you out around town.
Yeah, I don't think it gets enough limelight, does it?
Yeah.
No.
Well, we've got some stuff like the Love Statue, for example.
Did you know Urban Outfitters headquarters are in Philadelphia? If you go down South Broad Street in the Navy Yard, that's where their headquarters are. It's a pretty cool place.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
Oh,
All right,
so cool.
3 more for Brit or not a Brit.
Okay.
I have John. Good morning, John.
Is this a John or
This is a John. Not a John. All right, John, are you ready to try this?
Ready to go, Rob.
All right, let's hear it. Here we go.
I was a slut. There will always be a part of me that's dirty and sloppy, but I like that. Just like all the other parts of myself. I can forgive. Can you say the same for yourself? Can you forgive? Are you capable of that?
Oh, wow.
Oh, that's pretty solid.
Yeah, that's good.
They're a little confused. Let's see if we can get An actual answer. Leah, what do you think?
I think he's a Brit.
Okay, what do you think, Joel?
Yeah, I think a Brit from London. I think
Yeah.
London.
That accent was definitely like Cockney style East London, wasn't it?
Okay. John, where are you from?
Well, I'm not a slut, but I'm 100% American.
Somebody get
Well
him a
done,
beach.
John.
We have a winner. Nice. It says here you're from South Jersey?
I'm from South Jersey, Sewell, New Jersey.
Nice. Where did you pick up this ability to mimic the accent?
Watch a lot of YouTube, Preston.
Watch them. Yes.
Yeah, make sure you watch Joel and Leah. You'll love it, man.
Perfect your accent.
Absolutely.
All right, John, we'll be in touch. We'll get you something for your trouble, my friend. All right, we'll go for two more.
Also, Silver Linings Playbook. That line, yes, it was Tiffany, yeah.
Thank you. All right, Catherine, are you there?
I am. Morning.
All right, we have two Brits here that are going to try and determine whether or not you're faking it. Let's hear you deliver the Philadelphia-centric movie line we sent you for them. Go ahead.
Hey, woman. Hey, woman. Listen here. Since your man ain't got no heart, maybe you'd like to see a real man. I bet you stay up late every night dreaming you had a real man, don't you? I'll tell you what. Bring your pretty little self over to my apartment tonight, and I'll show you a real man.
Okay.
Do you know that line, Preston?
I don't. What is that?
Rocky 3.
Yeah, it's Clubber Lang.
Oh, man.
Remember when they're standing in front of the Rocky statue? Your woman, bring your woman over here. I'll show you what a real man is.
I haven't seen Rocky 3 in so long. Okay, let's go to Joel and see if he can determine Brit or not a Brit.
I thought she was very good, but I think not.
About a half hour from now, we are going to have Andy Summers of the Police on the program. But in the meantime, we have a very good friend to chat with. And not only does he have two events coming up, he's got an announcement to make.
Another announcement.
What
a day.
Our third announcement of the day that we will have. Please welcome our good friend, Mr. Robert Irvine. How do, sir?
Listen, I want to know, this is for Kathy, do you read books in like 270 pages in 3 seconds?
You know what? I'm actually not a fast reader. But I did just power through a book this last week, so maybe I'm working up to that.
And the title of the book was "Let Things Breathe," and I mean, totally against it. People are perpetually amazed at Kathy's traffic reading ability, and a lot of people say. People who've sat, behind the screen and tried to do it. Nick talks about it. Kathy has all the verbiage down. So
that's crazy.
Yeah.
I got lost in it for 3 seconds.
Robert, I got to jump in here real quick because I thought you'd be happy to hear this. My son has been working out quite a bit. He works out probably 4 or 5 days a week. He's right now he's in a bulking phase. And I come home from work one day and there's a Fit Crunch bar sitting on my kitchen counter.
How about that?
Dude, he's regularly eating the Fit Crunch bars. He gets them at the Wawas all the time and he loves it. He loves the way it tastes and obviously the energy and nutrition that it's given him.
Well, you laugh. First of all, send me an address. I'll send him some protein powder. But I was in Normandy with 63 World War II veterans. Before going to Scotland and doing a 54-mile hike, I got back last night. But the story is, we had a 97-year-old World War II veteran being the youngest, the oldest being 107.
Jeez,
and sure enough, at Pointe du Hoc, the beginning of World War II, where our Rangers jumped in and saved the day, there was a family with a box of Fit Crunch bars on Pointe du Hoc. It was hilarious. Anyway.
You know what? I have every confidence that had they existed during World War II, they would have been traded for sexual favors by the Allies.
Oh, my God. I love it.
I'm not touching that one.
So you got a couple of appearances in our area, Robert. There's a dinner at Odette's that's going to be on the 13th. What's today? Oh, that's day after tomorrow.
Yeah.
So that is for the Robert Irvine Foundation. And then you're doing a bottle signing, and this time you're going to be in Quakertown for that, and that's on the 15th. So you're going to be in and around our area for the next few days.
I am, but I've got this announcement that's going to be even better. I mean, look, I can cook for you. I can sign bottles of liquor. You can drink all day, which is great. But this is a first for us, and it's taken my team, Justin Leonard and a lot of folks at the Phillies, to come up with this what I think is an amazing event. It's the Robert Irvine Foundation Night at the Phillies.
Wow.
The ultimate tent party. It's in 90 minutes before the game. on July 10th, 2024, from 5:30 p.m. The game's at 7:05. And for that price, the price is $200. But for that, you get food, drink, the ticket to the game with the Dodgers, an appearance by the Philly fanatic John Kruk and me, and we should have a few beers before we go in that game.
Yeah. So this is a special like VIP experience. It's $200, includes all of that. That's the full package.
That's it. It gets you in the game, gets you have a few beers and have some fun. And but we've never done this before. All the proceeds go to the Robert Irvine Foundation. So again, doing some good stuff, but really having some fun. Crook's a killer. You know,
it's great
every time I go near him.
Well, you know, you cast off, and I know you say it's for the organization. Your organization does so much good stuff year round. So, and then by doing so, if you do, is that a tax write-offable thing? If you're,
it is a tax.
There you go.
It is a tax write-off.
Yeah.
So we just paid for, and I just said 63 World War II veterans with American Airlines to have dinner together in the museum in Normandy. We just took 100 veterans to Scotland to do a 100-mile march with 900 coalition wounded.
Wow.
These are injured vets. They don't have to pay anything. We have wheelchairs. We have dogs. All the stuff that we do. You can go to robertirvinefoundation.org to check it out. I don't want to bore people, but we do some amazing work. But it's fun doing it. You know, it's a passion for me, but it also gives you a chance to get up. There will be some surprises in there. Don't ask me what they are because I can't tell you what they
well,
are.
I can tell you this. I mean, right on the heels of obviously D-Day and the 80th acknowledgement of it and all the stuff that we're seeing that was very moving. You know, the stuff that your organization does is directly connected to that and remembering whatever the war, whatever the conflict, or, you know, these people, have done so much for us. But you give back in creative ways, which is cool. It doesn't have to be, you know, the standard stuff, like you say. These things that you're doing, I'm sure they're things that they look for, and you're always at them, so you have to love being surrounded by these people.
Yeah, I get a chance to sign a bottle of vodka or gin that's made up the road from you guys at Lansdale, Pennsylvania. I get to drink a few, and I take a few shots with some folks. a few. So look. Everything we do, I get up in the morning. You guys know me for a long time, and I really appreciate what you do for me. But I get up in the morning and live this dream to help as many people as we can, not only on shows, but across the board. So I really appreciate the time you give me to plug these things.
By the way, I just want to mention for those who may not have been to a baseball game lately, $200 for ticket and food.
Yeah,
that's a hell of a deal.
That's an incredible deal.
That's a great deal, and you're donating to a great charity. So that's Wednesday, July 10th. And you can get tickets at Phillies.com/Robert Irvine Foundation. I'm sure on ChefIrvine.com you'll have information on there too for that and your appearances coming up.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
Go ahead, Preston. I was just going to ask a question about his inventory, if you want.
No, go ahead. I got something else I wanted to ask.
We were talking before he came on the air with you, and I said, do you think Robert Irvine could name all of the products you're associated with?
Because well, here's the thing, and I probably couldn't name there's 278 things.
Yeah.
Right? But we own them. The good thing with me, Steve, is I don't put my name. I can't own Comcast. I wish I could, but
right.
They're the only ones that I don't own that I'm affiliated with. We own everything that we make. Like bars and liquor, we own the distillery, we own all that. So we're not beholden to somebody, which means I can give as much money as I need to from whatever we make to the charities. If I tell you I just give $500,000 to the Special Operations Warrior Foundation, they have a program called From Cradle to Career. So if your dad gets killed, special operations, we take that kid from the cradle to their career.
Wow.
So there's some great folks out there that I'm partnered with that do some amazing work because, and again, I'm not getting political, but where the government falls down, we pick up. We take care of it.
Yeah, no, that happens quite often, sadly. I would just like to see you because of all the health products and I'm into exercising and Casey and a lot of people on the show, and we know that's part of the thing. But I'd like to see you have a Robert Irvine Fat F banana sundae, like something that runs completely contrary to health. If you were to attach yourself to one food that was just one fattening, indulgent food, what would you attach your name to?
You want a Robert Irvine fat banana bar.
A fat banana bar. All right. Yeah.
The bloomin' onion at Outback.
Yes.
Robert's bloomin' onion.
I would love that. I'd love to see that go completely against type.
Look, you think about it, I'll make it. How about that?
All right.
All right, here's the thing I wanted to ask, Robert. I don't know if this was from an interview you did or whatnot, but I saw a little blurb that said something along the lines of that you believe that maybe the future, part of the future of fast serving restaurants might be with using artificial intelligence. Can you expand a little bit on that, what you mean by that?
Yeah, it's mainly the front of the house in that. I partner with Samsung and Grubber on self-serving technology. Basically, our gene pool right now, as you know, is the lowest it's ever been. Kids are not being born. Young adults don't want kids anymore for whatever reason. So our gene pool is really the lowest it's been since the 40s, 30s and 40s. So we don't have the people to do what I call the mundane task, which is what I do, right? Yeah. I cook. We don't have people that want to serve. We don't have people that want to be hosts. We don't have people that want to. There's a whole shortage of those kind of people. AI and robotics, and I give you a quick thing before I go to AI. Robotics is already making hamburgers at a McDonald's. Flippy and Chippy are already making your chips at Chipotle. They're machines that don't call out. They're not replacing. This is something people get really upset with. Not replacing people because we just don't have the people to do that. What we're doing is taking a higher paid job. I'm all about $25, even $30 wages. I'm in with that. We got to live the way the inflation is now and everything else. We got to be able to pay our bills and take care of our families. But I would rather take that money and use it in a better location and pay you more money.
Right.
So I opened 2 days ago and it's a test site, but I opened 2 days ago a Restaurant of the Future in Andrews Air Force Base in DC. And it's basically just like you go to your McDonald's or you see in the airport where you click on a screen and your food comes up in literally 4.5 minutes. Right? We're seeing
all the food. The food is completely prepared robotically.
It's not robotically. There's humans involved in it. One in the back, one in the front. But the way it's put together, the menus are put so that I can use technology, meaning sous vide, AI, and robotics at the same time.
So there was a story that came out of California. A lot of the restaurants and fast casual are switching to these kiosks. So basically, the same way you'd go and get your ticket at an airport, you have very large illuminated menus with touch screens, almost like a locate screen in a mall, and people are all placing their orders. And then there's a human interface that is giving you the food.
And it's funny because AI, look, and again, we got to be careful because AI is good and bad, right? Because bad actors can use AI. But there's voice interaction there. It's not just you going to a screen and pushing things. Although I will tell you this, Steve, and group, the growth period, and we've done it, we've tested it, is 28% growth in a small mom and pop business because it prompts you to buy, I don't know, pickles, onion rings, French fries, soda, whatever it is, that a normal human being will stand there chewing gum, being on the phone and wasting your $20 an hour and being rude to you. And I'm not saying that about everybody, by the way, but there are places like that.
Right.
What he's doing is saying, you know what, Allison or Katie or whatever, I'm going to move you over here. You're going to do this job. I'm going to pay you $5 more.
Right.
I used to be jumping through hoops because I'm paying you $5 more. So we're testing it, see how it works. But I believe it's the future. And it's so funny. Preston, you said something. If you go to Walmart and you go to a store in Arkansas that is unmanned, right? You walk in, you get your credit card, you do your thing, you walk out. The younger generation, the 3-minute speed readers there, the younger generation, they want food. They want it quick, whether they're purchasing it, whether they're cooking it. They want it quick. The older generation, like me, I want a human being to talk to.
Yep.
I like that. Yeah. So Walmart have split half of their stores into computers and half into humans. It sounds like I'm in the 22nd century.
No, I think what you're describing are cyborgs. That will be part human flesh and part machine, so you're getting the best of both worlds.
Steve, only you could say that and get away with it.
If your person who's working the counter at Burger King can also run 65 miles an hour, wouldn't that be a plus?
Would be.
You get your order that much quicker.
Cyborg, I'll be a test. Just give me 28 inch arm.
I would love to see a big red eye, you replace your left eye. It'd be awesome. No, but I know what you're talking about. I think it's, so let me ask you, with the state of restaurants today, and you have made over so many restaurants and helped to, consult. What would you say to the small restaurateur, the small business, the small corner place that serves falafels or whatever? What do they need to keep an eye on as far as this technological frontier?
I think you've got to look at your costs, the cost of doing business today, no matter whether a fuel station, whether, a fuel guy. Think about this. You go and fill your car up. The guy that owns that fuel station is only making $1 on what you pump. The rest he has to make in retail in the store. So they're not getting rich like we all think they are, or stores or restaurants. You've got to think about your ordering system, your point of sale system, the overheads of labor, the overheads of food. And don't forget, now we're buying what was a case of eggs, used to be $40. It's now $140. So I can't keep passing that on to you, because in the end you'll say, well, I'm going to buy it myself and cook at home. On my own estimation, by the end of this year, based on the salary increases and inflation, we would have lost 20% of our restaurants in this country because we can't keep up with that.
Yeah.
No workers, the inflation, and et cetera, et cetera.
It's wild.
Yep. It's a hell of a business. It's a hard business. But,
you can get for $200, though, Preston.
Yeah, you can get a ticket to the Phillies game and get your food and drink taken care of right there.
Let's go.
And by the way, and if there's any job openings, I'm in. I can make coffee, I can clean up.
All right, yeah.
All right. Well,
I'm only $15 an hour.
We're going to send people in that direction. Wednesday, July 10th is when that game is. We got to wrap, Robert. But also a reminder, there's a dinner at Odette's, New Hope, on the 13th, day after tomorrow. And then Robert's going to be at the Fine Wine and Good Spirits in Quakertown, Q-Town, on June 15th, 2 o'clock. And you're going to be signing bottles and meeting people and all that good stuff. So a chance for you to get up close and personal with our good friend Robert. So make sure you do that. And you can get all the information, tickets, whatever you need at chefirvine.com. But I'm excited about this thing with the Phils, man.
Yeah.
That's going to be really cool.
Also, then go to phillies.com/Robert Irvine Foundation.
Excellent. All right, my man. Good to talk to you, bud. Take care of yourself. We'll see you soon. All right, Robert Irvine.
Love you guys.
Love you too, man. We'll see you. He's awesome. And like you said, he's got like a gazillion things going on.
By the way, that's Phil's Dodgers too. I mean, it's a potential NLCS matchup. The Dodgers are the second best team in the National League behind your Philadelphia Phillies. So yeah, Preston, as you mentioned, man, $200. That's a great price.
With food and drink?
Yeah.
Hell yes. Absolutely. Casey, question. We are going to have Andy Summers coming on a little bit. Do you know what time, Nick?
Yeah, like 9:10, 9:15. He's running a little bit late. So
we got a couple of minutes. Yeah. All right, good. No, we're not going to do square dance.
Okay.
We're gonna mention this article you sent to me, Steve.
Oh.
Yeah. So Clips for Sale is a kind of fetish platform. Or at least they have a beat on that type of lifestyle.
They got foot stuff on there?
They have loads of foot stuff.
Okay.
So researchers at Clips for Sale analyzed search data and sales related to popular fetishes, and they found that bondage reigns supreme in the world of fetish worldwide. Okay, so everybody, who's into that thing,
loving the bondage.
Majority of them are into bondage, but you may not be aware of what the second fetish on this list, second most popular according to search data and sales.
Now, I'm going to recuse myself, but I'd like to see them.
Yeah, you sent the article.
Yeah.
So searches for passing gas exploded by 430% in the past year.
Come on.
With sales of related paraphernalia jumping 40%. In the U.S., U.K., Australia, and Canada, the fetish remains number 2 behind bondage. Though farting took first place in Brazil and Portugal.
The thing that caught me in this article, amongst the initial gist of it, paraphernalia. What paraphernalia is associated with this fetish?
I would imagine a gas mask that
right?
has a a tube that goes straight to someone's ass.
Does this say majority-wise, like, are men buying this or women?
I think it's mainly men.
Okay.
So, though it has gained popularity, scientists estimate that the sound and smell of flatulence has been a turn-on for decades.
Have you ever dated a gas queen?
No.
No. I mean, listen, the smell, I think we can all agree, unless it's your own, is the worst thing ever.
It's horrible, unless you've made it.
Yeah, and the sound is awesome.
Yeah.
Well, for some people, the smell is wonderful. They love other people's gas.
We used to.
It's like a spa smell.
When I was pledging, there was, I think the the shortest guy in the line had to wear he had a gas mask. So, Nick, you remember when you pledged, you always had to have some supplies on you. One guy had a gas mask, and it was specifically to be farted into the hose when they were wearing.
Well, there you go.
There's your apparatus.
That's it. Yeah. So Avery Martin, a spokesperson for Clips for Sale, said that the habit started to gain traction in February 2020 and increased steadily after this. Said maybe it was the close quarters of shutdown or maybe the loss of scent that so many experienced with early COVID. You can't deny its power. That year, sales increased by 50%. Being turned on by farts is a sign of olfactophilia.
Yes.
Olfactophilia, or being sexually aroused by smells coming from the body. The subset specifically interested in farts is called eproctophilia.
Eproctophilia. Kathy, a second OnlyFans page might be in the works here.
Yeah, I'm good.
It's unclear exactly how many people have experienced eproctophilia, though there have been a select few case studies published on the subject. I'll give you some examples in a second.
And I'm going to ask a question I know the answer to. Is there anything you would describe as erotic about this at all?
Oh, I've never, not only just not erotic, I've never in my life smelled someone else's gas and gone, ooh.
Yeah, never.
Never. Not one time. Now, my own.
Yes.
Is phenomenal.
And we've talked about the phenomenon that causes
fantastic.
that.
Yeah, I don't know what that's all about.
Yeah.
But there was cake sitting, but then is it called
Splashing.
Splashing, yeah. Where people, and then cake farts was, I wasn't turned on by
Right,
that.
yep.
I watched the video because it's just bizarre.
Yes.
We had Melissa Kai come in and do the splashing for us.
Yeah.
But cake farts is hilarious.
Yeah.
People sit on cake.
That's just
and
hilarious.
then fart on the cake.
Yep, they sit in a bare ass on the cake and fart.
Is that sexual at all?
For some it is.
Probably.
Yeah.
But there is nothing about any of that appeals to me.
No.
But
Yeah.
then again, the bondage thing has no fascination for me as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think this fart thing is kind of asinine, but if it gets you off, whatever, no judging. But I know a guy who is very into body smells. It's all borderline body odor. Like for him, there's something sexual attached to like sweat.
Do you still have burnt rubber's number, Preston?
Oh.
I just want to say
So,
that
Nick,
I'm not this guy that you know.
No. It's a guy named Facey Coster, and he is he's into. He does not like perfumes or colognes. And if a person is overly showered or Steve kind of like cleanly like you, that's a turnoff. If the dude's been to the gym, and like that's where he finds some sexual appeal.
It's so funny because the one thing of all the smells, of all the things that one can encounter with other people, is rank body odor will make me gag. Like I have to get away from it. And whereas
worse than a nasty smelly fart?
Yeah.
Like an egger?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It's weird to say that, but yeah, I know because that's vile as well.
Yeah.
But the body odor that's just been sort of percolating for a while.
All right, so here's some examples. 2013 report published in APA PsychNet detailed the case of Brad, a single but rather appealing in sound, and I found myself fixating on it. He said, at first, I didn't want to admit I was into his farting, but eventually I decided to experiment. I set up a bet at some point and intentionally lost, with the wager being the right to fart in the loser's face for a week.
My dearest wife, today on the fields of Gettysburg, a soldier farted in front of me. And even despite the raging battle that took so many of my comrades, I was briefly turned on by the smell of eggs.
It goes back that far?
It goes back that far.
Wow.
It's alluded to in the Gettysburg Address.
Lincoln?
Yeah.
Oh, my God. I never
Stinking
considered.
Lincoln.
Yeah,
What do you mean?
Stinking Lincoln. Right, of course.
Absolutely.
Wow. So he said, I continued to lose such bets once every few weeks for about 2 years.
Wow.
Brad also noted that he enjoyed everything about it, though he was most drawn to an acrid sulfur smell.
So I wonder if stink bombs then.
It probably just doesn't quite cut it.
It has to be
coming from a human being.
It's like artificial.
All right, here's another one.
It's like Miracle Whip and regular mayonnaise.
A 22-year-old straight man, Jason, not his real name, told Vice in 2018 that his earliest farting fantasies started around age 6. He said, I remember I wasn't allowed to use the word fart when I was little.
That's
so that,
restrictive.
So that probably made it feel more taboo or forbidden to me.
They called it parcheesi.
And at some point, he fell in love with it.
I wonder if, like, wandering around a place like Yellowstone where there's a strong smell of sulfur in the air is erotic.
But I think Preston, I would probably agree with you, Preston, that it has to be human generated.
And I'll tell you why, Nick, because I know those areas of Yellowstone that have that smell, and I like that. For some reason, it's a pleasing scent to me, but it's coming from the earth.
Right.
Yeah. If that were coming out of somebody's ass.
I didn't like it.
I don't think I'd like it.
Good point.
You didn't like it?
No, I went to
I
a
did.
volcano in St. Lucia, and I couldn't wait to get. And unfortunately, we were spending a lot of time up top. There were lunch there. I'm like, how the hell do you
get
expect me
lightheaded?
to eating this? I don't recall getting lightheaded. I just recall
a
profound era of sulfur. I think after a while, Nick, would make you might even give you a headache.
Yeah.
Right. Nick, I think it was brimstone.
Oh, crack one off like that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No damn brimstone. Here's another story. Fabio, a guy named Fabio.
Real name?
Not that guy.
Okay.
A 37-year-old straight man from Brazil said that while he's heterosexual, he's exclusively attracted to men's farts. When he was 5-year-old, Fabio's cousin playfully passed gas in his face. He said he didn't know I was near his butt cheeks to appreciate them. And his fart made my dreams
This is like
come
Tuesdays
true.
with Maury. It's very inspiring.
According to Sarah Berry, a sex and relationship therapist, the fetish is often developed when someone is exposed to this type of gas in a heightened environment. She said,
farted in my face.
She said farts are generally regarded as funny, gross, and or embarrassing.
No.
Any experiences exacerbating any of these reactions could give rise to farting as a sexual preference.
It's interesting because it is inherently, and we've talked about this, comical. You know this because babies, as you've pointed out, will laugh at it. It's just something that's humorous. Where it jumps that fence over into arousal is something I just... And obviously, it works for some people. I can't even go anywhere near. I can't work myself in the proximity of finding it erotic.
I'm going to go to Lisa. Hi, Lisa. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Awesome. Lisa, so you love smelling other people's farts, right?
I do not.
That's what it says up here on the call
Then
screen.
what did you want to tell us?
Well, I wanted to share something. It's not an arousal, but I had twin boys, and when they were younger, we always used to buy those cheese balls in the bucket.
Love them.
With the lid on them. Everybody loves those things.
Yeah.
They used to eat them like crazy.
Yep.
Well, I've had them sitting there in the house for about a week and a half. Nobody was eating the cheese balls. Go to my boys, and it's like, how come you guys aren't eating the cheese balls? Well, they fessed up. The one of them lifted up the lid, farted in the bucket, closed the lid, and left them sitting on the counter.
Are you saying one of your sons knowingly farted into a cheese ball bucket and sealed it in with the lid?
Absolutely.
That's fantastic.
Is that a
That's
fart?
great. That's really good work.
That's
He's going today he is.
That's an
Didn't tell
ingenious.
anybody, and to this day, I have not eaten a cheese ball.
So it ruined it. It ruined cheese balls for good for you.
For good.
That's a bad thing. Oh, all right. Well, thank you, Lisa. Appreciate it. Hey, somebody pointed out, wasn't Roger Ailes the king of this?
Absolutely.
Yes. He would like women to fart in his face.
You're a bucket of cheese balls. I'm gonna fart and then you eat the cheese balls.
Dude, well, you know who like doing it to other people?
Mitch McConnell.
Chuck Berry.
Chuck Berry. Oh, my God.
We have audio evidence of that.
Play it
We've played many
if we have
times.
it.
I don't know if we still have it or not, but he was with a hooker, a prostitute, and videotape it, and he was like, put your face down there.
What a delight.
It's so terrible.
Father of rock and roll.
And he rips it, and he's like, did you taste that or something?
So,
in her
okay, he's the
mouth?
father of rock and roll. Let's go back.
Yeah.
Do you think Beethoven had the similar?
Yeah, maybe some of the innovators of the music world.
Place your visage in proximity to my banghole.
Banghole?
Please. Please.
And she clearly was, at least in the audio from the Chuck Berry, seemed to be surprised.
We have it.
I don't know if this is it. This just says Chuck Berry died.
Chuck Berry died. Oh, no, this is us talking about it.
Woodland Road. We have the left link.
Yeah, that's the
Kathy?
audio of us talking about it.
She wasn't
Yeah.
with Chuck Berry.
Not that we know of. He was into feet, too.
Maybe he was into her jewelry.
According to Clips for Sale research, the top kink is still bondage, which involves, of course, tying up or restraining a sexual partner.
What's the percentage difference? Did they mention? Between 1 and 2?
I don't know. It jumped by 430% in the past year as far as searches.
I tell you what's probably appealing to it on a general fetish level is that you do not require the amount of equipment you would need for bondage stuff. All you need is a butthole.
A good cabbage roll and a cup of coffee.
That's it, yeah.
And a butthole. Other popular fetishes include masochism.
Oh, no.
Which is pleasure from pain or humiliation. Face sitting.
Yeah.
So that's a fetish. I guess when you're kind of like smothering someone, I guess.
I think so.
And foot fetishes, Kathy.
See? There's money in it.
Yeah.
Get that cash register going.
Mm-hmm. Maybe if you farted on feet.
I'd be curious.
Oh, my God.
Feet farting.
No, man, don't give away these.
I know.
These are
I know.
home
I don't want
runs.
to give these away for free. This is ridiculous.
I want your friend, Kathy, who did the OnlyFans,
Yeah.
if she could send over samples of what people.
Oh, yeah, I'll text her right now.
Yeah.
Oh, the comments or
Yeah,
the feet
the
pictures?
comments. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that's the number 2 fetish in the world, according to Clips for Sale. Farting. Like
It's
farting.
crazy.
And just, I guess, maybe people are into videos of people doing that too, because, of course, you're into videos of pretty much anything that you have a kink about. But
Remember our intern, Michael? Was definitely had a
had a foot fetish.
A foot fetish.
No,
Yeah.
not a fart fetish.
Not a fart
Not a fart
fetish.
fetish.
Yeah.
He farted in my face.
All right.
Yeah, that turned weird.
Interesting stuff. Very
It is.
interesting.
Yes, absolutely. And I think we finally, I think we might have changed some lives today.
Yeah.
It never gets old. It's amazing.
One more
thing.
time. I like that one.
Do you have the newer one that I sent over? This most recent one. It was a song that
I don't know. We need to take a break, though.
This one's a rock opera, Preston.
Yeah. It's a rock
does
opera.
Rock opera. Yeah, opera. I don't know where to
I'm
find
kidding.
this.
I'm joking.
Okay.
You can skip it. We got to take a break.
Yeah, we got to take a break.
All right. We do have Andy Summers who's going to be joining us in just a moment. Hopefully he's not
Unless you just
listening.
heard that.
Yeah, he's not listening right now. And also we have another announcement to make. So we announced earlier. Let me reiterate this before we go. We announced the Preston and Steve Day Off at Dorney.
Excellent.
We've never done this. A live broadcast from Dorney Park, and this is going to be on Thursday, July 11th. And you can win tickets. You need the Dorney digital word of the day, which is FAST. You go to WMMR.com, you'll see the link, and you will find out how to enter through that. And it's from Dorney Park and Wildwater Kingdom for the fun of it.
Awesome.
Early entrance into the park, free admission for the day, free parking, and we will be there. And you get to ride the brand new coaster, Iron Menace. So make sure you go to the website and check that out. And the word again is FAST. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. Andy Summers of The Place, who's going to be at the Sellersville Theater on Thursday, will be joining us. Stay put.
California.
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 Valley
you, Leah?
I thought it was a very, lovely, eloquent delivery, but I think not a Brit, so I'd be very surprised.
Catherine, where are you from?
Originally from Lancaster.
All right, Lancaster, PA. All right.
Well done.
You didn't get it past him, but thank you very much for helping out. All right.
All right, bye.
Bye-bye. All right, we have one more to go in Brit or Not a Brit, and the final person is Robert. Robert, are you there?
Top of the morning, it.
All right, top of the morning it to you. All right, Robert, we sent you a movie line from Philadelphia. Go ahead and give it to us, please.
You know where Southpaw comes from, I'll tell you. A long time ago, there was this guy, maybe a couple of 100 years ago. He was fighting around, I think it was around Philadelphia, and his arm, he was left-handed, and his arm was facing toward New Jersey, you see, and that's south. So then naturally they call him Southpaw. You see, Southpaw. South Jersey, South Camden, Southpaw. You know what I mean?
That's from Rocky Balboa.
Yes, yeah.
No, remember
when
that.
they were on the ice
Rocky.
skating rink.
What's that?
Number
Rocky.
one.
Oh,
Not Rocky Balboa. Yeah, he's skating around with Adrian.
That's in the
ice
South
skating
Pole,
rink.
South,
You're right.
South Philadelphia, South America, South, North, a direction, as in directions you might go, one of them being south.
And that's where we got it.
Yeah.
Joel, what do you think?
Yeah, I think Brit. I think he's from Ireland.
Oh, poor man. He probably doesn't want to identify as British, does he?
Yeah.
And
What
he's
about-
Irish, yeah.
You think he's Irish?
Yeah, I don't want to offend any because Irish people don't like to be called British, but for the sake of the game, British.
follow you.
Okay.
But
All right.
I think Irish.
Robert, where were you born?
Glasgow, Scotland.
How did we get that
so we
wrong?
got it so wrong.
That's
I'm sorry, but that was
embarrassing.
so Irish.
Is that offensive to him?
You know what? I think Scottish and Irish get annoyed at English people for mixing up the accent. and
You're
we've done
right.
that.
Oh, we've just done.
I'm
done
so
it.
sorry.
You guys are so right, because one of my favorite vacations my wife and I took was to Edinburgh.
Yeah.
And that is clearly something they're not fond of having the accent, the dialect confused. Yes.
No, I'm so sorry. We're such idiot English. people.
Robert,
So sorry,
Robert,
mate.
can you get past this this comment they made?
I identify as Scottish, so I'm okay with it.
You identify as
Where do you live now, by the way?
I live in Wilmington, Delaware, but I work in Delco.
Okay, you work in
Delco.
How long have you been in the States?
15 years.
15
years. All right, man. Well, thank you for playing along. We appreciate that.
Cheers.
All right,
All right,
take
take
care.
care,
All right,
guys.
there you go. Brit or
Well
not a Brit.
done.
All right, so
By the way, you guys killed it. You did a great job.
yeah, how did they? Did anybody keep score?
Yes.
Okay.
Somehow Joel ended up winning.
Ah.
7 to 6.
That's what we said would happen. He's the linguist.
7-6.
Yeah, Joel got one right that Leah got wrong.
And then we had how many on there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We had 11, so that's not bad.
Yeah.
I think that's damn good.
Absolutely. It's a difficult thing, especially over a phone.
Yeah. There were a couple of them where I was like, yeah. Yep. You could tell right away, just trying a little bit too hard.
When Joel and Leah started laughing
Yeah, yeah.
immediately on never a good sign.
I have a sixth sense. I see dead people. No, that's Japanese.
Now, to put you guys on the spot, do you have any American accent that you try to pull off?
No, we can only do generic Valley Girl, can't
Generic, yeah.
Okay.
Valley Girl.
do
Try,
that.
give it a shot.
we? Okay, so give us something to say and then.
That's the hard part, is coming up with
okay.
something.
We can just
Tell us what you're doing today.
Okay, so today we are going to Preston and Steve, and then after that we are gonna try a Philly cheesesteak.
Oh.
Well done.
She even got the
Well
vocal
done.
fry in there.
Like a slightly confused.
Right.
Kardashian,
Vocal
yeah,
fry is
Kardashian.
very
Little
Yeah.
Kardashian.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep, there was a little Kardashian in there. How
Oh
about-
yeah. Oh, that's all our references, isn't it? Really. We
Yeah.
don't get a lot of.
Sadly.
Sadly.
How about you, Joel? What else are you doing today?
We might go to the Rocky Steps.
Yeah.
And to the penitentiary.
Yeah.
And we're just gonna have a good time, you know.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
Antiseptic.
Yeah.
By the way, Eastern State Penitentiary, awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
that
what
is
we're
very
thinking.
cool. Yeah.
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 In fact, it was roundly condemned by Charles Dickens. So when for driving prisoners stone cold mad.
That's exactly what it did.
Yeah.
Yes. So you guys are in town for the next few days, and
Oh, yeah.
how quickly will the videos you make end up being put up? Or do you need to spend time editing, or are you going to put them up as you go along?
So the first Philly videos will probably be out this week.
Okay.
Maybe next week. So yeah, if anyone's just wanted to jump on our channel and have a little watch of us,
Yeah.
You guys
then
are
you can.
so much fun, and I encourage people who haven't checked you guys out to check it out. It's very likable, and it's a great distraction and diversion, and it's
Yeah, thank you.
wonderful.
And so I was telling these guys off air that we're supposed to get a bunch of snow on Friday into Saturday, and they really should. If you have the right gear, try and go sledding down the Art Museum steps. It is a real thing that really happens
Yeah.
when it snows out.
It's
We'd
worth,
definitely give that a
it's
go.
worth getting the gear for, isn't it?
All the gear, no
They'll
idea.
set you up.
Yeah.
And give out your social media and YouTube channel and all that stuff.
Yeah, sure. We are at Joel and Leah, JoelAndLia, on everything.
Okay.
So you can find us that way.
Perfect.
All right, excellent. Well, thank you guys for coming by.
Thanks for having us.
It's great to
That was
see
fun.
you,
Thank
and
you so
hopefully,
much.
hopefully we'll be over there again.
Yeah,
sometime.
see you in London,
Definitely.
guys.
Come on
And,
over.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much.
Excellent. All right, Joel and Leah, let's hear it for them, guys. With that, we are going to take a break. We will come back in just a moment, so make sure that you hang close, my friend. The band Coheed and Cambria will be at the Leah Core Center on July 27th. Tickets are going to go on sale tomorrow at 10 a.m. at coheedandcambria.com. They are promoting their highly anticipated new record, which is Vaxis 2, A Window of the Waking Mind, and spiraling somewhere in the United States as we speak on a bus, headed out on tour. He is joining us live. Please welcome the singer of the band, the man behind the music, Mr. Claudio Sanchez. This morning. Claudio, good morning, sir.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
It's our pleasure, man. Listen, I'm going to be straight up with you from the very get-go because we're excited about having this interview, and I just have the smallest amount of knowledge of Coheed and Cambria. I've been aware of you guys for a long time. I only know a few songs, and I was like, man, do I kind of, BS this guy and just pretend like I know all of his music and do the interview that way? But then I thought about it. I'm like, you know what? You've got such diehard fans. The fans know about your music. They're going to go to your show. But how about the people that might not be that familiar with? And let's bring some new people on board this. And so I want to be one of those people. And the reason I know I'm going to be one of those people is I had this same type of sensation of just checking out and diving into your catalog in the last couple of days that I had when I first, somebody turned me on to Rush. Okay, so I'm a prog guy, and Rush is my band. And when somebody played 2112 for me the first time, that was my first dive into conceptual music. And I was like Pinto in Animal House when he finds out that there's an atom on your fingernail could be a tiny little universe. I was just like, I can't handle this. I was blown away. So I'm really open to diving deep into the world of Coheed and Cambria because it's a very dense universe. There's a lot of material there. And I bet you love hearing about people coming on board and really experiencing the music,
Yeah, well, that's actually a big conversation we had when making Vaxis 2 with our A&R Johnny Minardi. Is just like, Coheed and Cambria has been a band now like 20 years. And it's like, well, what does that look like to somebody coming on board? And it's not that different from, say, like somebody getting introduced to maybe the Star Wars universe and then realizing there's this whole mythology, this whole catalog of records behind them that's vast, and so yeah, I mean it's definitely a conversation that I love sort of having is like, this is way more than just music. It's a culture, and all because I started it as a kid because I was shy. I just had a hard time singing about myself, and I was afraid to let people know about me. So I created a concept to hide behind.
And for those who don't know, Claudio, is that the band's work, now listen, there are concept albums. There's The Wall, and there's 2112, and there's Dark Side of the Moon, and these albums that have this entire, project that's just filled with this story, and it's amazing. But the band's entire work, from what I understand, is all a conceptual piece. Is that a correct assumption or a correct characterization?
Yeah. Yep, with the exception of one record, which was called The Color Before the Sun, but everything else is part of a mythology I constructed, a science fiction epic called The Amory Wars, where Coheed and Cambria... Yeah, where Coheed and Cambria are essentially, in the first 5 stories, act as kind of the Adam and Eves. They sort of set the whole mythology off. And then everything else is really about their sons coming into manhood, like an adolescent growing into a man and understanding like his place within this universe that he essentially has control over. And then after that, we kind of fall into this new story arc that we're working on called Vaxis. And that, when I look at the Vaxis story arc and I think about myself in there, whereas like those original Coheed records, I see myself as the adolescent and I'm growing up. Whereas in the Vaxis story arc, I see myself as the father, and that's really kind of the trajectory there. Those are the themes there, is how a father deals with, a man kind of coming into his own as a dad, basically.
I love this notion. I would have been, and I am now going to, because I just as Preston said, we're both fans of this kind of approach to music. few and far between these days. And it used to be the norm. And you would just get there and you would immerse and you would look at album art and you would be, what's the message? And you talk about album art. You've got the comic series. I mean, you've got all of this stuff that's dovetailing. Preston, at 16 or 17, if you found this band, you'd be outside the tour bus.
Oh, yeah.
Bugging the crowd. I mean, because honestly, I heard so many people that I respected and respect, Claudio, the band's name would always come up. And I'm like, well, I love this stuff. And so circuitously, I would experience and go, yeah, that's good. Not understanding, I mean, what is a very rare situation where it's not just simply a thematic concept album, it's a concept band. Mm-hmm. That is awesome. That's a mind blower. Did you start to fall into it just through the growth of the band, or was that the modus operandi from day one?
So when I started writing material, I think I was about, I was a teenager. Right. And I became the singer of this band. And when I was writing the material for it, before it was Coheed and Cambria, I started to realize like I just had a hard time. I had a hard time singing songs about myself, putting my heart on my sleeve. But though they were, so I just didn't want anybody to go, oh, I know that person now because of the music, So I started to construct this concept. So I took a trip to Paris, France in 1998. And there's when I started to construct the ideas of Coheed and Cambria, the characters, some of the first songs on the first record. Just because I hadn't been anywhere. I'm a New York kid. The furthest I had been was New Jersey. And now I'm in Paris, and it was so wonderful. And I was like, you know what? Maybe I should just really adopt this as a songwriter. Of course, I'm a teenager. I'm not thinking that strategically, but that's just what I thought. I was like, you know what? I'm shy. Let's just put this out there with a curtain, and that's what I did. And then, when the band got signed in 2001 to Equal Vision, an indie up in New York, they didn't like the name of the band we had at the time. And so Coheed and Cambria happened to be this project I was working on the side, and the band really liked it. And so with that, we adopted the name, and I took the concept with me, and it's just kind of been I guess from day one when the signing, I guess you could say it's always been the thing.
That's great.
All right, so you had mentioned entering this universe for the first time, and you had sort of drawn the parallel between your music and, let's say, the Star Wars universe. So for us, the Star Wars universe started with Episode 4. So if we were talking to somebody who had never seen a movie before, we might start with Episode 4, and other people might say, no, you got to start with Episode 1, and then other people might say, no, you need to start with Rogue One or whatever. So what I want to ask you, 20 years later, and I've done this with other bands where I discovered a band, 4 records in. I'm like, okay, well, where do I start? Do I start with the newest stuff or do I go back to the beginning? So for anybody who just heard Shoulders for the first time, and that is their introduction to the band, do you recommend starting there, or do you recommend going back to 2002 to the Second Stage Turbine Blade?
I think it's totally subjective. I mean, this answer changes all the time. It all depends on timing, right? Like if we were to finish, say, the Baxis story, which is 3 more records, my answer to this question would be different. I would say, I'm really proud of Baxis 2. I think Baxis 2 really kind of stands off on its own. I also really love the idea of coming into something late and then discovering the fact that there's all this other stuff to consume. But if I had to say, Second Stage Turbine Blade is basically the second part of the Amory Wars. That is the second part in this huge mythology that's probably going to ultimately be 12 parts. But that's the second part. The origin story of those characters is in a record called Year of the Black Rainbow. So technically that's the first. Here's the thing. So sorry, here's where my crazy gets into play.
All right, it's all good.
Every record has a numeric value. So Year of the Black Rainbow, year being singular, Second Stage Turbine Blade, second being 2, In Keeping Secrets of Silent Earth 3 is the third part, Good Apollo 4.
Oh my.
So every record has its numeric value within the story. The Baxis story arc, however, that's sort of more cryptic. The V for Baxis stands for the Roman numeral 5, and the axis in which all of the Amory Wars is now going to revolve. So it's a little heady.
No.
This is the Stones. They are playing the Link tonight, by the way, and we have complete MMR concert coverage that will be taking place 5 to 8. will be Stone's warm-up blocks, get you set for the show. I always love that. I love
so do I.
Going to a show you're really excited about, and MMR starts just playing tracks from
Gets you in the mood.
Your favorite band. It just it's kind of primes the pump a little bit.
Even to concerts I was not going to, it's cool. It's a cool vibe.
Then it makes you feel like, why didn't I get tickets to that show?
And then coming out of the show, I always like the concert echo.
Yep. Yeah. So 6 o'clock, live reports with Jackie and Pierre. That goes into Brent's show. And then 7 to midnight, Jackie and Pierre continue the live broadcast, and they will be right outside the venue at Head House Plaza next to the Xfinity Gate, and that is near 11th Street. So all your coverage, as you can imagine, taken right here, or found right here on MMR.
So I saw the Stones last at the Link, and it was a great show. I would have loved to have had this album attached to that concert tour.
Yeah.
Man,
New awesome music.
New awesome music.
Right?
Yeah.
By the way, and we don't have audio of this, but Nick, there was a moment last night with Roger Daltrey.
Yeah, so Daltrey was doing a singer-songwriter thing at the Keswick. It's pretty amazing that Daltrey was at the Keswick last night and the Stones are at the Link tonight. But Daltrey paid homage to Mick Jagger and was just talking about how the Who looked up to the Stones so much, and then he referenced the fact that the Stones are here tonight. And then I couldn't find the audio, but our friend Cindy was there, and she says that Roger Daltrey paid tribute to Pierre as well, and the radio station, because Pierre, as he always does or often does, classed up the joint a little bit by sending some flowers to Daltrey, and Daltrey acknowledged that from the stage, which is a really cool thing to do.
Do you think if you're Roger Daltrey and you're in town, or you're Mick Jagger, you have these two juggernauts, do you pick up the phone and just say hi, or is it? Are you ships passing in the night?
Probably ships passing in the night. I'll bet you they've been in the same cities on many occasions, and also they've usually got their management and whatnot has some things planned where they're going to have to meet with certain people and do a couple things here and there. So I bet it's more rare than we might think it is, because why not get together? But they've probably seen each other for years.
Let me ask you this: what do you think the odds are that one Bradley Cooper is in the audience at the Link tonight? Right?
I think it might be good.
Philadelphian?
Yeah. I don't know how big of a Stones fan he is. I mean, he's obviously, he and Eddie Vedder are buddies. And
he's a rocker.
He wanted to make sure he was at that show. But
where was he last night with his funny beard?
I think he was up in New York.
New York.
It's funny beard.
Bradley Cooper and the funny beard.
Yeah. His funny beard.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is kind of weird. It's just his chin.
Yeah, he shaved his chin, but
it's almost like a monk beard.
It's kind of mutton choppy.
Real quick, Casey, I just got word that Andy Summers should be dialing in shortly. So I know we're waiting on him, but he should be ready to rock momentarily.
Yep.
But speaking of artists that get on stage with other giant artists, there was a huge thing that happened at Madison Square Garden over the weekend. I think it was on Sunday night.
Yes.
Billy Joel. Billy Joel is the only artist who sold out the Madison Square Garden more times than this band called Fish.
Yeah.
And apparently there was like a point of contention there for maybe a little bit or whatever. But Billy Joel was at Madison Square Garden, another sold out show. Trey Anastasio comes out and plays with the band.
That is pretty cool.
That was really, really cool.
I was trying to figure out the configuration because once I saw the piano revolved, I said, okay, this is clearly a Billy Joel show.
Yeah. It was definitely not a Fish show. But I mean, I didn't expect to see anything like that.
No, sorry. Marissa was gesturing to me. I thought she wanted to go on the air. She was saying she was waving me off. Go ahead.
No, that's all. I mean, we do have. They ended up doing "You May Be Right." We have a little bit of audio from that, and it's like video taken from the crowd or whatever.
It always sucks.
Like being there.
You can feel it, right?
Yeah. I hate phone audio of shows. It's never along with the video.
Yeah,
yes,
it's fine.
That I can kind of take, but just the audio is like, no, this is not doing any justice whatsoever.
Thank God that's not the actual show audio.
Wouldn't that be great? It's like that Guns N' Roses show at the Link that Kathy went to, I think, right?
It always lives in
really
the
bad
nightmares.
audio.
Yeah, I thought it was terrible audio. I left early.
No.
Can you guys talk with your mouth closed?
Yeah.
Okay. No. You let a little bit of air out.
No, I don't.
Okay. All right. Then never mind. Press is like,
anything else you
where the
have,
hell do I
Preston?
go?
What?
Is there anything else
I'm
you have?
sorry. I was thinking.
Sleeping?
Yeah.
I was looking at a bug. The video is always great. It's just the audio that doesn't quite translate on the phone.
You want to ask Andy Summers when he comes on if he can talk with his mouth closed?
Why don't I ask him with my mouth
Let's
closed?
do the, yes, actually.
You're
How
a
would,
complete fool.
how would you do that?
But I watched a video of this girl who can talk with her mouth closed, and it sounds like there's a person trapped inside of her body.
Yeah, it's kind of like ventriloquism.
Yeah.
So, what?
Yeah.
A little bit, but not quite like ventriloquism.
It sounds like she's. I've heard it. I used to be able to do it. I can't do it right now because I have a cold sore.
Oh.
Yeah. And it went through everything. I mean, it sounds like I have a lisp, an internal lisp.
Hey, George. Hey, George.
Oh my God! Somebody is stuck inside Preston's body right now.
That was from Best in Show.
I'm the best dog here.
That's right. I'm sorry, I didn't get the reference.
I was doing a bit.
Oh my God.
Doing a bit from a movie that I didn't make up.
Yeah.
But it sounds like somebody. Yeah, there was a guy in high school who was good at ventriloquism, and he would do that in our class.
Really?
And he would quote unquote throw your voice.
Yeah.
And we had like this cabinet in there, and he would pretend like he was somebody inside the cabinet, and it did sound kind of weird how you do that. So. Fascinating stuff.
Andy Summers on the.
We've lost many good people.
It's an ancient art.
We've lost many
ventriloquism.
good people to ventriloquism.
Yes.
The latest update was this. It says, Andy wasn't sure if it was 1:15 yet.
Right.
Wait, he didn't know. So basically, he didn't know the time.
So he doesn't have a clock.
Listen, he operates on a higher plane. He's not beholden to time.
At 9:19, speaking of time, Steve, it says he is dialing in right now.
Okay.
All right.
Marissa looked at me and she gave the international sign for stretch.
Okay.
Stretch it out.
All I know is I'm sitting in the Zoom room. I see Andy, but I see no video or audio yet. So we haven't spoken yet.
You don't see Andy. You see the name Andy?
Yes.
Okay.
So he's logged in.
All right.
He's probably listening to us.
All right.
Deciding if he wants to come on now.
Well, if he's heard just the past 10 seconds, he's clearly not going to come on.
He hung up.
Yeah. We're talking about ventriloquism.
I'll give you guys a sign. Give me another minute or so.
What's the sign?
He's
What do
waving
you
us
want the
off.
sign to be?
What Casey's doing right there.
Like
Yeah.
wacky, wavy, inflatable two-man guy.
It's from Team America World Police. You remember the sign, right?
Yeah.
Sorry. Anyway. How you guys doing? Everybody good? We all good? Everything good?
We're good.
Yeah.
That's good. So we get put in this position from time to time because it's like, okay, we need to fill out a little bit of space, but how much? Because I could dive into something that we can go 30 minutes on.
I know what we could do if you want.
What?
The spiritual from glory, if we have that.
Oh, I don't think we have that anymore, do we?
Oh my Lord.
How many times have you seen the police?
I actually saw this once.
Time.
Yeah.
It was in their reunion tour.
And it was at the ballpark?
Yeah.
Was I there?
Yeah, you think you were.
Was it? Did I sit next to you, Preston?
You did not, but I remember you telling me that you definitely were there because you made a comment about Stuart Copeland and how he looked like he was not mentally together.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Because he's got this big white hairdo and he had this headband around him and he wore gloves and stuff like that and had these glasses and he looked kind of funky. You thought he was kind of weird looking.
That was the tour you thought no one thought would ever happen.
Yes.
Never thought it would
I
happen.
thought for sure that was that I missed my opportunity to see the police.
I think 2 or 3 years after that, they did a similar tour and they came through the Wells Fargo Center. So they did an outdoor show and then they did an indoor one. I went to the indoor one and it really was one of the best concerts I've ever been to. It's just like one of those anticipation things and it did not disappoint when I went and saw it.
Yeah. It was, and I had called in a favor, got some seats that were fairly close to the stage, and was really happy. And Sting is so good looking.
Yeah.
Like, just everything about that guy is just smooth and cool and desirable. I mean,
and I got so turned on.
He's a man's man. He's like the type of person I'd want to be.
Yeah.
And he's just insanely talented. But that was totally. I have a total man crush on Sting.
I happen to notice you're looking at me, Preston. What are you thinking about me?
But it was an incredible show. I was really glad, and they played all the hits, obviously, and they were just the three of them. They didn't have any extra flourishes to it. It was just pretty straight ahead.
It's funny when you see footage of the early days of the band.
Yeah, they were punkish. I mean, they were just there were fights in the audience, and they were just
there were fights on stage.
Raw. Oh my God. They're well known for scrapping with each other, especially Stewart and Sting. So they had there was total clash of alpha males in the band. So I don't know. It's been a while now. So I don't know what we're gonna do.
The last text I got said he is on, but I think that Marissa saw that he was on.
Yeah.
He just hasn't connected properly.
this is maybe a new way of doing interviews.
Yeah, just like talking about them.
All right.
Some things are best left unsaid.
Marissa I see her lips moving. No. Who are you talking to? Nothing.
Nobody.
Nothing. Okay, she's
actually eating a
All right, we're moving
peanut.
on. We're moving on because we need some stuff to talk about. I saw this article, which apparently there is
on the internet,
a TikTok sort of movement.
Oh, you probably love this.
Well, this is different, Kathy, because it has roots in yoga. It's called floor time.
Okay.
Yes.
Oh,
And floor time involves sitting or lying on the floor to soothe yourself.
Oh, okay.
And what were you thinking it was?
Well, no. I always did floor time with the kids. So when the kids were little, like toddlers or whatever, I called that floor time, where I would just kind of like hang on the floor with those guys, wrestle, play, and all that.
When you're a kid, the floor is a salvation. In fact, I remember the notion of wherever you were at any time, if you were upset or tired, lay down on the floor. It's harder to pull that off as an adult.
Well, I think this is probably like if it's based, on yoga, it's like grounding yourself to the, to
Is that the
earth.
idea?
So yes,
Yeah.
Kathy, the logic behind the online version of floor time is a technique known as grounding, which helps you connect with the present moment and tune out distressing thoughts. And Nicole Wood, who is a master trainer at Yoga 6, says when you lie on the floor, you're doing a yoga pose called Savasana. And I've talked about this before, Kathy. Which translates, which I didn't know this, to corpse pose.
Oh, wow. I didn't know that either.
Yeah. So the last part of yoga, it's the last thing that's done, Steve, is Savasana. It's essentially you just lay on the floor in whatever position is most comfortable for you.
It's a contemplative time, right?
Yes, it's definitely meditative.
Right.
And she had said that people have been doing this pose for thousands of years, and in every yoga class, the corpse pose is the last pose that one does. And it's supposed to, and so they recommend that you just get down, and there's something about being all the way down on the ground.
For a second, so we're waiting for the Zoom call. This picture pops up. I go, Andy's up on the screen. Andy's dead!
It's a guy lying in
Corpse pose.
Savasana, in corpse pose right now.
Yeah, so did you find that? So I know some people who are, like Claire was less, she does the yoga, but it's less about that and more about the stretching and the posing. There's some types of yoga that are very much this.
Yeah,
the higher consciousness.
Yeah, and there's actually a combination of both. Like
Right.
you can do that and get
Right.
what Claire wants out of it, and then the people who like this meditative state, at the end or even during a little like grounding, they can combine it.
Yep. So it says here that whether you practice yoga or not, making the corpse pose part of your daily routine can be beneficial. Lying on the floor can help you block out external stimuli.
I think if you want to send a message at work, try this today in the office.
Yes.
We should all ground ourselves.
What are you doing?
I'm laying on the floor like a corpse.
All right. And it allows your body time to reset, according to this yoga expert.
Could you sleep? Could you, if you were to lay down on the floor?
No.
Yeah.
No. I mean, I could nod off,
Yeah.
but I couldn't sleep fully.
Okay.
And find myself, and in fact, we have a mattress at our shore house when we get when you have a house full of people.
Yeah.
Sometimes somebody's got to sleep on the mattress on the floor. It's a trifold thing. And even though it is a mattress and it's fairly comfortable, the act of getting up off of the ground is like, I don't like that after sleeping all night on the ground.
No, I get
don't
you.
like
Yeah.
that. And I'm still on a mattress, but
Right.
I'm down there. For whatever reason,
What
I
was
don't
I doing
care for
down
that.
there?
What
Yeah.
are you doing down there? But actually laying down on the floor for just a little while to I don't know, like Kathy said, to ground yourself to earth, even if you're just on,
What's so good about the ground?
I don't know.
Well,
but
you're supposed to combine it with
A hoagie.
Not necessarily. I mean, you can meditate, and it is like a meditative state, but to just clear your mind, ground yourself to the earth,
Right.
and live in that moment,
Okay.
and not think about everything else that's on your plate for the
I
day.
think those are viable things.
All right, we're going to clear our minds.
Oh my God! What
What?
is this?
Yeah, we're
happening?
gonna
Okay.
clear our minds right now. Everyone, clear your minds and just listen to the sound.
Okay.
There you go. Do you hear that?
Yes.
Are we all in tune now?
I think so.
We've switched over to a phone line. rather than a Zoom. So we are going to have a call with him. The Cracked Lens and a Missing String tour is going to be at the Sellersville Theater this Thursday. And he is playing music and sharing stories and doing all kinds and showing photographs as well.
Very exciting.
We now have him on the line. Please welcome Mr. Andy Summers to our show. Good morning, Andy.
Yeah, good morning. It's almost like good night at this point.
Oh, yes.
Been on the line 15 minutes now waiting.
Well, we couldn't, I guess there was an issue getting connected.
No, the screen's not working. It's just not working. It keeps saying that you disabled me. Disabled. So, okay.
Sorry about that, man.
Fire away.
All right. Fire away, and that we shall. So you're going to be in town on Thursday. You're doing, like I said, the Cracked Lens and Missing String tour. Correct about showing the photographs and sharing stories and playing music? I know that you've been doing this tour for a little while.
Yes, it's a multimedia show. We have a big cinema screen. I show all sorts of sequences of photography, very exotic. I play to them. I obviously play some familiar music towards the end. A lot of talk. Yeah, it's a sort of multimedia event with stories.
This the photo
playing, obviously.
Are the photographs kind of a snapshot of your life as a musician, or are they focusing on other things?
Necessarily. That's a little corny. No, it's like going all around the world, being in like Tibet, India, places like that. And it's just photography that's sort of shot all over the world. Some of it accompanied by stories like me and John Belushi being in Indonesia together, stuff like that.
You know, it's funny. Years ago, and you know, when I started to get into photography myself, I'm not at your level. You're phenomenal, but you know, there was a fear of going to places and just living through. You know, because you see people walking around with their iPhones and living through the phone and looking through the camera that way. And then I found out that actually with a camera, when you're actually taking time with an actual camera, that you end up appreciating where you are more because you're seeing more around you. Did you find that was the case with you as well?
I think that's a good point. I mean, you know, it seems like an awful long time ago when I wasn't walking around with a camera, but I was aware of exactly that point, that I've become, what's the right word, very observational, because I'm thinking about framing things, looking through the lens. Would this be a photograph? But you get to notice an awful lot more because you're bringing a discipline into these sort of exotic circumstances.
So I have to ask, because I'm into cameras now. What is your camera of choice? What is your...
Well, Leica.
Okay.
I used to like it M10, and I would like it M10 color and black and white, of course. They've moved on to the M11 in their technical world, but I actually love the M10.
How
digital camera.
How soon before you came the person who is, Andy's got his camera now?
Well, actually, you know, I really started in New York City with the police in about 1979. That's when I said, you know, like... I mean, almost like a formal decision to myself in the bedroom of whatever hotel we're in. Okay, I'm going to do photography. I'm going to be very good at it. I had no idea whether I could do it or not, but I seemed to have a natural ability for it, and was, you know, very curious, and you know, it just remained with me since those days. And so, you know, I've had a whole sort of a sub-career of photography.
Well, I know around that time, Stuart Copeland was dragging around a video camera, which was, you know, the technology was in a more infantile stage at that point in time, and he ended up making a documentary, Does Everyone Stare? So the both of you guys were I assume, lugging around these as kind of a time filler, because when you are touring, when you're in a band, there are those hurry up and wait moments. I mean, you're being dragged all over the world, but was that the case where...
Well, actually, we weren't being dragged. We were flying in the... very luxury hotels.
In the lap of luxury.
Sure.
No, you got to remember who we were. And I wouldn't describe my love of photography and passion for it as a time filler. It was a media. It was art. You know, it was just like playing the guitar for me.
Sure.
It's very much, you know, that level.
How important, because reading about you and listening to some interviews with you, I love, so you talk about the cameras and the tactile sensation of holding a camera and just being in awe of it.
Yeah, you know, people ask me that. I've done 5 million interviews over the years. They ask, "Oh, it's just like the camera for me. Okay, I'm a very tactile person. I'm used to holding this guitar, Strat, a Gibson, whatever, a guitar in my hands, and as musicians or guitar players, we get very fussy about the width of the neck and where the controls are, so on and so forth. So I'm used to this, going through life with this sense of tactility. So when I first started, at the very beginning, I had a Nikon or a Canon, I think it was a Nikon FE, and they're bigger cameras, those Japanese cameras, and they're heavier, and it's a different thing. And I was made aware of the Leica camera by the great American photographer Ralph Gibson. As we started to become pals, he said, "You should try a Leica." And he was the master, so I immediately went out and got a Leica. I think it was an M4. Yeah, and I immediately felt that same sense. Oh, this really fits in the hand. It's tactile. It's become part of my body. I got that same kind of parallel feeling with the camera that I had with the guitar. This suited me. I also like the way you make a photograph through a Leica, which is the rangefinder system, which is completely different than an SLR.
Yeah, I completely understand that it becomes an extension of you, almost like you're some sort of cybernetic unit. Because and so that translates, as you said, to the guitar and the missing string tour. You started with a guitar that was missing a string, but you were still in awe of it.
Well, I've got that sort of daft title for the show, but because there's a lot of humor, I tell some pretty wacky stories. And, I didn't used to do this. I mean, last time quick history, when I started doing this about 3 to 4 years ago, and I started to get the idea of it. Oh, yeah, let's combine the camera and the guitar. Finally, I wake up to the idea that I could show the photographs and play the guitar to them. So it's the oldest one in the book. If you go back to the 1920s, you've got a guy on an organ, beneath the film playing the music. So it's not, there's nothing new here really, except I'm doing it. It's my stuff, and I play electric guitar beautifully with all sorts of incredible sounds through the PA system. But this time out, I've been doing a lot more talking, and I think people really appreciate it because first thing I do on stage is warm up the crowd. So I've got to. And I'm a sort of a natural at it. I'm not fazed by it at all. So we've had some really hilarious shows where, I have, as an artist, I go on stage, I know I'm going to do this guitar playing to this sequence of photographs, and then I'll sort of roughly tell the same 5 or 6 stories each night, but they're improvised. I don't learn them. I'm in the moment, as it were.
Well, let me ask you a quick question because, I've taken pictures. We have stuff now that's available to us that photographers, 10, 15, 20 years ago didn't have. So I can take my pictures and then I throw it up on a super large OLED screen. And I'm like, wow, I thought that was a better picture. Do you encounter that often?
Well, I do. I have a whole system. Of course, we're shooting on film cards now, so you get hundreds of pictures because we have that indulgence instead of being, restricted to the 36 little frames on a contact sheet in the old days of film. But I have a system with the guy who works with me where, I give him the cards, he puts them up on my 27-inch screen computer, and I pare it down to the very best out of what we have, and then he gives it back to me. So I've timed it right up, which is the sort of digital equivalent, I guess, of marking up a contact sheet.
Yeah, is there a correlation between that and I love the process of the editing. Editing is so much of the art. Is there has a direct correlation to music as well? Correct. I mean, as a musician.
Well, we can go on forever about the relationship between photography and music because, just quickly put, if you're in music, you're thinking about, well, obviously harmony, but you're thinking about shape, line, structure, where this goes, where that goes. And I think all those things can be applied to photography because you've got, if a composition is like 32 bars and there's an 8-bar break in the middle, let's say you've got in my case, using the Leica, the frame in the middle of your vision, and you can move it up and down, turn sideways. And you're going to be dealing with line, shape, contrast, light, dark, so on and so forth. And I think that's very musical in a way. And I think, well, the great phrase, of course, is all art aspires to the condition of music, the most abstract of art forms. And so I think it's marvelous if you're a musician and you turn to something like photography. You've already got a lot of information.
So let me ask you, so when jazz came into your life, you're a musician, jazz obviously had a profound effect on you. Where is the jazz correlation with photography? Because jazz is sort of rule-breaking in a way.
Yeah, okay, let's say you want to pick a form. I probably would pick jazz as the equivalent because, jazz, I mean, let's put for our people who don't know about music too much, but, you have a set of chords, a song, like something like All the Things You Are, and you're supposed to be able to improvise your way through that. Once you play the song itself, the original melody, then you start playing through the chords. And this takes years of training, of course.
Right.
You have to have the talent for it. And you learn how to improvise. And, I've spent my life doing that, being able to play through anything because I know music, and I know the guitar, and I know the neck, and I know all the positions, and I can play through these things very easily, because I've spent my life doing it. But in a sense, you can use that as a correlation for photography. Just say you're out on the street in New York City, you're going to be looking around, and you're going to get very choosy about, once you've gotten used to this idea of being a photographer, what you're going to shoot, whether it's a fast moment of someone's face doing something or shadow on a building, the light coming up, or, you become visual and visually oriented in this area, the space you're in.
Yeah. So that as I'm starting to try to get good at it myself, and I'm looking for those, I guess, improvisational moments where, I'm just going to go for this. I'm just going to take this shot.
Yeah, sometimes it happens. Henri Cartier-Bresson called it the decisive moment. Something just happens off at the side, and now you've tuned up your visual acuity to catch that, and you go, bam. Sometimes it happens.
Yeah, I love it.
You can turn to shoot it, but the lens wasn't set at the right distance, and it comes out fuzzy.
Yeah, I've had my share of those. Yeah.
Yeah, we all do.
Do the photographs inspire an actual song from time to time in you?
Oh yeah. I mean, because I come on, and the first thing I do, I made these very bizarre. This is just like number one, and I took it out for a while because I thought it was too avant-garde for the audience, but I put it back because I worked on it a bit. It's just sort of almost like underground plants, all vegetal material, and I do this beautiful sound. It's almost backwards, a sort of almost reverse guitar sound. Very effective with it, and then. So something like that. So it sets up a thing. Then I play a more straightforward instrumental called Metal Dog, which is kind of fun, but it's all with imagery. And, I do something like a piece called Bones of Chuangzi, which was shot entirely in China. And I've got a special sound, great guitar sound that I use for that. So what I've done is matched certain guitar sounds that I can get through the technology that's available, guitar pedals, right, to the pieces of music I play. So essentially, the sequence of photographs is going to run the same way every night.
Right.
I have a sound that I use, but I improvise it differently every night. After a while, you start when you're doing this, you go, I know that lick always works. That's kind of a good thing. So the sound that I get through the equipment promotes a certain style of playing, like on the Bones of Chuangzi, I've got this sort of repeat echo thing. This sounds all a bit technical, but it's actually very musical and gorgeous sounding. So, this is what I've worked out. And,
right.
As we go along, we make little improvements, let's say, we should take that one out and put this one in, which we did on the last time we were off before coming out on this tour. And I expect at the end of this tour, we'll go back to LA, where I live, and get back to the studio and make a few changes. To an extent, I guess is what you would call a work in progress.
Yeah, sure. Constantly evolving. The Sellersville Theater is where the show is on Thursday night. Andy, I had a rock star question for you because we were just talking about the fact.
Rock star. Why are you talking to me?
Well, the Rolling Stones are in town tonight, and last night Roger Daltrey was in town from The Who, and Steve and I, we were talking out loud and was like, do you think that, maybe if Mick and Roger are in town at the same time that they plan to meet up or anything like that? When you, in the full touring days of the Police, would you be aware of other groups that might be playing in cities that you were in and maybe make arrangements to meet up with other, rock stars? Is that thing, or did that?
Well, I mean, I see where you're coming from in your fantasy life. But, not really. Honestly, people go, what did you do when you were there? I said, you know what? We worked really hard all the time.
Right.
There was not a lot of time for what we would call in England lollygagging, hanging out and just going, hey, man, what guitar are you playing? We didn't really do that. Didn't have the time. So, not really, no. I mean, I appreciate it. If the guys want to get another beer, lovely.
Yeah. But you didn't have, there wasn't a lot of time to just kill going around socializing.
No, we were always on. We got to fly out tonight. We've got to get the next one, It's mostly go, go, go. To be honest with you,
I think something I was kind of picking up as I was reading through your stuff and interviews, and a lot of the artists that I admire is that people who are excited by other artists who are not who are turned away or covetous of a talent, who celebrated talent. And you were there at the flashpoint, ground zero for the discovery of Jimi Hendrix. And what, because obviously he took off in England before he ever did in the United States. What was that like, and what was your experience and the proximity to Hendrix?
Well, yeah, I did happen to be in the same circle as Jimmy, and I met him several times and eventually played with him. Who knew where it was all going to go? But he was like a magician, like a very magical being, I think. For me, we all loved his guitar playing. He was a complete incredible kind of blues player, Hendrix style. That's all you can say. It's just like no one played quite like him. And of course, it was copied by trillions of people. I played with him in a studio in Los Angeles, and I was in the sort of inner circle that was around him in London also. But I guess the combination of all that for me was one night in Los Angeles. I went from Laurel Canyon down to, I think it was called TTG Studios, and Jimmy was in there playing, and we went in. We knew each other, so he was on the other side, like playing at about 5 million watts as he blowing this building apart. It was incredible. Then he came in the studio, and we sort of said hi and all that. Then I wandered out into the studio, and Mitch Mitchell was there, who I'd known right from the start, and before he joined Jimmy, and I picked up a guitar, which weirdly, it was a Les Paul. I always remember this. It's so odd because Jimmy played left-handed, and I picked up a guitar in the studio right-handed. So I started jamming with Mitch, who started getting into a really nice jam, and then Jimmy walked out and started playing bass. So Jimmy was my bass player.
Wow.
That is wild.
Wow.
Yeah, it's wild. And then eventually he said, very shy. Hey, man, do you mind if I play the guitar? I said, I don't think we have a problem here, Jimmy. Here, go, man. I could have said, no, look, dude, you're the bass player.
Who do you think you are?
I was respectful.
Did they happen to have a left-handed bass strung there, or was he playing right-handed? Okay.
I don't know. I went over to the bass. I was probably a normal bass, and then that's what we did. Crazy.
Wow.
That's great.
Wow, that's
at least we ended on a good note.
Yeah.
We jammed for about 20 minutes.
That's amazing. Wow. Well, listen, we'll just make everyone aware that the Cracked Lens and Missing String Tour is at the Sellers Theater on Thursday night. Also, a new EP from Andy coming out, Vertiginous Canyons. It'll be out June 21st.
I love this multimedia idea.
Yeah.
So it's definitely something to check out.
Yeah, excellent. All right, Andy.
It's a lot of fun.
Sorry about the Zoom issue, but thanks for calling in this morning.
Yeah, okay. It was really nice talking to you.
All right, you too. Andy Summers, guys, at the Sellers Theater. And that will be on Thursday night if you want to get those tickets. ST94.com, by the way. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back in a second. We'll get some beat file stories, reiterate an announcement that we made earlier this morning as well. Stay there. We'll be right back.
And I love it because I'm looking at a color code that explains a song can be exclusive, like red, for example. A song can sometimes be exclusively from the point of view of a character in the real. I mean, there's a breakdown of tone of who is speaking based on a color code. Your fan base is obviously very much into the minutia. We are as well for so many things that are pop culture, and obviously you're a science fiction fan. So what has rocked your? I got to assume you're a Dune fan, correct?
Oh, absolutely. Yes. I love all versions of Dune. I love the Frank Herbert book. I actually liked the David Lynch movie. I mean, when I saw that, I was a child.
So did Steve and I.
Yeah,
I had no.
We're fans as well.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and I really love the new one. So yes, I'm definitely a fan of Dune. Definitely a fan of Star Wars. I also really like I liked Krull. Are you guys familiar?
Krull, of course, Krull.
Yeah.
It's cheesy goodness.
Oh my God!
That sort of star, that
claw
weapon,
star that he would throw.
It was awesome. Yeah.
The glaive.
The glaive.
Yeah,
dude, I wanted one of those so bad. Yeah, I totally. Yeah.
I was like, right, but so that was like the thing, right? So when I was a kid, like you'd sit watching HBO in hopes that Star Wars would come on, and HBO would give you give you Krull, they give you Ice Pirates.
Ice with Robert Urich. Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. Like so, those are like sort of those are like the science fiction movies that I got kind of brought up on. Comic books, obviously. Anything sort of pop culture, like Saturday morning cartoons, He-Man, G.I. Joe. I'm just like I thought Tron. I think the era that I grew up in. I mean, I'm pre-adolescence. I'm in the '80s, so it's very character driven. People are trying to sell toys essentially, and so characters are very defined. Even in the most cheesy way, when you think of G.I. Joe, you got Shipwreck, who's the sailor, or so I think I was kind of lucky in that respect because I don't know that all that stuff really influenced me.
Oh, we talk about
hard.
this. Yeah, we talk about this, especially from that period. We were just talking about the movie Alien Nation. Do you remember that with the?
Yep, absolutely.
Right. All of those were where they were very high concept, very easily consumable science fiction.
Mm-hmm.
But it's funny because that gives us a fixed point at what was your impetus for this, and it all makes sense. But that's very cool. So besides the comic book and the music, since everything obviously has a very theatrical aspect to it, would you take a foray into films? Is this something that has actually happened and we're unaware of, that you've announced any plans for films? Because I think your vision would be perfect for this.
We've attempted it, but on a very grassroots sort of small level, not in a very serious way. No one's really come to approach us essentially. Okay. At one point, Mark Wahlberg tried to get involved, his company Leverage, but it wasn't really. I mean, I think it was the wrong time because now I got to tell you, I get asked this question way more than I've ever. And I think it has a lot to do with maybe the Vaxxas story arc because a lot of the accompanying art, the story is very photographic. It's very photorealistic, and it's easier to see, I think, than it ever has been.
Right.
So I get asked it a lot. So I have a feeling it might happen. Nothing right now, but it just feels like the wave is pushing in that direction.
All right. So Claudio, to that end, in 1998, when you're writing in Paris, essentially you're creating this story arc, but the constant from 1998 until right now is the music, right? The music sort of is at the base of a lot of this stuff and a lot of what your career has become. However, in 2022, you're sitting on a tour bus and you're Zooming with us, and we're in completely different states. So obviously, and in many ways, the technology over that amount of time has changed vastly, which allows you to tell the story in many different ways. Which part of the technology advancements that we've had over the last 2 decades is most appealing for Coheed and Cambria? Which part of it is just kind of a distraction? What have you guys really embraced? And you're like, oh my God, this is a really great way for us to tell the story in a way that we really want to.
I mean, I I always want to see it kind of get played out in a live action, just in the simplest form, whether it be television or movie. But there's so many other things now. We have VR, we have metaverses, we have all sorts of stuff, and I think there's a lot of source material for us to draw from. And again, like, that was never really my approach. It was really just to make, comic books, essentially, just to tell these stories in a different way, watch them get up off the record and come to life. And now it's like, yeah, sure, movies and television, but there's so many other places to stretch.
Yeah.
So it's really hard for me to wrap my head around all of them. But, at this stage, I mean, I'd like to do everything. I mean, I think these characters are, I think the characters are really, when I see our fans and I see them resonate with certain characters, that's so insane to me, because I never anticipated that. I never anticipated anybody to see themselves connect with a character. That was just not on the top of my head. And like, when you see that fans have like a favorite, like you have Ambelina on their arm, or, Willem Ryan, and, it's just like, wow, that's like me resonating with like Freddy Krueger or Darth Vader. It's so cool.
No, absolutely. I want to talk about the fandom for a second here, and I'm going to lead this part by saying that we got a tweet from a fellow musician, Claudio. It is a Peanut from 311, and he's listening right now. So he tweeted at us. So I wanted to give a shout out to Peanut, who's listening this morning. But you mentioned the fandom, and I'm going to give you an example. And this is a killing two birds with one stone, because I want to thank this listener. This morning I came in and there was a box sitting over here in the studio, and I'm like, well, what the hell's that? And I open it up, and first of all, it is a 4-pack of the Rush beer. All right, that was sent to me. All right, and it came with a letter. It says, Preston, a beer to share with a fellow Rush fan. These are not for export in the USA, so I coordinated a delivery from Henderson Brewing Company in Toronto to an associate's friend in Ontario. It was then driven from Ontario to Michigan to his mother's house. Oh, my God. A work associate drove from Michigan to Ohio. From Ohio, it was driven to Harrisburg, where I picked it up, and I drove it home to Langhorne, PA, and I now share a few with you. That is from Dean Gutierrez, an MMR listener. And so the reason I bring this up, A, I wanted to thank Dean. And second of all, in the world of progressive rock, there is a connection with the fans that I think is unique to itself. And because of conceptual works like you guys do, Claudio, there's further discussion about the music other than, I really like that song. Man, that rhythm's great. Or this guitar part's really awesome. You start talking about the subtext of the characters and the stories and all that stuff, and it just makes for a really special fan base. And I wanted to get, your impressions on that.
Yes, we are so fortunate. I mean, our fan base is just amazing that they get into all of those sorts of things. Like last fall, we did a cruise that sold out, and everyone was super respectful. It was just, it's more of a family. We see the same faces a lot of the time. We've created relationships with our fans. It's something that, again, like I just never thought I could only have dreamed of. Right. And it's like, it's like happening. I wonder, we're lucky in it.
I wonder, Claudia, how much of that connects to, and you come from a point of being shy. And and I did stand-up comedy. I'm doing this now, but initially I was kind of shy. And there's something, I think, that draws a certain. You don't want to make blanket statements. It's for everybody, obviously, if you enjoy. But I think you're probably connecting in a way, because that's well known about you and your impetus for starting all this. That the people who don't feel that there's something quite for them, you're providing that. I mean, on a basic level, we can sense your joy over being able to do that. Would that be your greatest accomplishment, you believe, touching people who maybe up to now haven't found that thing that resonates for them?
I think so, absolutely. I mean, it's also like, it also provides something for me. Like, again, going and being shy, it's like, it's hard for me to walk into a room of people I don't know and be a personality. I tend to kind of cower off, and that's the whole idea of being, the Coheed line of one among the fence. I'm the one, at the dance, like, I'm the wallflower. You know, it's just not for me to be a loud personality, and being on stage allows me to do that, and it allows me to be around people with like-minded thing. And sure, maybe it's something that I created that everyone's into, but it allows me to like kind of be open. You know, it's a starting place for a conversation and friendship. So yeah, you know, maybe that is I created friends.
You did. You clearly did.
If you're just tuning in, it's Claudio Sanchez who's with Coheed and Cambria, and they're going to be in town in July. Tickets go on sale with the show at the Leah Chorus Center tomorrow at 10 a.m. We played the song Shoulders as we were leading into the interview. You guys have a new song called The Liars Club. I saw the video, really cool animation. And like I said at the top, Claudio, not being aware of the full body of work of Coheed and Cambria, Liars Club seems like it has a different tone to it from the other songs that I've kind of skimmed through in your catalog. Dare I say, a little poppier. I mean, I'm trying to think of a better term, but what's the story behind the song and the sound of it all?
Well, yeah, I mean, you know, a lot of this material was written pre-pandemic, through the pandemic, and I was just kind of open to all ideas. You know, I figured, you know, here's an opportunity for me to flex. Even Shoulders feels like a very new version. I mean, when that song was written, it was, you know, primarily because, you know, our A&R had threw this idea at me. I was up for the challenge. I created it. I put it aside. It wasn't going to happen, you know, and then I brought it to my co-producer, Zach Cervini, and he was like, wow, this is a vibe that's not on the record. We should work with this. And that became a song. And kind of the same thing for Liars Club, although Liars Club, I think, was a little more immediate because I knew that was, you know, I thought that was a theme that I really wanted to express on the record. Like, who doesn't want to, you know, like embrace the lie sometimes, you know, when reality just isn't, you know, the way you see it.
No, I was just wondering as you were talking and talking about that in Preston's question, and you mentioned Star Wars earlier. We have obviously we know you're a fan. I think of George Lucas, who had the original vision, and perhaps tries to go in different ways. And he got eaten alive by his own fan base. Do you feel you get the latitude from your fan base to go out on these sort of creative ventures that might depart slightly from your sound?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, because it's not something that's foreign from what we've done. I mean, it's definitely we're definitely stretching with this new record more so than we have in the past. But we've also laid the groundwork in past records to do things like this. Okay. Like, if you guys fall into the discography at all, you find songs like Evagria or Number City. These are all songs that really kind of stretch outside of like what the comfort nucleus of what Coheed and Cambria does. So we're always kind of breaking out of that a bit. But we do it more so with this record. And I think it's really more appropriate because of the theme of the album, because the mind is opening up for this one character, and we're starting to realize that it experiences infinite, like all infinite outcomes. This one character of Vaxis is like, you know, consumed with, like, instead of seeing the world as we see it, he sees it as maybe the static of a television, because he can see every outcome at one moment.
Sounds like Dr. Manhattan.
Yeah.
Right. But almost so much more that he can't.
To get to the B file, Steve, you wanted to give a plug to an event coming up this
week. Trying mightily. We have this wonderful dog, Cannoli, and we're trying to get this dog adopted. It is Cannoli Day at Vinyl Revival, and they are at 19 North Lansdowne Avenue, Lansdowne, PA. So there's a kind of a meet and greet this Saturday from 11 to 1. And you're going to come meet Cannoli, and I'll be there during that time. I'd love to say hi to you. It's a great record store. You can apply and meet Cannoli. Don't bring your pets, because we're looking for someone who wants a single pet. Cannoli does not get along with other dogs or animals. But if you're that person who's looking for that one special pet, this dog is a sweetheart. And we figured the best way is for people to come meet Cannoli in person. You can shop the Finding Shelter Boutique for handcrafted dog toys and all sorts of other stuff. Delicious vegan cannolis for sale by Better and Crumbs too. 20% of all the sales at Vinyl Revival will go to Finding Shelter, a great organization. That's how we got our rescue dog, Kizzy. But again, the goal is to see if we can get Cannoli into a home, because once Cannoli goes into a home and has her forever home, this will make things easier for the wonderful organization Finding Shelter to open things up and bring in more animals as well. But Cannoli's a Boston Terrier. I want you to come meet her this Saturday morning as you're running around on your errands. It's from 11 to 1. All the information's on PrestonandSteve.com.
Excellent. Go get it now. Join them on Saturday. All right, B-File Stories.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by Sports and Social at Live Casino. Phillies Fridays at Sports and Social Philly. Every Friday, home game enjoy. Free caricature drawings, Budweiser specials, giveaways, memorabilia, and more. Visit sportssocialphilly.com. So this I've never heard of before. A prison in southern Brazil has come up with a novel way to bolster security, and that is by replacing guard dogs with geese.
Geese?
Yes. A squadron of 9 silky feathered birds, the geese agents, as guards call them, now patrol the grassy strip of land between the inner fence and the outer wall at the high-security prison in São Pedro de Alcântara, which is a small town north of the border of Uruguay. Fiercely territorial. The 9-pounders can be surprisingly intimidating, charging at anyone who dares to enter their enclosure and unleashing a deafening cacophony of honks and shrieks that serves to alert guards if one of the prison's 1,300 inmates tries to escape.
Now it's making sense, because I think in a fist fight, a convict and a goose, I think the convict will win. But the sound, that's the element.
I don't know. Listen to what they have to say. The canine predecessors napped all the time and proved too expensive, said the prisoner's director, Marcos Souza. The Belgian Malinois that was used to roam the prison's 3,000-foot-long perimeter wall cost $7,000 each, ate fancy dog food, and racked up a small fortune in vet bills. The geese, he said, are happy with rice, and they never get sick. Prison officials first got the idea a few years ago when they were cornered by a gaggle of angry geese during a barbecue. Like in many Brazil's
Were you talking to my girl?
Underfunded jails, the prison's then director was struggling to make ends meet and agreed to give them a shot at patrolling the grounds. Local farmers already use geese in the region to ward off intruders, a tradition that goes back to Roman times.
That's wild.
But it turns out that geese offer another big advantage for Brazil's prisons. They can't be bribed. While dogs may be won over with a juicy steak and prison guards with a wad of cash, it's impossible to befriend a goose.
Not even with bread.
And feeding the geese is one of the most feared tasks, says one inmate who is serving a 20-year sentence for murder and robbery, recalling the trauma of once being attacked by the birds when he was called on to do some maintenance work inside their enclosure. He said, I went inside to fix the gate once. They all came at me, and it freaked him out.
By the way, you know, you've ever been around flocks of geese. The crap they generate is staggering.
It is quite a bit. So they're using them as guards. In Tennessee, a man wanted out of Knox County who told the sheriff's office that he was Garth Brooks was taken into custody after
Pleasure to meet you, Mr. Brooks. Big fan.
Assaulting deputies. First responders were dispatched to Hobby Lobby after receiving a 911 call about an intoxicated male. Truman Wayne Chapman was outside of the store screaming for help. Before deputies arrived, Chapman left the scene, and shortly after, employees at a nearby Lowe's said the man was inside the store's restroom yelling.
Garth Brooks is in our bathroom screaming.
As Chapman exited, he was unsteady on his feet and smelled like alcohol and urine. And when deputies asked for his
Send
name,
in the geese.
When deputies asked for his name, he said Garth Brooks. Facial recognition software was used to later determine his identity. So after they used the facial,
well, they had to check.
Realized,
I mean, the odds are at least somewhat decent that it would be Garth Brooks inside the Hobby Lobby.
Actually be Garth Brooks, yes. Yeah. While the deputies took Chapman outside, he reportedly screamed and shouted profanities while trying to pull himself from their control.
Call my wife, Trisha Yearwood.
The deputies had to redirect Chapman's face numerous times to avoid being spit on. Prior to this incident, the suspect had an outstanding arrest warrant, but they said to watch out because he's got friends in low places.
Absolutely.
I'm sure they can come and help him out. Here's a follow-up story. A Central Florida woman accused of leaving her boyfriend to die while trapped in a suitcase is now set to go on trial in October. Judge set October 7th for the start of Sarah Boone's trial for second-degree murder. Boone came to the hearing with a 58-page letter for the judge laying out a series of complaints against her lawyer.
That's not off to a good start.
Boone told there's more to it.
Yeah.
Boone told the judge, I don't understand what it is that she has against me. I've told her from day one that her snotty attitude was inappropriate.
By the way, a match made in heaven.
By the way, Boone has gone through 7 other attorneys since her arrest in 2020.
Could you imagine sitting down and writing a 58-page letter?
Often complaining about how they handle her case. The sheriff's office says that Boone left her boyfriend, Jorge Torres, zipped up inside the suitcase. Investigators say Torres got into the luggage voluntarily after a game of hide and seek, but Boone did not let him out even after he begged for help. They allegedly found video on her phone showing Boone mocking Torres while he asked her to let him out. Instead, she's accused of going to bed and then finding Torres dead inside the suitcase the next day. Oh, yeah, it was horrible. Her trial has been pushed back repeatedly because she has cycled through so many attorneys. Yeah.
I don't think it's going to end well for her.
One more story. A kite surfer stranded on the Santa Cruz County coastline used a bit of ingenuity to help get himself rescued. CAL FIRE said in a social media post on Sunday that the kite surfer became stranded on a beach and he used rocks on the beach to spell out the word help and was eventually spotted by a private helicopter pilot who did indeed call for help.
What does kelp mean?
The crews worked together to rescue the kite surfer using a rescue helicopter to extract him from the beach.
This is the second story in a couple months where somebody has spelled out help on the beach and gotten it.
Yep, that's correct. He was not injured, but just needed assistance getting off the beach surrounded by steep cliffs. It was not clear how long the kite surfer had been stranded there.
Would this work on the beach at Wildwood? Because you would figure you're really kind of not in a dire strait situation.
You're going to be okay. But I don't know. I'll try that out next weekend. Why not? All right, and there you go. That's what I have in the bizarre file for you this morning. Oh, yeah, I forgot we had some tickets to see Andy Summers at the Sellersville Theater. I just spoke to him a little while ago. So I can give away a pair of tickets to caller number 14 at 215-263-WMMR. The show is going to be on Thursday at the Sellersville Theater. You can get tickets at st94.com. We're going to take a break. We're going to come back in a moment. We actually have an announcement of another show when we return, as well as lesson question, trash, and music news. So stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Can't interact with any of them, if that makes any sense, into like a catatonic state, because it's so consuming, so overwhelming. And that's why I think, it made sense conceptually to really kind of step outside of, like I said, the nucleus of what we do and kind of stretch. Like you'll hear songs like Disappearing Act, which really kind of stretches the window of the waking mind. There's all sorts of stuff on this record. I'm really, really proud of it. And Liars Club, I thought, was a really cool, statement to put out there, just to kind of get everyone's feet wet,
I love these concepts. It's really deep and heady stuff, but let's go back just a little bit. Did your old band break up because of an argument over gas money? Is that correct?
No, I don't know what. No, but where is that from? That's like a Quidditch question.
Wikipedia. It was on Wikipedia.
Yeah.
I'm like, wait a minute.
We're like, what? So we almost broke up because of there were several moments, but to be completely honest, when Coheed first started back in 2002, the attention to the band was so intense. We would play shows and opening for bands, and we would play, and once we were done, the place would empty.
Oh.
It was severe. We had no idea that we had that impact at that time. And so it really got to me as the guy with the hair, the focus point. I didn't realize how much of a magnet I would become. And it kind of scared me. So much so that, I broke down, and gas money wasn't never, that might have been who the hell knows? I have no idea. But for real, my mentality was disintegrating.
Wow.
Coming from a person that, again, I am very much an introvert. It was really hard to be to have that so much attention when I grew up in my adolescence with none.
Huh.
So, Yeah.
Were you guys friends first or bandmates first, do you think?
Travis and I have been friends since we were 13. Like I met him through a mutual friend who wanted to start a band. So I guess we were bandmates before we even became friends, if that makes any sense. Before we even met, we were going to be in a band. But Travis is like Travis is my brother. I mean, it's so wild how insane and in sync we are, and how at one point we want to kiss each other, and at another point we want to just strangle each other. I mean, it's like, so we've been friends forever. Josh I had known because our bands had played together. He was in a different band and our scenes had crossed paths, and I remember this one story when Josh and I were drinking one time after a show. We were in different bands at the time, and we were on the side of a house, urinating or whatever. And I had said to him, and his band, to be honest, had been signed to Universal already. They were off and about to become something, but things had happened. And I had said to him, I said, one day we're going to play in a band together. And he was like, yeah, right. Because their career was starting, and here we are. So Josh is, Josh, I guess we had been friends, I guess in a band first. I'm not entirely sure how to answer that, but to be honest, Josh, just to go off, I play in a band with some of the greatest musicians. I think they're in my opinion, I think they're very underrated. They don't really get Josh. I mean, I don't know if you guys have ever seen us play, but he's one of the worst parts of my job is I don't really get to watch Josh play, because he's just such a animated, beautiful piece of art when he's behind the kit. And, I just think he needs more recognition, as well as Travis. Just very interesting people. And Zach is actually the newest member of the band. I mean, well, when you say that, it's 10 years, because our original bass player got arrested for robbing a Walgreens. I don't know if you guys know that.
Yeah. That's better than the gas money story.
We were aware.
No, but it's interesting how, you evolve as a band, and how you have to learn how to be around each other in a whole bunch of different settings. You're talking about tour buses, pre-show, on stage, post-show. And, these are things that you just sort of have to learn about each other. And, you didn't make a vow to one another, on an altar in front of a whole bunch of people, but you want to make this work because it did work at a certain point. So, the band today is different than the band 5 years ago, is different than the band 10 years ago. And do you know what I mean?
Absolutely. I totally know what you mean, because it's nobody really understands what it's like to be locked in a van, right? That's how we came up. It was, 5 guys in a van, well, initially, 5 guys, one, and 4 members. But you start to see personalities and people, you become family, it's living with, who you're blood born to be with. Now you're in a van doing that, and the quarters are way smaller, But, right? So it's and you start to see these parts of people manifest, myself included, that it's wow, you really, really get to know people in a way that you don't with others. And, now we're lucky. This life has afforded us the opportunity for the luxuries of buses and, hotel rooms and things like that. And, 20 years into it, we all really have come to love what we do. Whereas through that 20-year stretch, there may have been times where we really disliked it, and not the artistic part, but just the living, but for the most part, I mean, every day it feels like somebody talks about how excited and how grateful we are to be out here.
Wow, that's great. That's such a it's an awesome place to be, man, and your fans are loving that you guys are having the success you are, and you're coming to town, and people have been stoked about the release of this album, so it's really cool. And judging by just glancing over our text messages, you got a bunch of new fans from sitting down and talking with us too, which is great.
Oh, sick!
I love it. So the Leah Corr Center, July 27th, and tickets are available tomorrow at 10 a.m. CoheedandCambria.com. The new album, Vaxxus 2, A Window of the Waking Mind. Make sure you get that. We've been playing some songs from the album, and we're just excited. Thanks so much for coming on this morning, Claudio, and continued success to you and the band, brother.
Oh, thank you very much, and thank you for having me. This was awesome. I had a really good time.
Excellent. Awesome. Claudio Sanchez, guys. Coheed and Cambria, and they're the real deal, man. Their body of work is dense. It is just and by that I just don't mean by heavy in the music. There's a lot in the story.
Well, this is everything that, again, when we were getting concept albums, you were getting thematic albums and all that stuff, and you'd be in that world. This speaks to exactly that. So I'm going to start moving through the music because I really like what I've been hearing.
Yeah. Yep.
And I love the whole concept of this thing that is the band.
Yeah.
That's so cool.
And Press, I almost opened up a whole new door of conversation there because when we was talking about being locked in a van with people, and I just kept thinking about the book that you turned me on to, Project
Hail Mary?
Hail Mary.
Oh, Hail Mary, yeah.
Where, they're in space and they put these astronauts into suspended animation, and it's not because they don't want them to age. It's because if they had them in a spaceship for as long as they did, they would murder each other.
Yeah.
That's a legit thing. And so when you have these bands that are just on
POD, they're going to be playing the MMRBQ. Tickets are on sale for that now to see POD and Silvertide and Sleep Theory and The Warning and Nothing More and Hailstorm and The Offspring. If you have not gotten your tickets yet, get them now. WMMR.com. And don't forget, we're going to be doing the side stage, the President Steve Show side stage. Our band Sidearm will be back.
Yeah.
From what I've been told, and we'll have to do live band karaoke again because it turned out to be such a hit the past couple of years. And a live DJ set with Jackie Bam Bam, and who knows what other little flourishes we will add between now and then. But if you haven't gotten them yet, get them. Get them, get them, get them. All right, today's lesson question prize, pair of tickets to see comedian Mark Norman, who's going to be performing at the Miller Theater this Friday night. The question that I will ask you is, according to Paul Harvey, it turned out to be a what? 215-263-WMMR from earlier this morning. According to Paul Harvey, who used to give us the rest of the story, what did it turn out to be? You had to have heard this. 215-263-WMMR. It was around 7:18 that was uttered. While you call with your answer, we will do the trash. So let's get to that now.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
All right, it is brought to you this morning by A.D. Moyer Lumber, trusted expert since 1939. A.D. Moyer Lumber, your professional source for decks, windows, doors, kitchens, millwork, and more. Visit them on the web at admoyer.com. What's up this morning, Steve?
Well, as reported, Jennifer Lopez and Ben Affleck are selling their $60 million mansion they bought just over a year ago when they got married. But the realtor is handling the sale is describing the home in an interesting way. He's describing it as a sprawling Baroque masterpiece that just oozes failed marriage. John Cryer admits to being blindsided by the revelation that Demi Moore had a drug addiction when they were dating in the early 80s. In a related story, we all feel blindsided after learning John Cryer used to date Demi Moore. Yeah. And finally, Ian McKellen says a standard for picking good roles in good films is to always assume that it will be his last film. McKellen revealed this quality control method during a press junket for his new movie, Larry the Cable Guy Goes to Cambridge.
All right, we're going to see if somebody knows the answer to this. According to Paul Harvey, it turned out to be a what? 215-263-WMMR. We'll go to Jeff and try to get the answer. Hey, Jeff. Morning, bud.
Good morning, guys. How are you guys doing?
Good. All right, Jeff. So according to Paul Harvey, it turned out to be a what?
Vajumic.
A vajumic. Yeah, hang on, Jeff. You're going to go see Mark Norman performing. Well, he's fresh off of his Netflix special, Soup to Nuts, and you can see him on a Friday night. He is going to be performing at the Miller Theater, live on stage. Tickets available at marknormandcomedy.com. Music news.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, I'm going to have two announcements in this particular.
Announce-a-palooza today.
Yeah, I have two of them. You know what? I'll do one at the top here.
Okay.
And then I'll do one at the end. MMR rocks Miles Kennedy, the Art of Letting Go 2025 tour with special guest Tim Montana. And this will be Saturday, January 25th at the Keswick Theater.
Dude's got a great voice.
And the reason we announce it now is because tickets go on sale Friday at 10 a.m. through AXS.com. And Jackie Bam Bam will have tickets each night this week. So make sure that you tune in and get your chance to win. WMMR.com for complete details, including another chance to win tickets. All right, so again, MMR rocks Miles Kennedy, The Art of Letting Go 2025 tour with special guest Tim Montana. Saturday, January 25th at the Keswick Theater, and tickets go on sale this Friday at 10 a.m. Listen to Jackie for your chance to win those tickets. So Patrick Carney of the Black Keys says that his band got effed, a reference to the recent news that their North American tour was canceled and they split from their management. Carney, who has not made a post on social media in close to a year, posted a message about the circumstances. He wrote, "We got effed. I'll let you know how, so it doesn't happen to you. Stay tuned." Last month, it was announced without explanation that the Keys' entire upcoming tour, which was scheduled to begin September 17th, was canceled. It was speculated the reason for the cancellation was low ticket sales. Though shortly after that, the band clarified the situation on their social media. They wrote, "Following the recent run of shows in the UK and Europe, including stops at iconic venues like Brixton Academy and the Zenith in Paris, we have decided to make some changes to the North American leg of the International Players Tour that will enable us to offer a similarly exciting, intimate experience for both fans and the band, and we'll be announcing a revised set of dates shortly."
So that all sounds like scaling down to be more logical.
Yeah.
That the larger venues would have proven more problematic to sell out.
It was then announced that Black Keys had split with their management team, Irving Azoff and Steve Moyer, of the Full Stop management, though a representative for Azoff confirmed to Billboard that it was an amicable parting.
It was amicable.
No further details have been revealed about the new tour dates, and the only concert currently listed on the Keys website is for July 6th, the NASCAR Chicago Street Race Music Festival. Bon Jovi played a surprise 5-song set in Nashville on Friday. The intimate performance celebrated the grand opening of JBJ's, the new rooftop bar and restaurant owned by John Bon Jovi, and also came on the day that Bon Jovi released their 16th studio album, Forever.
I'm a fan of the rooftop restaurant concept.
Yeah, you're going to be in Nashville soon. You should go check it out.
Yeah, that is actually a great idea. Send me the information.
Bring that poster that you had up on your wall as a little girl.
Wait, what?
You had a Bon Jovi poster.
Yeah. We used to jump and kiss it.
The show was notable considering the lingering uncertainty surrounding John's voice. He underwent vocal surgery in 2022, has been enduring a long road to recovery ever since then. He recently confirmed that he'll be unable to tour in support of his new album, noting that he'll not be able to do it because he's more than capable of singing again, but that 2.5 hours a night, 4 nights a week would not be possible. His voice, according to reports, appeared a little pitchy but strong.
We have audio.
During the Nashville club set. Bon Jovi showcased plenty of his trademark energy during the gig, dancing on the small stage and engaging fans to sing along with him. The performance opened with Blood on Blood, the album cut from the classic 1988 LP New Jersey. And this marked the first time the Blood on Blood has been performed in concert since 2019. Later, he addressed his absence performing. He said, "It's been a couple of years since I've been up on stage with some people in the house." And he said this midway through the set. He said, too long. Yeah, it feels good. I hope it sounds good because it feels good.
I suspect that there will come a bit of a hiatus. And he's still young enough to, come back out. Look at Jagger's in town, for Christ's sake. You can come back strong with a big story on the other side of everything. And I can't believe he's going to be done, touring on that level.
Bon Jovi also acknowledged Nashville's importance in his band's history, noting that they'd spent so much time writing and recording in the town. And he said, "I always jokingly say, Nashville, this is my people." Vince Neil, Jelly Roll, and Big Kenny from Big and Rich were among the celebrities on hand for the gig. Other highlights of the night included a rousing rendition of You Give Love a Bad Name and the lead single from Forever Legendary.
It's pretty cool. They were showing footage of Vince Neil eating an entire gyro.
Whoa.
Wow. All right, and that's what I have
Take long.
in the music news segment for you. Now, I want to announce this. This show is coming to town Thursday, November 21st at the Met in Philadelphia, and tickets go on sale tomorrow or Friday at 10 a.m. via Ticketmaster. And Sarah Silverman is coming to town.
Nice.
Yeah, she will be playing. She'll be playing. A while back. She was great.
She was terrific.
She was really sweet. She even did the Penelope voice from Wreck-It Ralph for us, which was fantastic. And are we giving away tickets now or at another time?
We can if you want.
Are we hanging on to them?
Bro,
you tell me.
You know what? Okay, hang on. It's too much of a tease, so let's just do a pair right now.
All right.
And we have more to give away the rest of the week.
Caller 26. We will give you tickets to see Sarah Silverman, 215-263-WMMR, Thursday, November 21st at the Met in Philadelphia. So give us a call right now. And I'll reiterate an announcement we had earlier this morning. Preston and Steve, Day Off at Dorney is happening.
So exciting.
It's going to be on July 11th, and we will be broadcasting live from there. And they have a new coaster, Iron Menace, and we have a couple of hundred tickets we're going to give away. So here's how you do that. You tune in each day at 8 a.m., 10 a.m. We'll reiterate a special Dorney Digital word of the day, and then you have to go to WMMR.com and enter that word. Today's word is fast, by the way.
I'm so excited that we're doing this with Dorney because Dorney's this gem. A lot of people say, you forget about it. It's right there.
Yeah, so make sure that you send it over because you might win the 4-pack O tickets. So get on that now. And you can do it at WMMR.com. We're stoked about it. We're going to take a break. We'll come back in a second, and we will wrap up the program when we return.
For the rest of this month and through March, and then all through the summer, like when you're locked in a room with people, just think about how much you guys want to kill me after 5 hours of being in the studio, and then times that by 1,000.
Throw you on a bus with us. All right. We love you though, man. We're intrigued by our next guest creation. So much so that we had to do it on our own, yet we don't have facilities to cook in. So Pagano's is a new restaurant that opened up in our building. We've been restaurantless.
It's been a nightmare.
For 2 years until last week. So that was nice. And as soon as they move into the building, we asked them to do something for us, and they did.
We had to test it out.
And they took a bag of potato chips, actually a few different bags of potato chips, and made mashed potatoes out of them. And we got inspiration from our next guest to do that. And you know what? We gave it, it was interesting and tasty.
I liked it.
In its own way. But our next guest is actually coming to, and I assume we are interrupting his vacation because he's in Cancun, Mexico right now. You know him from his YouTube channel. Please welcome Sam, the cooking guy.
Yeah. Hey, good morning, everybody. How you guys doing?
Wonderful, Sam. How are you?
I'm good, but let me start by saying interesting is generally not how I hope my recipes are viewed when people make them. You know?
Well, no, listen, here's the deal. I enjoyed the flavor of the potato mashed potatoes. The consistency was a bit interesting. It was very, I know it's potatoes, but it was like even more starchy and stickier than regular mashed potatoes, I thought.
Look, I cannot help with some. This is like eighth hand reviewing here.
Right.
My recipe goes to you guys. You guys don't even make it. You put it in the hands of a brand new restaurant. We have no idea if they can even cook.
It's true.
And now suddenly I'm being rated by this. I don't want the audience to take this one example as
all right. Fair enough. And you have plenty of great examples on your YouTube channel. So hey, number one, why are you in? What's going on in Cancun? What are you doing there?
Oh, just a vacation with my wife and two sister-in-laws and a husband. We tried to put together for a while now, and it's just gotten derailed for one reason or another. So just a little break because the weather in San Diego is probably 65 or 70 today, and who wants that? That's freezing. So we've come down here.
Yeah, where it's warmer. I can't believe you're checking in from your vacation. We appreciate that. That's really cool.
You guys reached out. I saw the comment on Twitter. You reached out, and I was honored. I'm always happy to chat with new friends.
Awesome.
And I hope that you call on me from time to time. when you want to berate one of my recipes.
Certainly.
Well, I think
listen.
he's reading it wrong. We approve.
Yeah, it was.
I in particular thought, not to go off on this too much, but taking potato chip flavors that you liked. I forget the one that was really a home run. No, listen. I want mashed potatoes made from potato chips to retain some of the potato chip flavor, and they did.
Yeah.
Well, that's good. Look, years ago, before YouTube, I had a TV show in San Diego for a whole bunch of years, and we shot a show once that was based around mashed potatoes, and then we did certain things to them in one of the segments. And the person behind the camera never knew what my plan was until I started. And I said, okay, today we're going to start everything with these. And I reached into the pantry and I pulled out those dehydrated mashed potatoes that you guys talked about when you first discussed this. And she stopped the shooting and she went, you're effing kidding me. And I went, no, I'm not. I go, they're potatoes, just in a slightly different form. Look, dried porcini mushrooms are one of the great finds in the world. You rehydrate those and they're glorious.
Yeah.
A potato dehydrate. Come on, it's not the most sophisticated thing to start with. So what's the big effing deal?
Right. No, you're right.
Yes.
Hey, listen, real quick, Sam, you'd mentioned meeting new friends, and I'm new to your YouTube channel, and I can't wait to delve in and find out more about it.
Thank you.
Not knowing much about you, I pick up a little bit of a Canadian pronunciation. Where are you from originally?
I'm from Vancouver, Canada, West Coast, prettiest part of the country, we think.
Stunning. Both Steve and I have been there. It's just amazingly beautiful.
Absolutely.
It's not just beautiful, but it's a really cool city. It's got an amazing vibe. It's got a huge Asian population. It's got British influence from the old days. There's a touch of French. They all go together to make great food, interesting people.
And you guys got ahead on the marijuana thing way in advance of everybody else. That was pretty awesome.
Way in advance. Look, I was pushing for that as a 16-year-old boy living in that city, and they just they didn't listen to me then. It took them a while. I'd like to think I was the forerunner in that whole process.
So learning more about what you do. You know, I was watching a recipe this morning. It was from one of your newer videos, which was Italian fried rice. I make fried rice at least once a week, maybe a couple times a week.
Yeah.
It's a family recipe. It's really simple. It's nothing special, but it's something that I just love to do. And you've taken it in another direction. Is that, in a sense, what you like to do with most of your videos, is taking food into a new direction?
It is. I mean, sometimes we make fairly straight ahead things. We made mushroom risotto a couple weeks ago. Nothing amazing about the recipe. It's really delicious, but sometimes the goal is really show people that they can make things often that they don't think that they can make, that they're complicated. So I think we found a really interesting niche. When cooking channels are on YouTube, they're generally one of two types: all kitchen-based, sandwiches and salads and breads and blah, 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 that kind of stuff. Or they're sort of all outdoor barbecue based, like smoking and grilling and sort of typically like caveman.
Right. You're right.
And we've mixed the two really nicely. We do almost all of our cooking outside. I'd say 97% is outside, but things outside that then maybe need to go into the oven. We'll make a lasagna that you wouldn't normally make outside. But we like our outside. It's my home. We like the outside set. It looks better. The lighting's better. And you don't need to see me really put something in the oven. If I make a lasagna and they go, this needs to bake for 10 minutes, why do I have to turn around and put it in a stupid oven?
Right.
I really don't. So we do the grilling where we're part live fire show, smoking, grilling, charcoal, Santa Maria style grills, that. And then we're also the side that does make the lasagna, the risottos, that kind of thing. We like to do across the board, so there's a little bit for everybody.
Well, you've got millions of subscribers, and there are loads of people doing different types of cooking on YouTube and other channels and here and there, and they always try to go after some kind of a hook, something that grabs you. And I was surprised, and I appreciated the fact that your presentation, or at least in the production, is very simple. It's very straight ahead. There's there's no magic editing, no little music, graphics and stuff. You keep it pretty simple and straight ahead, which is why I was kind of surprised you have the amount of people that subscribe, because I thought maybe there'd be more of a hook. But no, I'm assuming what it comes down to is you're just making good food.
It's an interesting sort of half comment, half compliment, and half negative compliment. You know, your show is really basic. It's like a third grader can do it. And now I'm surprised that you have almost 3.5 million subscribers.
I had a moody vibe for them, 10:40 on a Tuesday morning as we are coming to a close. Big program today as far as several announcements that were being made. We announced the day off at Dorney. I just reiterated that a little while ago. It's going to be on July 11th, a Thursday morning. We are broadcasting live from Dorney Park and Wildwater Kingdom. If you go to WMMR.com, enter the word FAST on the link that you see. You'll have a chance to win a 4-pack of tickets. Each day, we're going to give you a different word to enter, and each day, each word that we give is going to be another chance for you to win.
We've been wanting to do something like this for a while.
Yep. So we're finally getting it done. We also announced Sarah Silverman is coming to town Thursday, November 21st at the Met, and tickets go on sale Friday at 10 a.m. We just gave away some tickets to that, so we're happy to announce that. Our buddy Robert Irvine was on this morning, and he announced that he's going to be doing Robert Irvine Foundation Night at the Phillies Wednesday, July 10th. And it's a sweet deal because it's a 200-level ticket. And you get you pay $200 per ticket, and you get the pregame tent party, 90 minutes of food and drinks.
I mean, and his level of food and drinks.
And you get to go to the game, too. And he is going to be there. You'll get a chance to meet him, and John Kruk's going to be hanging out, and the Fanatic, and you never know who else is going to be stopping by. It's a pretty sweet deal.
I think it's phenomenal.
Yep. So we thank Mr. Robert Irvine for being on the program. Then we had Andy Summers, guitarist, who's going to be performing at the Sellersville Theater on Thursday, by the way. So we give away some
Some
tickets.
thought it would never happen, but it finally happened.
Yes. And we also announced Miles Kennedy, that show, too. And that Jackie Bam Bam is going to have tickets all week long, or the rest of this week. And it's Saturday, January 25th, and tickets go on sale Friday at 10 a.m., by the way. We need to give away the tattoo prize today because it is a Tuesday, and we have a Tattoosday that's a winner, anyhow. Is John Wilson of Phoenixville. So, John, we are going to set you up with a $350 gift certificate to Floating World Tattoo and Piercing. And you can check them out at 1729 South Street in Philadelphia. Artwork samples, visit floatingworldtattoos.com and also Instagram at Floating World Tattoos. So, all good there. All right, we need to do the letter of the day. We're going to get that from you, Case? Yes, sir. All right, here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter. And the Preston and Steve Show, brought to you today by the letter
H as in Harry Hood.
All right, and we are going to be giving away a Premier Father's Day gift package from Omaha Steaks. 2 Butcher's Cut filet mignons, 2 Butcher Cut top sirloins, 4 air-chilled boneless chicken breast, 4 pure ground filet mignon burgers, 4 jumbo gourmet franks, and a bunch more. You can visit omahasteaks.com today and shop Father's Day packages starting at just $89 when you use the promo code WMMR at checkout.
It's a perfect gift.
Give that away on Friday. I would like to thank our sponsors. Preston and Steve Show brought to you today by Duncan, and the Preston and Steve Show runs on Duncan. Also brought to you by Powhannah Tiki Boats in Ocean City, New Jersey. Book today at powhannahtikiboat.com. Pow is spelled P-A-U, by the way. Tomorrow on our program, it is a Wednesday, we will have a secret text word. We will have a little stop on Fox Good Day. Comedian Rafi Bastos will be joining us. And it's Steve's birthday and my anniversary. So we have all that going on.
It's amazing.
Yep. So we'll see what else we can get into. That's it. We're done. Rage on. Have yourself a great day. And we'll see you tomorrow, friend. Bye-bye.
Preston and Steve. 93.3 WMMR. Hey, everybody. It's good to have
Preston and Steve. 93.3 WMMR. Hey, everybody. It's good to have